If you are in charge of cooking dinner, what's your go-to dish?
Spaghetti bolognese.
Okay.
I make a pretty good bolognese.
What skill would you like to master?
I'd love to learn how to play the piano. Never gonna happen, but.
Do you play the piano in any way?
No, not in any way.
So we'd be starting from zero.
It's totally from zero.
Okay. Do you
I
play
actually,
any instruments?
I'm embarrassed. I have the fife, and I play the baritone horn.
What's a fife? Yeah.
Oh, God.
Is that like ye olde flute thing?
Yeah, it's exactly right. It's like you know,
Okay.
like a flute from the 1700s.
Pittsburgh and the fife. I didn't think we
Not
talked
only
about
am I sort of an ordinary guy, but super boring.
Stop it.
No,
Stop it. Okay, ready to really lean into the boring.
Oh.
How early do you get to the airport before a flight?
like 2 hours early.
That tracks. You were 10 minutes early today. I knew you would be early.
And I actually circled the block a few times. I was ready to go, but I'm like, I don't want to seem too eager. Nancy and I get to the airport so early. And we were just
But it's both of you, though. You're in sync. That's good.
Totally.
Okay.
Yes. And she's often said if she had been married to someone who was like always late, she would have gotten a divorce.
It's very important to her.
Very.
Punctuality.
But for both of us.
Yes.
And I would rather sit in the airport for an hour and a half than be like getting all worked up in the car that we're going to not make our flight.
All right. What is your favorite cocktail or adult beverage?
I don't drink a lot. I will occasionally have a glass of wine or something, but I can't say that I have a cocktail. I'm just not a big drinker.
We would like to recommend Michael's drink, which is the Scotch and Splenda. We tried it here on the show. Steve, it is excellent. It's very good.
Really?
Yes.
Jenna brought it in.
No joke.
Like as a joke. And I was like, this is going to be disgusting. What are we doing? We made them for everybody. And we were like, damn, it's actually pretty good.
I want to order one at a bar, but I'm scared to because
Well, you have to come up with a name for it. Instead of Scotch and Splenda, do you call it a Scotch duh?
I know didn't Michael have a name for it and we can't remember what it is. I don't know.
Yeah, he does have a name
A
for it.
splotch. Wasn't it a Splenda and Scotch? A splotch.
A splotch?
Maybe a splotch.
Oh, that's-
It doesn't sound delicious. It's very good.
Yeah, I'll take a splotch, please.
You know what? I'll
Straight
try a
up.
splotch at some point.
Great.
All right.
Okay, next
The
time,
three of us are going to get together,
and
I
we're gonna have
one splotch.
and we're going to go splotching.
Last question. When was the last time you had to get out your toolbox, and what tool did you grab?
About 3 days ago, I was putting. I am so embarrassed.
Are you about to say you're putting together a bird feeder?
Worse. I bought a vacuum, an outdoor leaf vacuum, which also mulches leaves. And I had to go to my toolbox to put it together. I ordered it, and it arrived, and I had to assemble it and put the little bag on it.
Do you blow leaves? Like,
Well, I have a leaf blower too. What I do is I use the leaf blower to blow them into a pile, and then I take my vacuum mulcher and I vacuum them up and mulch the leaves, and then I take the leaves and I put them in our planting beds.
oh my God.
And so the fife
Pittsburgh.
and pizza, plain, chocolate ice cream. And that's me, yeah. And we all do it in Pittsburgh.
Ew.
Barrel of laughs.
Oh, I'm in love with you.
Well, clearly the bar is low because there's not. I can't even believe that Nancy decided to marry me with like that as a track record. That's pretty bad. Like when you do interviews like this and you say things and you hear yourself reflected in the words, how you're describing yourself, I think I'm like more interesting than that. But clearly I'm not. I don't know how to play the piano.
No.
What would you like to do? I'd like to be smart and play the piano, but instead I'm mulching leaves and playing the fife. So,
Okay. Is there anything in your career that you haven't done that you'd like to do, or in your life? Because, like Jenna, for example.
Yes, it is my dream to one day do theater and win a Tony Award.
Yes.
I would love to do this in my life.
My dream is I really want one of those hats that has big flowers on it that hummingbirds eat out of. So Jenna wants to work towards a Tony. I want to work towards a hummingbird eating out of my hat. Where do you live?
those are very disparate dreams. Well, I don't even know how to top that. Honestly, boy, I'm so content with certainly my professional life. I've been so lucky. I can't maybe do a play.
Would you ever do theater?
Yeah. And I've been talking to a couple of theaters about maybe doing something. Maybe somewhere down the road. I haven't done a play since Stacey and I got married. It's been 27 years since I've done a play. So,
but you are a classically trained actor.
Oh, yes.
You were of all of us. We always talk about how there were a bunch of the people who were the theater nerds, and then there were the sketch comedy, improv nerds on our set. But you were both. You studied theater and also studied improv.
I was just a nerd.
You double nerded it, is what I'm getting at. You did both.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to do. I'm with you. I'd like to do something. Maybe we should do something together.
Let's do it. I would come. Broadway. I would come and watch it with your hat. And finally, Steve, you just worked with Mr. John Krasinski on his movie If. How was it to team up with him again?
Really fun.
Was that great?
Well, I'm supposed to contractually.
That's right. Yeah. Do you need to get out the piece of paper? Do you want to read directly from it?
John Krasinski is the most wonderful. It was great. He was such a good director. I mean, obviously, since The Office, boy, has he really shown himself as a fine director. But did you know Janusz Kaminski is his DP on this movie?
No.
Who is Steven Spielberg's DP? Like, he is the best director of photography in the business. He's a legend. And so, wow, it's a huge deal. And I think such a sign of respect to John that this person wanted to work together with him. So that's he's an amazing,
he's a big deal.
amazingly talented guy. And so just great to see him. Like you guys, it's like wow, it's exactly like the last time we saw each other. It was like no, time's passed.
We definitely felt that too. Like when he zoomed in, we were just cracking up. We had to stop laughing so we could do our interview with him because we just got so tickled. I love that. This is, BJ was on and he said to us, he was like, you guys, Office family forever. And that's absolutely how I feel. Like family.
Thanks for coming, Steve.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Oh, sorry. You got to get back to your leaf mulching. Jeez, got a busy day there.
Oh, man. You don't know the half of it.
Well, truly, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So good to see you guys.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bobico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies.
Hello. Hi. Jenna, are you in the inner circle?
I'm probably not. I think I've spent my whole life outside of the inner circle.
Same, which is why we became best friends.
This is season 7, episode 23, written by Charlie Grandy and directed by Matt Sohn. Angela, when I read you this summary, I think it's going to become very clear to you that Ainsley wrote it, starting with the very first word.
Okay.
Enigmatic new boss D'Angelo. Did you see? I would not write enigmatic.
That's a 5-star vocab word.
I know. Enigmatic new boss D'Angelo seems to have an inner circle of favorite male employees, which has caused a divide in the office. Later, D'Angelo's competitive side lands him in the hospital. Pretty straightforward. Let's jump into Fast Fact number 1. This episode aired on May 5th, 2011. It was originally titled Sexism.
Oh.
But Greg gave the note that he thought that the sexism storyline was kind of a nice plot twist. And if we named it Sexism, then the title would give that twist away. So they changed it to Inner Circle. Randy shared with us that this episode originally came in 1 minute too long. 1 minute.
And they had to trim it?
Well, first, Greg and Paul pushed the studio to let them have an extra minute of airtime. But that would mean that the studio would have to sell 1 minute less ads. So guess what they said?
They said nope.
That was a hard pass. They suggested that we cut the credits down, because we've done that before.
Yeah.
But Greg and Paul felt that it was really important to establish the new credit sequence with Steve leaving. So eventually, they found a way to edit the episode down to the standard 21 minutes and 35 seconds of running time. Well, if you guys have the DVDs, there's some real nuggets and deleted scenes, and now that makes sense to me, and I'm going to share some of them in this episode. Very good. Fast fact number 2, this episode was a bottle show. We've talked about those before. And because it was so contained, we were actually able to shoot this episode in only 4 days, rather than the usual 5 days.
I bet everyone was excited about that.
But we did not get a day off.
No.
We used the extra day to do that extra shooting on Goodbye Michael.
Oh.
Now, you know these bottle shows, the idea of them is that they're supposed to be very easy, very drama-free episodes.
Yeah, no big stunts, no big to-dos, no craziness,
No locations, nothing. Well, this was not a drama-free episode. First, we had the running time drama, right? That was a bunch of emails back and forth. Then Randy said there was a standards and practices drama.
For what?
You're going to have to wait for it.
I'm racking my brain. What did they
I know. I
about?
know. There was an ad sales drama. There was a music drama. And we'll get to it. There was a stunt gone terribly wrong.
Yeah, that's the one I thought you were going to lead with, because...
You guys, we almost seriously injured Will Ferrell.
Yeah, we'll get to it, but yeah.
It was crazy. Fast fact number 3. This was our first episode without Steve. It was our last episode with Will Ferrell. We got a fan question from Katie B in Dallas, Texas, who wanted to know, how was it the first day on set without Steve?
Katie, it was bizarre.
It was super weird.
Yeah.
When I watched the credit sequence in this episode and he wasn't in it, I was crushed. And it kind of reminds me, that's what it was like to show up and then he wasn't in hair and makeup. He wasn't there to talk to us about his favorite pizza.
Yeah.
It was super odd.
And we loved Will. Thank goodness for Will and the positive energy he brought. But it was just flat out weird going to work without the main person we had all sort of been working around as a cast, his character. It was really crazy, Katie.
Well, listen, that's all I got. Fast facts were literally fast today.
I have a new DVD alert.
Oh,
I'm like, why do I say alert? Alert!
Breaking news.
Breaking news. We are now on disc 5 of season 7 for those of you who are rewatching with the DVD box set. Here are a few of the features on this DVD. In addition to the usual deleted scenes, there is a commentary, and there is also a great blooper reel and the webisode series, The Third Floor.
Angela, when Randy sent us all his facts for this episode this week, he said he was very sad with that last DVD in his player because, you know, he leaves us at the end of this season.
Yeah.
So we had Steve exit during the season and Randy exited at the end of the season. It was an emotional last few episodes.
Yeah, it was.
All right, well, should we take a break and then get right to it?
Let's do it. Jenna, you know you and I both love to learn new things. We like to explore new things. And I have to tell you a little something I did over the holidays.
What did you do?
Well, my daughter was very curious about the classic holiday movies. What are the holiday movies? And there are so many different genres, right, within a holiday movie. But we really sort of narrowed in on the rom-com holiday movie.
Yes.
And I went on Amazon Prime, and there were a bunch of movies on there. I now think I can write a holiday rom-com movie.
Well, I think it's very important to stay curious, stay open to exploring new things, and you can do all of that with Amazon Prime. With Amazon Prime, you get Prime Video, Amazon Music Prime, and Prime's fast free shipping. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into. This episode opens with a conference room meeting. D'Angelo is laying down the law, and anyone who doesn't like how he does things can just walk right out the door.
But they're all things people like. Like, he wants to end the workday at 5. He wants to have ice cream on Thursdays.
He tells Daryl, I'm going to give you a full ride. We're going to pay for you to go to business school.
Deal with it.
At 23 seconds, I don't know if you noticed, but Daryl is back to wearing his shirt and tie.
I did notice. I also caught what I think might be an improv. When Daryl says seriously, D'Angelo says stone cold seriously. I looked in the script. That line was not there. In the script, D'Angelo just says, no, I'm kidding. Yes, I'm serious. So I wonder if this is a little bit of Will Ferrell.
I absolutely loved Craig Robinson's performance in this whole episode. If you watch this episode, you have to watch all of his reactions in the background. Every line he delivers, I don't know, this was like an I Love Craig Robinson episode for me.
He is great, and I love the Daryl storyline of him going to night school. I do have a little bit of a bust on Craig. What's that? At 1 minute, you can totally see him starting to break. His shoulders are shaking because I think this part wasn't scripted as well. When D'Angelo's saying, and Toby, you're getting a new chair, whether he likes it or not. Toby says, thanks. And D'Angelo says, don't thank me. Hey, don't thank me, guy. That wasn't in the script, and you can see Craig's shoulders shaking. I mean, we should say that Will would improvise here and there, and we would all lose it.
Well, Will can read the phone book and be funny. I mean, every line he says is funny. All right, so now the episode begins. D'Angelo and Daryl are arriving to work, and Pam is going to interrupt their chat to tell him about her friend Carla, who might make a great executive assistant. I remember that the NBC photographer was here this day when we were shooting this, and they took pictures of this scene, and I cherish them.
I bet. Well, Pam's runner with the resumes was bigger. There's more of it in deleted scenes. I'm going to share some of it. But one of the things that tickled me, Jenna, is I'm such a nerd for this, for whatever character gets to say the title of a movie or an episode. I just think it's so cool. And Pam gets to say the title of this episode.
Really?
Yeah. She says to Jim, oh, is that what he says in your little inner circle meetings?
Yes, you're right.
I was like, she said the title. I'm a dork for stuff like that.
You point it out every time.
I know.
It's very cute.
Okay.
We got a fan catch from Aiden W. in Portland, Oregon, who said there are 3 Carlas in the office. There is Carla, the mission trip leader, Carla, Pam's executive assistant friend, and coming up, Carla Fern, Andy's agent. What are the writer's obsession with the name Carla? I've personally never met a Carla in my life.
Wow, I didn't realize there were 3.
Yeah, 3 Carlas.
That's such a great catch. Andy and Pam are convinced there's an inner circle. Jim's like, no, there's no inner circle. And Kevin's like, he only says that because he's in it. And then Kevin is so proud. He's like, Mom, I'm in the inner circle.
I loved that Kevin was in the inner circle. It was such a nice twist. Unexpected. Someone who is not in the inner circle or who doesn't want to be in the inner circle is Dwight. And D'Angelo is doing everything he can to get Dwight on his good side. He tries to bring him a coffee from downstairs. Dwight throws it in the trash. Not interested.
Not interested. As soon as D'Angelo tries to entice Dwight with like some beers, and he said they can listen to Automatic for the People on his jukebox, lady, I could not stop laughing because I have a little bit of backstory about the album Automatic for the People.
What?
Okay.
I don't know this album. Who sings this album?
Oh my God, it's REM. You do know this album. You do. I promise you.
Okay.
So it came out while I was in college, in October 1992. You guys, I know I'm a dinosaur. But when it came out, I was going through a breakup. And
I'm sorry I laughed, but I know these moments where oh, this was your breakup album.
Yes.
Did you listen to it just so much?
Oh, there was one song that instantly takes me back to that time. It starts with this piano. The song is called Night Swimming. I need you to hear a little bit of it. And then I am going to read you an entry from my journal during this breakup.
You have made my day.
Night swimming, skirts of quiet night. Okay, you're getting the idea right.
I'm in a mood.
You're in a mood.
Feeling it.
Now
I'm almost curled up in a ball.
Okay. Now I'm opening my journal. Okay, here we go. It's super old. First of all, you guys should know, I hadn't been dating this guy very long, so I wasn't like super heartbroken. I was more just really ticked off.
Okay.
So picturing me listening to Night Swimming, I'm ticked off. Here we go. October 17th, 1992. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. I know I said that I wasn't going to talk about him anymore, but he has stooped too far. He is a lying snake, a shell of a man, and a liar. He is hanging out with his ex-girlfriend. He has done nothing but lie. It is going to take all that I have to be cordial to him. Oh boy, he disgusts me. I need to broaden my horizons. What do I care? This is all so trivial. I have a wonderfully attractive life ahead of me, and I am grateful that Mr. Self-Centered isn't a part of it. Amen. Oh, wow. Am I the dorkiest person ever? It's going to take all I have to be cordial to him.
Lady, I need you to write like a young adult novel series. This one is called Mr. Self-Centered. Then you've got another one called Mr. Maybe.
Yeah.
So do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's a series of just the dating foibles of this
Lady,
young woman who is taking her power back.
I didn't even tell him off. Like, I was cordial. Take that.
I'm going to be not friendly to you.
Yeah.
All you get from me, mister, is cordial.
That's right, and maybe a snarky look.
And
Anyway,
you showed him.
Well, there was a moment from my journal. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
What's the end of this story? Did you ever run into him? Were you cordial?
Yeah, I had to run into him all the time, and I was cordial and a bit dismissive. Mm-hmm. So don't mess with me, because you're going to get someone who's maybe a little bored but polite.
Yeah.
One other thing happening in this scene. 3 minutes, 56 seconds. Ant farm still on Dwight's desk.
I appreciate the commitment to a prop.
I know, me too.
D'Angelo is going to say, try as he may, Dwight just wants nothing to do with him.
You know, after D'Angelo's talking head, Dwight would have had one. There was one in the shooting draft. There was also some candy bag alts for it. I want to read one of them because it really cracked me up. Because I can hear Rain saying it as Dwight. You know what I mean? Here it is.
D'Angelo is a fine manager, but I don't do my job for the approval of my employer.
I do it because if I didn't do it, some idiot would be doing it. And this way, that idiot is out of a job. Ha ha, idiot.
I appreciate that talking head. I wish that had stayed in. I wonder if that was one of the things in the minute that we had to lose. Could be. D'Angelo's going to call his inner circle into his office. They're going to play mini basketball and discuss two big business strategies. One, go after the biggest client in the state,
Or 50,000 tiny clients.
50,000?
50,000.
How there are not
I
50,000
know.
small businesses in Scranton that need a paper supplier.
I know.
Insanity.
Andy is watching through the window. He's getting super jealous. This was part of a bigger runner, lady.
Oh,
There was a deleted runner between Pam and Andy.
I remember shooting these.
Yeah, so Pam is gathering resumes and Andy turns one in. He hands it to her and Pam looks at it and says, "Who is Bernard Andrews?" Andy says, "C'est moi." And Pam says, "You want to be D'Angelo's executive assistant?" And Andy says, "No, God, no. I can maybe type 15 words a minute, but I need D'Angelo to think of me as more than just the funny guy. And when he reads my resume, he'll be like, wait,
This stud did Outward Bound and National Outdoor Leadership School. I have to meet him. And I'll poke my head in and I'll be like, surprise, you already have. And then I'll be his guy." And Pam says, "If you really think that will work, I'll put your resume in the pile. Do you really think that will work?" And Andy is so frustrated. He goes, "What other option do I have, Pam?" And then he kind of mopes away. I remember doing these scenes with Ed because I did not often get scenes with Ed.
I know.
He's desperate not to be the funny guy.
There's a whole other twist happening in the office, which is Ryan has told D'Angelo that he's the department head and that Kelly works for him. He's like, "Ryan, keep up the good work." And Ryan says, "My pleasure, my treasure," which, by the way, was scripted. I went and looked.
Well, Kelly is not excited about this. She does not like this lie. And they have a very funny scene. And in the middle of it, D'Angelo enters and Ryan starts to reprimand her. And she does go along with it.
But apparently she's got her angle, which is he now has to be the perfect boyfriend. Like he has to go with her to have dinner with her mom and like all these other things.
Yeah, she's getting something in return.
She hopes.
Well, now we're going to get to a scene in the break room that is going to be your first drama alert. Oh, breaking news, drama.
Is this about the Coca-Cola?
Yes, it is about the Coca-Cola. In this scene, Dwight is drinking a cola. D'Angelo comes in and he says, "You know, my cousin cracked the secret formula for a certain popular cola I shall not name." But in the original script, D'Angelo's line was this: "Hola, cola. You know, my cousin cracked the secret formula for Coke. True story. I've never had to buy a Coke. I just drink my cousin's. Tastes exactly like Coke, but better. No bubbles. Lavendery aftertaste. Packed with zinc." Well, when we turned that original script in, standards and practices went insane. They said that ad sales had just placed a huge deal for Pepsi products, and we could not mention Coke. Well, our production coordinator, Meg Shave, we mentioned her before, she tried to argue that the word Coke was a universally accepted term for soda. You know, kind of like Kleenex or make a Xerox for make a copy.
Yeah, like when the brand name becomes like associated with what people call the thing.
Yes. Yeah. We did not win this battle.
Oh, Meg.
Meg tried, but Randy said that this went all the way up the chain and that we got a tersely worded letter from the studio lawyers that said, "Do not use Coke." This is one management feels pretty strongly towards.
You know what? It sounds like they were using my strategy of like cordial mixed with some snark.
They were giving it the Angela Kinsey heartbreak
College journal writing treatment. Rolls off your tongue.
It really does. It's so easy to recall and say. So in the end, Phil Shea had to give Rain like just a generic looking soda can, and they had to rewrite the scene.
Well, I was curious about this scene because when D'Angelo at the end says yes, 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 and like runs out, I had to know if that was scripted. It was not. At the end of the scene, Dwight just says no, D'Angelo says yes, and it just simply says he runs out before Dwight can respond. So once again, Will, being the funny guy he is, made it even funnier than what was on the page. Well, the next thing that would have happened in the episode, you guys, is D'Angelo would have gone to Pam and asked for all the resumes that she's been gathering. There's a very funny scene and deleted scenes. I'm not going to play it, Jenna, because it's one of those that you have to see.
Yes.
I'm learning.
It's a visual.
It's a visual. But basically, Pam says, D'Angelo, I looked through them all and I put the most qualified people at the top to save you some time. And he takes the stack that she's so carefully put together and he messes it all about, like the way you would dump a deck of cards on a desk and just messes them around and says, no, I have a science to this. Thank you. I'm doing this. And she looks at him like, are you freaking kidding me? And then this would have cut to a Jim and Pam joint talking head. It's great. Pam is so over D'Angelo. She has had it. And also we learn a little nugget about Michael in Colorado. And I thought we should hear it.
You know what? I'm done dreading. It can happen.
Okay, the same way about Michael, right? Then time passed, and what happened? He just named his new puppy after you.
Pamela Beasley. It's a beagle. It's really freaking cute.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. Michael and Holly have a puppy named Pamela Beasley. So cute.
It makes me so happy to imagine that Michael has gotten a puppy with Holly.
I know.
It's like they're starting their family.
Yes.
That's the first thing you do.
Yes, you get the puppy, get a pet together.
Oh my gosh. Dang you, 1 minute. That should have stayed in.
Well, now the inner circle will start reviewing the resumes. And Andy's resume was right at the top. Remember his resume for Bernard Andrews?
Yes.
In the episode, Jim only says part of this sentence, but if they had been able to leave everything in, this is what he would have said. Uh-oh, this farmer administrative assistant misspelled both administrative and assistant. Tough break, Bernard Andrews.
Oh.
I cast his aside.
Oh no. You know, Angela, when I saw them reviewing these resumes, it took me back to how many resumes I have written for myself, both as an administrative assistant and also as an actor. I went and looked at my first acting resume.
Oh, you did?
The one that I really had to pad, you know, I had to I did this thing where every production I had done in college, I would put that down as a credit, but then rather than saying I did it at college, I said the name of the theater in my college because then it made it seem like I performed in more places.
Yeah.
All these little tricks.
I really padded my special skills.
Lady, I was just going to say, I'm going to read you my special skills.
Yes!
Because I was slightly shocked.
Please.
Here were the special skills that I put on my resume. There's only 3. These are the 3 things that I felt I could do very well.
Okay.
Water skiing.
What?
I was a very good water skier.
That's true. That's
I
true.
could slalom
You
ski.
would go to Lake of the Ozarks, yeah.
So I could do it if there was a role.
Yeah.
What is this role that requires the special skill water skiing? I don't know. Animal handling.
Well,
I liked animals. I thought I could be good at.
what if they handed you a python? You're
know.
like, I was kind of talking about cats.
Finally, bowling.
Oh, you are a good bowler.
I am.
We still have yet to have an Office Ladies Bowling League, which I really want to do someday.
Why aren't we doing that?
I want it so badly. I want
Do Sam and Cassie bowl? You guys, do you bowl? There's 4 of us.
I want an Office
For a
Ladies
league.
bowling jacket.
Oh yeah, we bowl,
You do?
for sure.
You guys, why are we not in a bowling league together, like Tuesday nights, and then we compete against other people?
Yeah. Like a pitcher of beer and Office Ladies Bowling. I want it to happen.
We could definitely bowl against some of the other podcasts.
Do you think so? We could take on Conan.
I believe that.
He's too tall to be a good bowler, right?
Yeah, his center of gravity,
is
I don't
all-
know.
He probably bounces it halfway down the thing.
Okay, we got to make this happen. And definitely we need matching jackets. We need bowling bag balls. Wait. We need bowling bag balls. We need bags.
We need
Bowling ball bags. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know what the other thing is, but
I went with it.
you knew what I meant.
I did. I think I might have had water skiing too.
Well, someone in this pile of resumes listed juggling,
Yeah,
and they start mocking it, but then D'Angelo says, I am an avid juggler.
yeah. He says, I actually perform a motivational juggling routine. And guess what, guys? He's going to show it to everybody, but he needs a big space. He needs like a 1,800 square feet.
Well, why don't we take a break, and when we come back, we're going to discuss this motivational juggling routine.
Cue up your evanescence, everybody. We are back. D'Angelo has gone to his car, and you guys, unfortunately, his juggling stuff wasn't in there, so he can't do his routine, right?
Yeah, that's what you would think.
Right? And he's like, you know what? No worries. I've got a drawer of juggling balls. Like,
I totally believe it.
I do too. So he tosses D'Angelo a few, and D'Angelo does like his version of the Matrix, like getting it out of the way. And he's like, I'm sorry, but I do not touch another juggler's instruments.
Yes. But you know what? He's got the music.
Yeah.
Why doesn't he just do the routine without the balls?
Yeah, I mean, we're all here.
We should do it.
We should do it.
And so he does, everyone.
An elaborate pantomime of juggling. He's incredible. When he says, Phyllis, don't move, and he's like throwing the balls back and forth in her hand.
Okay, I want to point out this is one of the scenes. You can watch this scene and watch all the fake juggling, then watch it and just watch Craig Robinson's face.
Okay.
It's my favorite reactions. Lady, we got a fan question from Alyssa D. in Erie, Pennsylvania. I am obsessed with the scene where D'Angelo does his juggling routine. Was it choreographed or did Will Ferrell improvise this?
Well, Alyssa, this was not improvised. It was totally scripted. And here's what it said in the shooting draft. D'Angelo hits play on Jim's computer. Evanescence, Bring Me to Life starts playing, and D'Angelo starts pretending to juggle to the music. People aren't sure what to do. Kevin mimes tossing him a ball. Now, in the episode, he actually hits play on the boombox at reception. That's all it said in the script, but I remember, Jenna, because we all had to have reactions, that they choreographed this with him.
Yes, we rehearsed this, not him juggling. I remember the first time we did a take, he started doing that insane juggle miming.
Yeah.
But we did have him walk around to all the different spots where he was going to land so that the camera would know where he would be.
Right.
So we got more fan questions about this episode. Angela Jennifer M. in San Antonio, Texas said, how was Evanescence's song Bring Me to Life chosen to be the song for this routine? This was my favorite band when I was a teen, and my inner goth began squealing when I heard it in this episode. Never in a million years would I have imagined that their music would be featured in a comedy show. Aurora F. from California said, how much did it cost to feature the song in this episode? Well, guess what? Music drama.
Oh, yeah?
I wouldn't say drama. Not so much drama, but it was just like another way that this little bottle show was more complex than it normally would need to be. So the original pitch from Charlie Grandy in his very first writer's draft was that the song that would be played would be Meatloaf's Paradise by the Dashboard Lights. Okay? Randy said they didn't even try to get clearance for that. There's no way we're affording that song. So,
Super pricey.
super pricey.
Meatloaf, super pricey.
The next thing that they wrote was Sting's Desert Rose. Well, I guess the NBC Universal Music supervisor, her name is Carrie, she reached out to Sting's management. Sting was like, for sure, you can have it for $60,000. But I guess we had used quite a bit of licensed music in season 7, and the studio was like, you guys, you are never allowed to spend more than $50,000 per song anymore. Putting a cap on it, spending cap.
Yeah. We have an allowance now.
That's right. They put a cap on it. The end. So, for the shooting draft, Charlie put in the Evanescence song, Bring Me to Life. And guess how much it was? $50,000. Yay, we did it. But they weren't sure they could get the clearance. They got the price, but they didn't know if they could clear it. So they did make the writers pitch some alts, just in case this deal fell through. Here are the alts. Come Sail Away by Styx.
Come sail away.
Okay. Final Countdown by Europe.
Yeah.
Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy by Big and Rich. Peace Train, the dance mix by Dolly Parton. And Now We Are Free, the Gladiator theme song by Hans Zimmer.
That is a real mix of music.
Isn't it? So I thought something would be very interesting would be to like take all these songs and put them to his juggling routine and see how they all work out.
Like there's this meme, do you call it a meme, going around where they've taken the Muppets song and they put it to the Dirty Dancing final dance?
Yes, I have seen that.
So yeah, I would love to hear one of these songs under his juggling.
Well, you know what someone did? A fan took his juggling routine and they like CGI'd juggling balls into it.
Oh, so funny.
So you can actually watch this routine with balls. And it's amazing when he does the thing by Phyllis's face because obviously that could never actually happen.
Well, Pam is going to have some fun with this because in the break room, what do we call this? Mocking in the break room?
I know.
Snark in the break room. Pam is sort of making fun of D'Angelo's air juggling routine, and guess who actually is amused by it? Angela Martin.
Lady, I loved doing this so much. I don't know if you remember shooting that day.
I do.
We got a fan question from Nathan S. in Belton, Texas that made my day. Nathan said, Jenna, did you tap into your past experience as a comedic mime to deliver your epic performance where you imitate D'Angelo's invisible juggling? Nathan said, I've been waiting to ask this since January 2021 when Jenna shared her comedic mime experience in the Money Part 1 episode.
Oh my gosh, Nathan.
So it's funny you should ask, Nathan, because when I did my comedic juggling, when I was in there, I shared the story of my comedic mime experience with everyone in the break room, and I started doing my comedic magic show for everyone. It was a really fun day for me.
I also remember that we could not stop laughing in this scene. I think I caught John breaking. He has to turn. He can't even look at Ed, and he's really focusing on trying not to laugh and eating his carrot. Because when Andy says, I wrote my own companion piece to the vagina monologues called The Penis Apologies, John kept losing it. It's also in this scene where the women really speak up and say, listen, D'Angelo's a huge sexist. We're department heads. Has he ever met with us? And Pam's like, Jim, you should talk to him about it. Yeah. And Andy is all on board. He says, you know what? If he doesn't listen, he can kiss his penis goodbye. Snip, snip. Am I right, girls?
Angela, just a side note. Can you juggle?
No.
You can't?
No.
I can't either.
My brain doesn't do that. I can't.
The hand-eye coordination?
I have hand-eye coordination. I play tennis. I have a really good outside shot in basketball, just so you guys know. If you ever came over to my house and we played horse out in the driveway, I've got a real good shot.
You think you haven't shared that on the podcast before, but you have.
I'm very proud to share it as many times as I need to. My best shot is a side shot. Most people don't see that coming. Anyway,
But no juggling.
can't do the juggling.
I have a very sad juggling story.
Sad?
Yeah.
Did you hurt yourself?
No.
Did a ball fall on your face?
No,
That's what she said.
No, I broke a man's heart with my juggling.
Get out!
I did.
How?
When I was getting ready to move to Los Angeles, I had a boyfriend.
Okay.
He gave me a set of juggling balls.
As a parting gift?
Yes. He said
What is the metaphor there?
he was a good juggler.
Okay.
And I had always remarked on what a cool thing it was to be able to juggle.
And you met him at like Renaissance Fair?
I did not.
Were you like the beer wench at the Renaissance Fair?
Oh my gosh. I think I met him at a bowling alley, actually. I'm
Okay.
not even kidding. We ended up being on a bowling league together.
Okay.
As boyfriend and girlfriend.
Okay.
Okay.
He's like, remember me. Don't forget me. Here's some juggling balls.
What he said was, I'm not going to see you for a while.
Okay.
And every time you miss me,
Go juggle my balls.
you can practice juggling.
No.
And then the next time I see you, I'll know how much you missed me because I'll see what a good juggler you are.
Jenna, he wanted you to be a good ball handler.
Well, here's what happened. He came into town like months after we'd said goodbye, and I had not learned to juggle at all.
Because you hadn't thought of him.
And then we broke up.
Because you
Shortly.
shortly juggle his balls?
No, because it was like,
Long
we
distance
didn't
is hard.
we didn't break up right at that trip,
Sure.
but it was the beginning of the end.
Right.
It was going to become clear that we were going in two different directions, and it wasn't the direction where we both juggle.
Yeah.
He was going to be a juggler, and I was going to be an actor and not juggle.
I feel like there's a world where you two could have made it. You'd be like a traveling show. You
Well,
would come out and you would do your clown work.
He's a doctor now.
Oh!
So,
Well, that went a different way.
listen, I find juggling cool. I think it's neat. I do. So, I was being real with him when I said I thought it was cool that he could juggle. And I kind of still do wish I could juggle. But it clearly was not meant to be.
Wasn't meant to be, lady.
No.
Okay. Well, where are we?
We are at Jim asking for a moment of D'Angelo's time. And he has plenty of it because you know what? This job's a joke. I loved that one.
I loved it too. I want to give a shout out to John Krasinski because the way he goes about bringing up the women are unhappy and then just trying to backpedal and then all of it, he is so good in this scene.
But then Jim kind of throws Pam under the bus. Like, what Pam and these women needed from Jim is for Jim to be an upstander. They needed him to go in the office and say, I've noticed that you do this thing.
Let me point out,
But he
first of
doesn't
all,
do that.
what he says is, so Angela, that's how he starts.
I know, that's what I mean.
Kevin brings up Pam and then says she can be kind of a bitch.
I know.
And Jim completely is like, blah, blah, and then
Because
backs out.
he did it wrong. You're supposed to use your status and privilege and own what you're saying. You're not supposed to lay it off on the people who are experiencing the sexism, right? You're like, I've noticed, D'Angelo, that there are no women in this room. I've noticed that Angela is a department head and you don't meet with her, and I think that that is somewhat of an issue. So Jim tries, but, just have to say that. I guess I had to say that. A lot of things to say today. And by the way, I'm not done. I've got something to say about Phyllis in a minute.
Oh, okay. Well, D'Angelo is now going to confront the bullpen. He's going to say, hey, I'm not a sexist, despite the rumor going around.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a solitaire catch, 12 minutes, 14 seconds.
I saw it.
Kate Flannery's moving some cards around there in the
She is.
background.
Mm-hmm.
D'Angelo's going to ask everyone to raise their hand if they have a vagina or if they love someone who has a vagina. Both of his hands go up.
Mm-hmm.
The scene was actually a much bigger scene, and Jenna, I thought we should hear it. Angela and Phyllis speak up, and then they also ask Toby to weigh in.
Apparently there's a rumor running around here that I'm a sexist.
D'Angelo, it's simply a question of respecting the work. Kevin is invited to meetings that I'm not invited to, and I am a more productive accountant. You can literally look at the numbers.
Oh, Angela, no. It depends what makes the man be, Angelo.
I'm not a feminist, but I think that the men in this office are being given chances that the women aren't. Right, Toby? I mean, isn't there some policy on this?
Easy. I had a difficult relationship with my last boss. Not eager to create another hostile situation.
Whoa! Yeah. Also, the way Paul delivers that talking head as Toby, he puts so many spaces between the words that I kind of felt like Michael Scott. I was like, say it!
Well, we got a fan, I don't know what you would call it. I'm calling it a fan soapbox from Anna W. in England.
Oh, let's hear it.
Anna said, I've held my tongue about Phyllis long enough. Phyllis in this episode pisses me off.
Oh,
Phyllis says, quote, I'm not a feminist, but I think the men in this office are being given chances that women aren't. Anna says, Phyllis, that is feminism. Equality in opportunity, equality in pay, and rights is being a feminist. You are a feminist if that's what you think, Phyllis. Thank you, Anna. Because I'm going to say, for some reason, I feel like feminist has become like this dirty word somehow, right? Like somehow like being a feminist.
Become charged.
Charged is such a good way to put it, Angela. And it shouldn't be charged if you just want equal opportunity, pay, and rights.
Yeah.
That's it. The end. They're not much more complicated than that.
Can we just get fair?
There you go. Thank you, Anna. I liked that.
Anna, you made her day.
You did.
At the end of the scene, D'Angelo's new executive assistant is going to arrive. I wanted to describe this character for the shooting draft.
Okay.
Erin enters with a tall, gorgeous young woman, Jordan Garfield. D'Angelo shakes her hand. Jordan seems weirded out by the attention.
Well, new character alert. Jordan was played by Cody Horn. She has a 3-episode arc on the show, and you might recognize her from the TV series Rescue Me or the movie Magic Mike. When she enters, Pam is suspicious and immediately begins asking her about her previous work experience.
We find out she worked at anthropology, and we learned that that's Kelly's dream job.
I love it when she's like, you quit that job to come here?
And my thought was, Kelly, go apply. They'll hire you.
But she's like, how'd you get that job?
I know. We do learn that this is Jordan's first office job ever.
Yes.
And then the inner circle is going to gather. Jim is no longer invited.
He did not get a text. Dwight got a text, but he's not interested.
Guess who did get a text? Andy. And boy, has he flipped.
I know.
He's so excited to run in there.
Jim tries to go in, sort of enters, and he gets fully kicked out.
Yeah. Awkward. Up next for Jim, Andy's going to be running a meeting. And it's going to cut to Jim, and he says, so I guess this is my life. Until I win the lottery, or Pam finally writes her young adult book series. This is my favorite moment in the whole episode. The horse flyer? Oh my gosh. Lady, I really want you to read it. Because the excitement Pam has, it's so perfect. It was so cute. I printed out the words. You have to read it.
I will read it. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
So, one afternoon while walking home from school, quirky 10th grader Becky Walters finds a wounded Pegasus in the woods, and she becomes the horse flyer.
It's so cute! I loved it!
Well, Randy said they had to clear that title, the horse flyer. And they even had to hire a research company to look into the legal ramifications of using this name in the show.
I guess on the off chance that somewhere out in the world there was a book called The Horse Flyer.
Correct. Here's what they responded with from their research.
Service announcement.
The horse flyer.
This is a particularly vicious account.
You
should have motherfucking wear a 6-star troll.
Library of Congress or U.S. Copyright Office, and a general web search found no listings for a prominent publication with this exact title. We were given clearance to proceed.
Okay,
but like, it fascinates me that as a writer, I wouldn't even think of that. I would just turn it in. That's a funny title, the horse flyer.
Yeah.
But then someone in legal, someone has to clear that.
Right.
And maybe it wouldn't have cleared. They would have had to write different ones. But I find that fascinating.
Yeah. They would have had probably a list of alts like pony flyer.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they would have.
Well, after these talking heads, there would have been a scene between Jim and D'Angelo because Jim decides to try and go back in and talk to him. And we learn what team D'Angelo plays for. I think you should hear it.
Jim, are you going to understand me if I use a sports metaphor? I think I'm probably a team. I need team players, and I just don't know if they're on my team.
I am definitely on your team. Team number 1, here we go.
Team is called the Crazy Snakes.
Okay.
The Matadors. Or the Lancers. Lancers sounds a little high school, right? But it's also my favorite. Great. Let's see if we can't work it back in line. That'd be awesome. Jordan, please show Jim out. Jordan, please show Jim out.
Oh my gosh. It was so funny. Also, they did that classic reveal that they would do when they were in Michael's office where it's D'Angelo and Jim talking. And then at the very end, you see that Jordan has been there the whole time. What is the character of Jordan thinking on her first date? She has no responsibilities. You know, Jenna, she actually has a deleted talking head where she says something to the effect of, yeah, you know, so far I don't like working here. That's amazing.
Now Ryan is reprimanding Kelly in front of D'Angelo. She's playing along with it at first, but she can't take it anymore. And she tells D'Angelo the truth. And D'Angelo doesn't really care. He's finding this whole explanation a little murky. He calls her hysterical. And she starts to laugh. Do you see it? Mindy, found that very funny. And then he just says, you know what? Ryan's your supervisor. Done. That's it now. I know. Now Ryan got this job. I want everyone to know, I haven't brought it up yet, but Miles McNutt gave this episode a C-.
Oh, Miles did not like it.
This is one of his lowest ratings so far. But he did say, on a positive note, he said, quote, I liked that we saw more of Ryan and Kelly than we usually get to see, and that Kelly got to take a more authoritative role for a change. Kelly's a character whose level of intelligence is always somewhat variable, especially when it comes to Ryan. But to see her shift away from her swooning over Ryan as he fakes being her supervisor was quite satisfying. So he did like this part.
Okay. Well, I always love to hear what Miles McNutt was thinking.
ViralRabbi
The inner circle is starting to get really loud, and people are trying to work, so Pam is going to ask them to quiet it down.
You know what? She's fuming, but I would say she's also being cordial, right?
Yes.
She's holding it together. We had a fan question from Sarah W. in Kingwood, Texas, and Ryan R. in Woodland, California, who both asked, when Pam knocks on the door to the office to ask the guys to quiet down, there's a clear shot of the window next to the manager's office door, and the window is slanted. Is this to avoid seeing the holes in the ceiling or to avoid seeing glare from the lights?
What a great catch.
Yes, it is.
This is a total glare thing.
So here was the thing. We talked before about how our set had immovable walls. Usually when you're working on a set, you can fly out a wall. Normally you'd be able to remove the whole wall to the conference room to get a better shot. But they wanted our camera operators to have to deal with the confines of the real space. But what they did do is they made all the windows so they could slant up or slant down.
Yeah, they had a little tilty thing on the side.
And that was a trick so that you couldn't see the reflection of the camera operaters in the class.
Otherwise, you would have seen them all the time.
That's right. Him over and over. He's got hundreds of accounts.
Sunglasses on.
Nago.
Yeah. It is just like that.
Let me relate it back to selfies. Well, the guys are going to get back to their little mini basketball game. They don't listen to Pam. And D'Angelo's going to invite Jim to join. But you know, D'Angelo's been a real big talker all along. He's a big talker about all of his basketball stuff. And he's really showboating about how he can dunk. And Jim's like, well, why don't we see you dunk on real? We have one in the warehouse. Jim's tired of his BS. And he's going to call him out.
Yeah, D'Angelo says, yeah, we'll set that up sometime. And Jim's like, how about today? How about right now?
Yeah. And D'Angelo's like, I don't know.
Oh,
and we think he's going to try to get out of it. And then he says, well, no one has called NASA to request a liftoff. That's right. Game on.
Game on. They're going to go down to the warehouse. Jim has measured out the distance from the baseline to the free throw line, but he makes a mistake. Did you catch it?
No.
So Jim says the free throw line is 15 feet from the baseline. It's not. It's 15 feet from the basket.
From the goal, yeah.
It's 19 feet from the baseline.
Oh, yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
I thought you'd be impressed.
I am very impressed.
Basketball. I didn't know that. Okay, let me confess. I read that on Dunderpedia.
Oh.
Thank you, Dunderpedia.
You're welcome. Thank you, Dunderpedia.
I would not have got that on my own.
We should also say Dwight attends because D'Angelo yells at him.
Yes.
So loudly, and Dwight responds to strong leadership. When Will Ferrell as D'Angelo yelled like that, it was so hard not to laugh. He's funny at yelling. He's funny at everything. I got a little nugget for you guys, something that wasn't scripted. When D'Angelo says, does someone want to sit in Kevin's lap? That was scripted. Okay, but when he says, Angela, and I say no, and he says Oscar, and Oscar says no thank you. Yeah. That was not in the script.
I love that moment so much. That is so great. Well, guys, what's going to happen is that D'Angelo is going to dunk the ball, and then the whole, what do you call that thing? Basketball hoop thing falls on him, and he's going to get sent to the hospital.
The whole thing teeters over on top of him.
Yes.
Which would be very, very bad because those
Anyone
things are
else
really
getting
heavy.
invaded?
Fan question from Mag
By
C
Rabbi
in
Rothschild?
Yorkville, Illinois. How did you guys do the
I'm
scene
not
when
seeing it
D'Angelo
yet.
does the basketball dunk? Well, everyone, this was our stunt gone horribly wrong.
Yeah.
When Greg was in the studio with us, we asked him if he remembered this moment. He did. Here's what he had to say.
He said, "No one's trying
I
to."
still think about that constantly. It was horrible. And, I wasn't running the show then, Paul was, and I was coming in to watch. And there was Will Ferrell, and the joke was that he was going to dunk this basketball in the warehouse. And our special effects guys had rigged a harness for him and a rope and a pulley. And their idea was he's going to run, he's going to jump as high as he can jump. And then at the very apex of his jump, they were going to yank on his clothesline, and he was going to seamlessly continue his arc until he was tall enough to dunk. And it would look like he could dunk the ball. And I had enormous reservations about this. I just from the physics of it, I was like, I can't understand. Yeah, the idea that his mass is going to, just before it starts to go down, they're going to seamlessly keep it going, and you're not going to be able to tell. So I was very skeptical, and the first take, he jumps and then he, starts to fall, and they start pulling on this thing, and it just looks like this weird up and down thing that is not possible. And then they're like, no, you got to pull harder. You didn't pull hard enough. And so the second, next take, he runs, they yank on this thing, and he's just pile driven into the rim of the basketball. This horrible crash. You're like, oh my God, he was so nice to come help us out and do a few episodes. And it was such a disaster.
I remember it. I will never forget it. It was so shocking. It was crazy, Angela.
My brain couldn't wrap itself around it. I didn't understand how he got from the ground up there so fast. And I remember just being stunned.
Well, Randy said that the stunt assistants pulled so hard that he flew up much higher than they planned. His knee got rammed into the basketball hoop, and he got a really bad cut on his leg, just below his knee. We had to bring our set medic out and all that stuff. Randy said he was going to call a rap on it and just be like, forget it, we're not doing this again. And he said Will pulled him aside, and he said, hey, listen, I don't want you to blame anyone. I don't want you to punish anyone. I am fine. I am not in pain. I'd like to try it again. I mean, what?
Yeah.
Will Ferrell, I know. I would be like, I am going home. But I think that all the time. I watch people tough it out in situations, and I'm like, I'm out. Goodbye. Randy said he allowed one more take at Will's request, and at that time
they auto-corrected.
Yeah, they kind of lifted him, and it never really ended up being what they needed. But at that point, they were like, we're calling it. We're just going to have to go with the footage that we have. Randy said that at Rap, he walked Will Ferrell to his car, and he was just apologizing profusely and saying do you want to go to the ER? What can we do for this cut on your leg? And he said that Will looked at him and quoted a famous line from Monty Python and just said, "'Tis but a scratch, merely a flesh wound." And he assured him, he said, I'll be fine. I'll be on time for work tomorrow morning. Don't you worry.
Wow.
I know.
Well, I was curious about what was in the shooting draft for this moment. And this is what it says. An ambulance pulls out of the parking lot, lights flashing, sirens blaring. Everyone is stunned. Daryl is worried and says, will he be okay? And Andy says, the EMT said probably not.
Oh my gosh.
This would have taken us to a tag scene at the end. D'Angelo is going to show up in a hospital gown with his head bandaged. He's speaking gibberish. Jim is going to ask Aaron to call 911. One of my favorite moments is when Aaron says, "Who should I say is calling?"
I know.
And Jim goes, "Aaron." And there are two things I have a question about. One, where is Pam in this tag?
I don't know. You know, originally D'Angelo sits down at Pam's computer and starts typing. So I couldn't be there. That's why, one reason why I'm not there is because he was going to come type. And you know, I don't know if you saw this in the shooting draft, but the very end of this episode, the camera was going to swing over, and we were going to see what D'Angelo had typed.
Yes, and even though he was speaking gibberish, he would have typed. Jenna, you have it, right?
I have it. This is what would have been the last shot. Please help. I am of sound mind, and I am a prisoner in my body. My family is arranging to have power of attorney over me and intends to issue a DNR order. This is not in my interest. Please contact my lawyer, Fred Nestor. His number is in my BlackBerry, which is on my dresser to the left of my watch.
Yeah, that's how it would have ended. Instead, it ends with them sort of escorting him out. You guys, I couldn't keep it together in this scene. You fully see me laugh. You see me smile and laugh because, you know, they wrote out a few gibberish words for Will, but then he mostly just started to make stuff up.
Yes.
And it was a little different each time. And I couldn't keep it together. I'm fully unprofessional at the end of this episode. I'll put it in stories, but I totally break.
Well, I've got a time code for you, thanks to Nick N in Minnesota.
Did someone else see?
Yeah, it's 21 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah.
And then almost right after that, Nick pointed out at 21:35, right after Will makes a sneezing noise, you can see John tilt his head down to the floor to try and hide his smile, but his body language says that he broke into hysterical laughter the very moment the scene cuts.
Well, before we say goodbye to this episode, Jenna, I wanted to read you an article I found in the New York Times by Dave Itzkoff. It came out April 6th of 2011. He had come to set to interview Will Ferrell about being on The Office and about what this meant for the show with Michael Scott leaving. You and I have shared during this time there was a lot of uncertainty. Well, here's what he said. What The Office producers may lack in clarity or candor about their vision for the show's future, they amply make up for in nervousness. Asked a few questions about a possible replacement for Mr. Carell, Mr. Lieberstein became agitated. He started, stopped, and retracted his responses multiple times before settling on the following answer. We have decided to go past Steve with the cast we have. Because of the cast we have. Even so, The Office is front-loading its May 19th finale with guest stars like Ricky Gervais and Will Arnett, while ratcheting up anticipation for an announcement of Michael Scott's full-time replacement.
Well, I'll tell you this, lady, in anticipation of finishing out this season and moving into next season, I have been digging as much as I can to try to find information on the behind-the-scenes scuttlebutt. And I found out some kind of fun things, and I'm excited to share, but I'm going to wait until we kick off season 8.
Oh my gosh, Jenna. I love it when you get a bee in your bonnet.
I'm like, I remember a lot of things, but then I think there's things I don't know, and I want to know.
Oh, well, I can't wait. I will be looking forward to that.
I will say this, I did get pulled into Paul's office for a one-on-one where he asked my opinion of who I thought should be the next manager.
Really? Oh, you've got to give all that up.
I'll share.
Okay.
I'll share for season 8.
Well, that was Inner Circle. And guess what? Next week, we're going to be back with Will Ferrell.
He's going to join us, and he's going to talk about his arc on the show.
You guys have a great week. We love you.
See you then. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
because I don't know if you guys had things where you're like, at first you're like,
Yes.
no way, hard pass, and then
Mhm.
it's really safe. Want to do it this way?
Yeah.
Da, da, da. And you're like, okay, I can't. I don't know if I could look Vivica in the eye and be like, I'm going to do this skydiving thing. It's going to be totally cool.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hello!
Hi, lady. How are ya?
I'm very excited.
Well, I'm excited. Before we get to it, you're having a super cute hair day.
Oh my gosh, lady, I got my hair cut and I got it colored. And so it's like very fresh.
It looks saucy and
Thank you. Well, it's good timing too because we have a special guest today.
We do. You guys,
You gave me a compliment. Can I give you a compliment?
Yeah.
I love your sweater.
Thank
I said
you.
it when you walked in and you said it was,
It's like 6 years old.
it's so cute.
Because I can't take a compliment. You're like, I like your sweater. And I was like, it's really old.
Well, the point is, we look really stinking cute today, and it's a good thing because someone's here.
Yeah, we zhuzhed up because we have a guest. Here today is Will Ferrell, woo, otherwise known as D'Angelo Vickers. We thought we would do a little, I don't know, summary of Will Ferrell, but come on, you guys all know him. He was on Saturday Night Live for so many years. He was amazing. He got an Emmy nomination for being on SNL.
You know, he's also been in a gazillion movies. I was in a movie with him, Blades of Glory. He's also been in Elf, Anchorman, Kicking and Screaming, Talladega Nights, Semi-Pro, Step Brothers,
All great movies.
and he received Golden Globe nominations for his roles in The Producers and Stranger Than Fiction, and for producing Vice.
Also, he's done so many voiceovers. If you guys like the Lego movies like my kids, then you know he was Lord Business and he was hilarious. He might be the funniest person on the planet, Jenna. He might be one of the funniest people I've ever met.
This is true.
Mm-hmm.
We got to spend over an hour chatting with him. We talked about his time in the office, but we also just talked about life and
All kinds of things.
all kinds of things. It was really fun. He's just, oh my gosh, he's everything I remembered him to be when we worked with him.
So nice, so funny, but just a charming human to be around.
Well, before we get to that interview, we do have a little announcement, little office ladies business.
Yeah,
We are taking the next 2 weeks off,
that's right. We have our kids' spring break.
and I'm doing a movie.
Drum roll, Jenna's doing a movie.
Yes, I am doing the Mean Girls movie musical for Paramount Plus, written by Tina Fey.
I can't wait to see it. It's going to be so great. You said Tim Meadows is back.
Yes, Tim Meadows is in it, and you know I did Walk Hard with Tim Meadows, so I'm so excited.
And he was on The Office. We love him.
I play Ms. Heron. I play Katie's mom. I have shot one day on the movie so far, but now I have to go back to do the bulk of my work over these next couple of weeks. I mean, just based on the one
Fucking
day I've done so
ViralRabbi.
far, I could not
There's
be
just
more
some
excited.
unmedicated driver
So,
that's
sorry
just
guys,
on,
but we
right?
have to hit pause on the podcast. We'll be back in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
All right,
And
we're going to take a
ViralRabbi
break,
is
and then we'll be
not
back with Will Ferrell. Woohoo! I don't know if you made a New Year's resolution this year, but did you know that most people give up on their resolutions before the end of January?
But
Rory
guess what?
was clear.
Walmart Plus can help you save your resolutions this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like free delivery, gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more.
I decided in January that I just wanted to get a few new things for my wardrobe. I wanted to do button-down shirts just to get out of my rut of the t-shirt and hoodie all the time. I found 2 great button-downs at Walmart Plus. Super soft, love them. And they have free shipping with no order minimum. So if your resolution is like mine, Walmart Plus helps you save on all the clothes and accessories to help brighten up a new look. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution.
Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details. This is an ode to the McDonald's French fry. They are so delicious. I get very excited about McDonald's French fries.
Because they're the best fries. They really are. From my childhood to my adulthood, I love the McDonald's fry. Why are they so good? I don't know. Is it what they're cooked in? Is it the way they're cut? What is it? I don't know. Everyone knows this though. The McDonald's
You know
fry. What?
My happiest moment, because I love to get a Happy Meal, it's just the perfect size for me. But sometimes some of the fries fall out and they're at the bottom of the Happy Meal, and I think I'm done with my fries, and then there's a few bonus ones at the bottom. Get your favorite McDonald's fries today. Yay!
Welcome, Will Ferrell.
Yay, Will's here.
I love the theme song.
Thank you.
Wait, you're best friends.
Yes.
Was that pre the show or during the show?
During the show.
Welcome to move. Welcome to move. Yoshi. They never told you they didn't say, are you married? Nobody's ever said you're married? Are you married? Is it runway? Did you do another thing? You doing OnlyFans? Have you done OnlyFans? But I know about OnlyFans and most people that are out and a lot of people that actually succeed. Does it have to be nude or can you just be a friend? Well, it could be anything, honestly. If you have some art form or T-sword or if you want to show like some sort of skill that you can find somewhere or whatever the case, then anything. What if I did an OnlyFans and it's only for guys to speak for the completely clear, up and take to the high 70s, maybe even low 80s in value. Great time to hit the window. The 15-wheeler operating the biggest indoor tailgate in Southern California. Full drinks, giveaways, the big game on February 11th. The Longo Huge Trail Race. Visit the giveaway. You get a free ticket and you can buy your way into the World Festival Worship Game Program. The also Tucker Bunny with Jefferson Taylor. And also a flurry of prizes. You get a red car telescope or a $1,000 prize. When you're in 2020, you're trying to get the money. Secret Food Mart in your shop for Valentine's Day late birthdays and room for $109. Woo! You know, place to go. You want to go for resort and spa. Good time for everybody. Looking for some drizzle through the night tonight? We're going to take the breeze and support tomorrow with sunny and living around. We'll find more warmth. You can do some straight out and go to the gym. 55 and Pasadena, 52 and you can really hit those across the Irvine. It can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack.
Oh, that felt so good for that, bro. Good for you guys. That is so nice of you. That's really nice of them.
ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employees who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can find ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. City of Los Angeles landlords that own rent control properties. Starting February 1st, you'll be able to increase rent from 4% for your rent control property. An extra 1% for utilities up to 6%. And be added only if you pay the entire gas and electric bill. And don't forget to give your tenant an advance 30-day written notice for your rent increases at less than 10%. It will stay for you. Learn more about the rent increase at housing.lacity.org. That's housing.lacity.org. So then
Maybe it's actually the outro. Okay, but when is it fucking up to me? What? Where should I see? Roadhouse would be good. John Kennedy Jr. Somebody that better be number one. This is and the fourth,
years of 30-minute charger offered by Electrify America on the 2024 iOS 12. This offer is only available at Sterling BMW through BMW Financial Service. Visit SterlingBMW.com. And one thing that they hired, I think it's 50 people over the summer or in the fall. And then they just hired 115 people this week. And that seems good. But if anybody from LA Times is listening, let me give you a quick tip. This is where the tip is. Here's a quick tip for you. There's an article in the LA Times in the opinion section. Over polls showing how against President Biden question mark, please stop. That's the title of the article. And so you click on it, and then it says, don't miss this deal, sign up for the LA Times, subscribe now, and you can read the article. Or, you just take the title of an article, and you type it into your browser, the name browser bar, and when it comes up, the Yahoo News, that exact same article, and you can read it for free. So, and they've been doing it for years and decades, at least as long as I'm aware. So the only time cannot figure out how to stop people from printing their articles for free. I don't know how the New York Times has been able to do it. The Wall Street Journal has been able to do it, but for some reason, people keep stealing these LA Times articles and printing them everywhere. And until they figure out how to do that, it's hard to pay for something that you can get for free. So I don't know how they're going to make money. I guess they lose 30 or 40 million, $50 million a year. And there's some terrific writers. There's writers out there. Once they can figure that out, they're going to figure out how to start making money. So, runners, Mark Runners, I know you're with the Mark Kelly show, so you're working overtime and stuff. But you're talking to newspapers also. You work at Seattle Times? I did, and I made it through a round of layoffs and shrinkage and the whole thing. They're going to, they are in a before. But what happened to Seattle Times? Is it the same reason they're laying people off and making people money? It's always the same. What am I trying to say? They can't keep up things. They never did figure out how to make money until it was economic. I kind of alluded to it now. You can get good articles free. Well, every single decision he makes seems to be kind of common sense. I mean, lawmakers have said, we'll let the streets and the trust laws if you want to cooperate together. You make somebody pay for one subscription and you can access anything. There are all sorts of solutions that have been floated. Everything these clueless, arrogant newspaper managers and owners do makes the problem worse. But that's all the top. When you look at Seattle Times, what was the biggest, of the most amount of people laid off? Was there a big one that you remember? Well, it was constant. The hallways were like a slaughterhouse. They were like slaughterhouse. People always crying in the hallways. People were mad. People were in violence. And there was a features reporter. They got rid of that whole department. Moved to Metro News. So it's the ongoing extinction of newspapers has been about 2 decades strong into the light. But you know, I think they missed the boat, and there might be in many areas, so I think they lost a lot of money. I remember the LA Times used to be on Sunday, and they do like 2 or 3 inches thick. It was really big newspaper, and everybody was classified. They made a lot of money on classified. They didn't figure out how to use the internet to promote it. Well, we've done much work. We've taken all the classified content on the internet, and we took a big chunk out of it. That wasn't the whole thing by any means.
Larry Johnson
They
replay.
kind of made themselves irrelevant. But what is the solution? You're running the paper, and where do these reporters go? I mean, where else can you go in LA to write? Is there another newspaper that I don't know about? I wonder about the people who were journalists who were looking for Amazon and all that. It's a horrible thing that easy to share. And people who go into journalism don't make a ton of money. It's a calling, and they do it because, like me, they pay plays, and they know people are paying with it. So people into like university PR things that they're suited for, but there's nothing like women. Because our Asian right writers Michael Joseph, he's one of the best writers alive in the United States right now. He's got money show. He's terrific. Did he survive the test? If he didn't, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, if he is not a survivor in this teenage, they have no hope whatsoever. Who's always on? I think it's Mike Johnson. I think Anthony Wright, he's terrific. I have another intern in Seattle, and he's a sharp group. I think we had him on a couple years ago. I remember when but for those people who've been fired, and like all of you, like, this has got to be, first of all, this is the worst time of year. You have all the bills coming in from holidays. Nobody's really hiring anymore. And if you don't have a severance package, which they take you for the next 4 or 5 years, you now have to go out and get a job tomorrow. Oh, yeah. I mean, the thing is, I don't know what nobody. Here's how it is. These real buildings, you don't have to do that. Anyway, the other times, if you haven't heard the story, they let 150 people from the military die. 150 people. It's a big deal. It's just something to look at. Let me tell you just one more thing before we go, which is that newspapers are the people who do all the legwork. I mean, we have reporters here, TV has reporters, but we don't have them like that. Newspapers are the source for everything. And once they're got it, you're going to notice you don't get a whole lot of local news anymore. Like, they're the only ones, like for instance, that's the point. The TV news has the cover city. They never cover city all the way to the and that's why they had corruption on the city. They didn't do this with the money. That was exactly what? What? You're not. Well, most people are kind of parents right here until after 6. What you need to know is what you need to know. 6 people have been killed in the prison. I'm working on the election to apply 24 hour news time. 6 people have been found dead and in 2 cars among the lines in the high desert. All sheriffs and investigators have not confirmed whether the people were shot. One of the cars appears to have bullet in it and its windows blown out. San Diego County Sheriff spokeswoman Mara Rodriguez says deputies reported to the area last night.
What? You're like a dog, seeing another dog. Yep. This is cold. Trees, baby. They're important.
with no coverage. They're on AM 640. They're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And if you didn't get a chance to hear my conversation with Kevin Smith, make sure you check that out. You can get it KFIAM640.com or my website, MrNoShow.com. The reason I recommend it is a very good conversation. I enjoy talking to him. It also gives you a little preview of what you may get. Even more tomorrow, as Kevin Smith puts on for Nigeria and Kenya from Names and Names analysis. Be sure to check that out. Check out my conversation with him, as well as listen to KFI AM640 tomorrow when he's in for Jerry and Shannon. Now, you've chosen tonight this to talk about this new bill, which is making its way through Sacramento, which is designed to crack down on retail theft, especially for people offenders. And let me just tell you, give you a quick preview. I'm all for it. I am all for it. Also, the Las Vegas to California high-speed electric rail project gets an okay for another $2.5 billion in the audience. And you think, wait, that's way too much money. But hey, it's going to bring a lot of jobs. And I actually love how it is shaping up as well for that. And did you know that there's a budget airline? Let me start right there. Budget airline. There's certain things which I don't think should be budget airlines. You want to hear about a budget surgeon. You want to hear about a budget dentist. You don't want to hear about a budget paramedic. If there's a budget airline which is launching new flights from LAX and John Wayne Airport, I'll tell you about that. And the homeless census is underway. Let me start talking about it. Now, the 2024 Greater Los Angeles Homeless Count began today. You know it's Wednesday, so we're going to have live and unscripted with Saturday people here in studio. And let me just see, are there any other people out there? Anybody who loves hot and spicy food? Sometimes we like to make fun of it. I see that Mark Howard on his way up. You're a couple person, a spicy food person, for 24 hours. Like you think about that. What is it about spicy food or hot food which is so appealing? I think that's how it's always unlike the people in the Philippines that ate some hot stuff as a kid that absolutely destroyed me. My tongue shrieking, sticking my toes into my mouth outdoors, and me, and I just couldn't get my hot food out there. So one of our guests tonight is Shakina Rashidi. She is the star of Hulu's new documentary series, 2-part documentary series, which is available right now, called Super Hot, The Spicy World of Pepper People. So she is someone who has won about, I believe, 97 consecutive pepper contests, pepper eating, chili pepper eating contests. And she's trying to go all the way to 100, and the series on Hulu right now, Super Hot, The Spicy World of Pepper People, documents her journey. She will be joining us tonight. She is the UK chili queen of the chili peppers. You get the viral load that Tiffany House is customary on a Wednesday. And here's something else. I want you to make sure that you put this down on your calendar. Really important. Because on Monday, I will get to talk to two of the stars of the Limelight today, which is coming to Orange County, Costa Mesa, and talking about the 17th Summit for the Arts. The Limelight Tour is going to be running from February 1st to February 25th. And on Monday, near maybe the end of my conversation with two of the stars from the Limelight Tour, we're going to be giving away a family tour package, the opening night of the Limelight Tour at the 17th Summit for the Arts in Costa Mesa, Orange County. I told you when we started, so we want to be giving away stuff. We want to give away tickets. We have great interviews and opportunities for you to participate in some of the great things that are going on here in Southern California. Well, this is that in real time. We have a family forecast on Monday that we're giving away to some special listeners of Mayor with No Child. And you may not know this, but Child has been working on this relationship with different journals and different publishers to make sure when we talk about these great events, they make sure to give us some tickets that we can give to you. You can go. In fact, we will offer the opportunity to see the Limelight Tour. But, you know, it was like on a weeknight. You wanted to do it. Can't do it. Would have been free. Can't do it. Just couldn't offer at the time. Now, Mark Howard saying, like, hey, look at this. You can't you want in the news group that the whole news operation is bad. If you're technical with somebody who can go through the process, that's fine, but not that you might just have to do that. But it's true. So you've been working on these relationships so we can get these great giveaways for these great performances. Like literally, I love that every time someone comes up and I'm promoting the show, I love every time it goes so good. The way that it makes it listen to people. It's not enough to talk about it, be on this court, share the experience, talk about the show. If we can't reward someone with listening, with the opportunity to see it for themselves, and to report back and let us know. And we got some more stuff coming too. I can't talk about it until it's confirmed and we know, because I don't want to get back into breaking the news. Me too, I think it's something like we have a lot of great stuff that just coming up. And after the show, you know, in the same week, we had two major stories break on Netflix. You know that they're related. And if I were to tell you at once that Netflix is going to screw WWE Raw, which I love, but it's going to be a $5 billion deal, you know somebody's going to have to pay for it. And what also happened is the other two dropped. Netflix is preparing to phase out its basic plan. So they're not officially raising the prices, they're making it impossible for you to pay their lowest price. Think of how it's now, okay? If you want to tell yourself that they're not raising prices, fine, but you won't get into your basic plan anymore. You want to keep Netflix and help them pay off the WWE Raw $5 billion deal. We'll get into that later on and see what you think about that. And did you know there's going to be a new Jurassic World movie? I understand it because those movies were making $1 billion somehow, some way. I have not walked out on a movie in maybe 25 years. Physically walked out, even though I had spent my money. The most recent Jurassic World movie, I couldn't get 30 minutes in. Yes, there were kids who were aggravating me, almost got into a verbal altercation with them. Yeah, that's part of it. But it was very easy to walk out on that particular movie. It was horrible. And to think they're going to do another one. We will get into that tonight as well. So much to talk about. So much fun to have. So keep it right here on ViralRabbi 640 only live on your app. It's Rick with no Kelly. Now let's go to Matt Brown and hear our technical manager. Says it exposes technical with 75-year history due to rebellious, heartbreaking, property damage, theft, and robberies affecting customers and employees alike. It's only restaurant in Oakland. United Auto Workers Union has endorsed President Biden for the 2024 presidential election, citing Biden being the fifth sitting president in particularly, and claiming former President Trump doesn't care about the American worker. And Jon Stewart will be returning to the Daily Show on Monday through the 2024 election cycle. SoCal weather, cloudy, drizzling with tonight, lows in the lower 50s, mid-40s with some rain around NYU. This is the first lightning from Asheville. I'm from Southern California, Florida, due to traffic center. Let's go stations. We've got a 422 Pasadena. Fast lane eastbound right at Hill Avenue. 3 cars involved there. Also right in Bronx for your ride turns up as we approach the 134. And as you enter there in 57 northbound Bridge, you'll see some possible traffic. If you make your way across Lambert Road, that's going to pay dividends when you get to the Big Street. There's a good news on the 215 southbound in Riverside, right at Central or Star Park. You can shoot out of the harbor lane or drive it slowly over that lanes on the 9160 split. Purifying the skies helps keep you there faster and save on the rain. over to the illegal side, then there is a requisite punishment for that. Like, for example, speeding, yeah, people are going to continue to speed. So just because you have speed laws, it doesn't mean that people are going to speed. So, you get a $500 fine, that may deter some people. And also, you can make it punitive in nature, where if you should do it and you continue to do it if you're a repeat offender, then the punishment infinite. But then you have also somebody does 1772, which would require jail time for repeat theft. This was introduced by Assembly Member James Ryan, who authored the bill. And he said that it's going to be sworn past the president on April 1st. He introduced the bill. It has bipartisan support at the beginning of this year, earlier this month, along with authors Assembly Member Valencia and Devin Mathis. This is Josh Brown, who is owner of Zanzibar Offshore Trade Imports on Broadway in Sacramento. He said it's devastating. It's an enormous violation that honestly is not easily recoverable from. Yes, this is a blight on our cities, and it is making it what we were talking about during the debate about the internet, which is closed and open due to time. I'm quite sure that there are any number of businesses which have struggled with these repeated thefts. Some of them have been publicized. We've seen videos of them using cars to back into businesses where they have been takeovers, and then it's moved into a looting situation. And if you think all these businesses have the requisite insurance or the money to cover the damages, no, they don't. There's a reason that they're called small businesses. Yes, it impacts the Targets and Walmarts and major retailers, but it is devastating to the smaller businesses. And I was mentioning in Zanzibar Fair Trade, which is owned by Josh Brown, his stock was hit by a thief last October who stole $100,000 worth of antiques. How does a business handle that? I'm not so sure most businesses can. But this is also part and parcel of the debates surrounding Prop 47, which made theft under $950 a misdemeanor. AB 1772 would require 1 to 3 years of jail time on conviction of not a second theft crime, a third theft crime. So if you are being prosecuted for the third time for theft, and you would then be required 1 to 3 years of jail time, yeah, I'm okay with that. I am fine with that. It's good. We're not talking about someone who's some 16-year-old who gets caught up in a smoking rob who just had the first offense on his or her record. But we're talking about the third time being caught. So absolutely, I would actually go to the other end of the spectrum because, 1 or 3 years, I don't know if that's enough of a punishment you're talking about. Obviously punishment. In Sacramento County, this is just Sacramento County. There are currently 33,000 outstanding misdemeanor warrants. They recently arrested 300 people, and 233 of them were cited with respect to Prop 47. But in relation to Prop 47, AB 1772 would not do away with the $950 threshold of Prop 47. But it's just saying repeat offenders, be it
Yes. Yeah. Nhớ thằng
I love the theme song.
Thank you.
Wait, you're best friends?
Yes.
Was that pre the show or during the show?
During the show.
You guys became friends
Yes.
on the show.
Yes.
Wow.
Became besties.
And maybe one of, if not the greatest takeaway of doing the show in a weird way, right?
100%.
100%.
That's what Steve
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a best friend, Will?
From The Office
Sure.
that I made.
Because that's the only context
It's
we
only
can
Office specific.
In those 4 episodes.
Who's your best friend from those 4 episodes? You can say Steve, you knew him before.
Yeah, I guess I'll say Steve.
Okay. Yeah.
Since I knew him before.
Okay. Not Creed. You and Creed aren't hanging out.
I didn't talk to Creed that much.
No.
I didn't talk to it was an interesting time.
Oh. This sounds like it's going to be a
It was
hard
an
hit.
interesting time. Well, anyway.
We'll get there.
Yeah,
I bet
we'll
we
get
have
there.
some questions that
Yeah.
crack
Okay.
that open.
Yeah.
Okay, best friend in real life.
Best friend in real life.
You can say their first name only if you don't want to alienate all the other friends.
I'm gonna say the initial J.
Jay's been there for you
Yes.
through thick and thin.
Thick and thin.
All right, well, here we go. In preparing for this interview, Jen and I were Googling. We were looking you up on the internet.
Okay.
I stumbled across something on your Wikipedia page that really cracked me up. I have to read it to you.
Let's see if it's
Okay,
if it
if it's
holds muster.
right. Okay, they list all the types of acting genres that you were featured in.
Okay.
Ready? Here are the genres: improvisational comedy, sketch comedy, physical comedy, character comedy, cringe comedy, political satire, surreal humor, anti-humor, and deadpan.
Wow. Is that like
Those are all the
that's the
things
whole spectrum
you can do.
in comedy in a weird way?
I mean,
I love cringe,
cringe comedy.
and then I'm in anti-comedy.
Yes.
That's the one I didn't understand. What is anti-humor?
I mean,
Is that not drama? It's a type of
guess, or is it something that's actually really funny that person thought was not funny,
and described it as anti-comedy.
I don't know. This one,
I couldn't tell
When's
if
it
they
going
were.
for people? I've
they
never
were-
heard that.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if they were praising you
I
or
love that
throwing
it's
shade
on
at you.
my Wikipedia page, which I obviously don't curate at all. But I'm gonna now start telling people that's my specialty, anti-comedy.
Anti-humor.
Look on Wikipedia.
Some people
It's
think it's
there.
It's there.
Some people think
It's
it's
a real
deadpan.
thing.
No.
It's
It's
anti-humor.
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 This is anti-humor.
Anti-humor.
Will, before we get started, I did want to introduce myself to you. Jenna Fisher.
Right.
We
Yes.
did Blades of Glory
Yes.
together. We did The Office.
Yes.
This is a little inside joke because I told a story on the podcast. I'm sure you don't remember, but early on in knowing you, every time I would run into you after we did Blades of Glory, I would say, Will, hey, Jenna Fisher, we did Blades of Glory. And at one event, you took me by the hand. You said, Jenna, I know who you are. I do.
You don't need
I know you.
to introduce me every time.
And I was like, okay, well, you've worked with so many people. You've done so many things. I just thought maybe I would help you recall me if needed.
Right.
It was really a sweet moment.
Okay.
You're like, you don't ever have to do this.
So I told her when you showed up today, I was like, you have to
introduce yourself again.
Was there something else we worked on too? Or were those the two main things?
You know, it's so funny. I felt like there
I
was.
felt like there was too.
But in Googling us, I couldn't find it. What else have we done?
I thought there was something before Blades.
Were you in Step Brothers? No. But I was in that movie with Will Arnett and Will Forte, the brothers Solomon.
Solomon, I wasn't
But
in
you
that.
weren't in that.
No.
I know. I went through my list of things.
They weren't looking for anti-humor.
No, I guess not. No.
So you didn't get the job.
The phone didn't ring.
Not for that one.
Not for that one.
No.
Here is a question we ask all of our guests. How did you get your job on The Office?
I got my job on The Office. I had called up my peeps,
Mm-hmm.
my
posse.
my representation. No, I just thrown it out that I knew it was Steve's last year, and I just said, God, I would love to do something in that last season. I was thinking it'd be just a cameo or whatever.
Right.
It's up for anything. And my agent called me back and said, oh, yeah, they're thrilled. In fact, they want to know. Greg was like, would you actually want to do a whole arc? Like 4 shows. And I thought, yeah, why not? That'd be great. But that's what I was alluding to when I didn't talk to many people on the set, because those last shows were emotionally charged, and you guys were all having a moment. I'm like, what am I doing here? I shouldn't be here. I was always like, oh my God, everyone's crying. There's another read through. Everyone's going to cry. And I was like, I was invited to the party, and I wasn't. Someone realized way after the fact, Will shouldn't be here. And while I had a great time, and it was so fun to, be a part of your guys' thing, there was a big part of it. It was like, I just really felt like an outsider. To no one's fault, but it was like, as you guys know, this end of an era, and
We were all just in our feelings.
Oh yeah, and you should have been. And so that's where I was like, I didn't talk to a lot of people because I didn't feel like
You were like, I'm just going to stay out of the way.
I'm just going to stay out of the way.
Uh-huh.
Because you guys are all having private moments, and it was almost, it was like, sign my yearbook. End of year. Make sure.
So I have such a distinct memory when we were doing Michael's Last Dundies.
Yes.
My character gets the award for kind of a bitch, and I had to go up there. And while we were doing the scene, we had a moment where we took a lighting break or something, and I was standing next to you, and I just said to you, "How's it going?" And you said, "Oh, it's great. It's great. I kind of feel like I'm doing comedy bits at a funeral sometimes." And I was like, yeah. But I'll just never forget. I was like, oh, this is going to be so hard. It's going to be so hard to come in and try to be like the new funny guy. And we're all just like,
We had a really fun fan question. This question from Joanna S. Did anyone advise you not to take this role?
Oh, Joanna, no. that makes me laugh. The image of a lot of people calling me going, be careful.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Hey,
You might want to.
can we talk? You might want to.
Although you might be great at it because there might be some anti-humor.
Yeah. No one advised me not to take the role. Which, previously to what we were talking about, it was so fun to be there too. It was great to watch you guys all work and be a part of that as well. But it was really surreal. Yeah.
From our perspective, you folded into the show so naturally,
Oh, good.
like
Oh, you
so
fucking
easily. And you were there that one episode after Steve had left.
Yes.
You stayed for one more.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh, we were so happy to have you there.
Just as a little bit of a bridge.
Yeah.
And your energy is similar to Steve's. You
Yeah.
guys are both so nice.
Right.
And just your kindness and your humor. We were like, okay, good.
But singing the Rent song in in Steve losing it, I was like, if there was a camera on me, I'd be like, oh, he's not acting. Oh, he's
That deer in headlights is real.
I was like, oh my God. Okay, yeah, right, of course. Oh, now I get the scene. That was so sweet and powerful. And
Yeah, and we
All of
were
your-
all
yeah.
crying. We were
Yes.
all looking at you
Yeah.
because you were standing in the front of the room with Steve, and we were all looking at you crying.
Yeah.
I am just now in this moment,
Yeah.
like putting myself in your shoes and imagining what it must have been like for you to stand there and Steve is crying next
Yes.
to you. We're all crying, and
And
you're
then
just like,
as-
hey.
D'Angelo Vickers,
Uh-huh.
who has no emotional attachment, then the more takes we did, then it started getting to me too.
Right. And you're like, D'Angelo can't cry here.
D'Angelo can't cry here. He doesn't have anything invested.
Here's another fan question.
Okay.
This is from Shell F. Had you watched the show before you came on?
Yes, I had watched the show many times, and yeah, I was a fan like everyone else, and just loved, all the stuff everyone was doing, and all the writing and the cast, and just, as you guys know, kind of a perfect storm of all those things put together. Which is why the combination of that and knowing Steve, but all of those things were the reason why I called up. I was like, gosh, would they fit me in? And you guys did.
And you got to go play with one of your best friends.
Yeah,
You got to
exactly.
go, yeah.
And that was so fun to revisiting the episodes. I had totally forgotten that first.
The first meeting between Michael and D'Angelo.
Yeah, where we're at the bar and calling
Yes.
each other, and we don't realize it. And it was like I was watching them all for the first time. It was just so fun to see how well constructed that was, and just so stupid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this is actually a great time for me to share this with you. I saw online a list of fan favorite quotes from D'Angelo.
Okay.
Here are some really good ones. Top of the list, Colorado, the Sunshine State.
Yes.
That baby could be the star of a show called Babies I Don't Care About. Everyone I know who skis is dead. I never touch another juggler's instruments. And then, is there an animal shelter on the way? Annie Shelto.
You know what's really fun about having done those 4 shows is the gift that keeps on giving, which is the, Greg and Paul obviously thought of that bit of the juggling without my juggling apparatus.
We got more mail about that scene.
Oh my gosh.
People want to hear everything you have to say about the juggling.
But I remember thinking, how and why did you guys think of it this way? I forget what their reason was, but that was just such a genius, weirdo thing that he still wants to show off his juggling.
Yes.
Yeah. He had his
Without
own
any
box.
juggling.
Yes. And I have now done that bit on stage no less than 20 times.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it's like a go-to. Because, people will have like a little charity show or this and that where it's like, would you come do
Sure.
a 5-minute thing or whatever you want to do? It's like ready-made.
Yeah.
Perfect. So I'll come out and I'll say, just introduce me as so-and-so, and that I'm a juggler who's worked for 20 years down at Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco or something. So I come out, I do the whole thing of like, I'm so sorry, I left. I have a little case, I'll open up, there'll be nothing in there.
Oh my gosh, what's
Oh my
happened
God,
to them?
I'm so embarrassed. All my juggling balls, I left them in another case. I don't know what to do. And then coax the audience and like, unless I could just do my act without them, and everyone applauds.
Yeah, yeah.
And I do the whole thing.
Do you do the balls invisibly on someone's head?
Yes, I'll
Oh
pull someone
my
out of the
gosh.
audience.
I love that.
And then I'll do that, and
I believe that defies like physics and
Yes.
gravity. It's not a possible move.
and I whisper to them like, stay as still as you can. And people will be taken really seriously, and they'll sit in the chair,
Yeah.
and they won't blink, and I'll just throw the balls off the head. And I play the same
Evanescence
song. I do the whole thing. Anyway,
That is amazing.
it's the gift that keeps on giving.
One
Oh
of
my
my favorite
gosh.
part of it is at the end when it lands on the back of your head.
Yes. Yes.
You're gonna catch it there.
Mhm. And Kevin's like, didn't drop a single ball.
Right. So that was a highlight for sure
Yeah.
for me. But also to just have to force you guys to watch it all. For how many takes did
I saw myself breaking in so many takes
So
with
many.
you. So many I would see, and also not just me, but you would see shoulders. Like shoulders are the dead giveaway, and we were cracking up. And then I just wanted to know, and we had people write in. Have you ever juggled? Do you know anything about juggling?
No, I still can't juggle to
You
this day.
can't. You're such a good fake juggler.
It didn't give me, well, it didn't like spur me on to like, maybe I should really try juggling, like, and just pretend like I'm faking it pretty well. I still can't do it. I still haven't tried. I still can't do it.
Oh, you know what? We have talked about this. Your character has such a great way that he introduces himself to everyone in the bullpen, and we really wanted you to hear it. And then Jenna's going to share with you a second part that didn't make it in that we found in the shooting draft.
Okay.
Presenting D'Angelo Vickers. Hi. Hello. Come on out. Hello.
How are you, sir?
I'm well, sir. How are you?
Can I just say I am so excited to be working here. A little bit about myself. I love the American Southwest, for starters. You may call them Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, Utah. I call them heaven. I have a peanut allergy. It's something I live with. It's a part of me. I've learned to cope with it. I'm just as comfortable at a ball game as I am at the opera.
There was this line where you would have said, I've never ridden a motorcycle. I've had chances, it just doesn't interest me. And I love the idea that in introducing yourself to someone, you include something
Strangers.
that does not interest you. Like, here's some stuff about me.
Yeah.
We'll get to know you. But one thing you need to know, motorcycles do not interest me.
Yeah.
And so we were wondering if you had to introduce yourself in the D'Angelo Vickers style, what might you include as your non-interests? Angela's is like hardcore exercise.
Oh yeah, like if I met a group of people I'd never met before, I might say, hi, my name is Angela. I grew up overseas. I like hummingbirds. I'm not interested in anyone yelling at me when I exercise.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I would probably say, hi, I'm Will. I'm from Orange County. I do enjoy vigorous exercise, but I have no interest in skydiving.
Don't talk to me about skydiving.
Did you do it?
I've never done it.
No, I don't want
Yeah.
I don't want to do it.
No, I
No.
don't. Yeah,
No.
So if you were offered a film
right,
or a project
right.
that involved a skydiving moment, you would say hard pass. That's going to be a stunt person.
That's going to definitely be a stunt person.
You're going to need to find someone that looks just like me and
Yeah,
have them fall from the sky because I'm not doing it.
because even if I really got talked into it, because I don't know if you guys had things where you're like, at first you're like, no
Yes.
way, hard pass, and then it's really safe, we'll do it this way,
Yeah.
and you're like, okay, I can't. I don't know if I could look Vivica in the eye and be like, I'm gonna do this skydiving thing. It's gonna be totally cool.
Your wife would be like,
yeah,
no.
she's gonna be like, really? Is it that essential? Like, you're right.
Yeah,
They can
yeah,
get someone else.
yeah.
But you have done a lot of stuff.
I've done a lot of things that later I was like, why did I?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I was out in the wilderness with Bear Grylls on the Bear Grylls show, and I was hanging from a helicopter
I saw that.
twice.
I saw that.
And later I was like, I thought, I didn't need to do that.
Yeah.
But I got wrapped up in trying to get Bear Grylls to like me.
Wow. I just watched the movie Downhill because I have recently become sort of a skiing fanatic. I just started skiing in my life during the pandemic. I'm slightly upset. I'm leaving today after this interview to go to Utah to ski.
This is
Amazing.
just so wild
So
to
this
me.
is, you're taking it on right now in life. This
Yes,
is your life.
I learned how to ski, put skis on my legs for the first time when I was 46. And I'm turning 49 this year.
Because most people learn at an early age.
Yes. I grew up in Missouri. No skiing there.
Not even one, not even like a little
Well,
bunny hill.
you know what? I should say there is a place where you can ski. But, I mean, come on.
Right, come on.
It's not.
Let's be honest.
It's not really
Yeah.
skiing.
Yeah.
I watched Downhill.
Right.
Are you skiing? Is that you?
I'm skiing. Yeah.
You're so good.
I'm not skiing where I fall and do the fall.
Right?
There's
Right?
a fall part, right?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Are we cutting to you at the end when you're already on the ground?
After
That
I
part?
hit my head.
Yes, on the thing. Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
that was me acting.
Yes.
Oh.
It was very good.
I'm going to add that to your Wikipedia. Paragraph.
Injury comedy.
Yeah, injury comedy.
Comedy. Which is, again, under the category of anti-humor.
It is. I think that falls. Yeah.
But no, all that other skiing,
Is you.
that's me. But Julia Louis-Dreyfus, she's an excellent skier.
She was very good in the film as well.
She can do the moguls and everything. I can't quite do the moguls.
No. Okay.
So that the movie you're referring to, we shot in Austria, and that's a whole another kind of, how do you describe it? Let's just say the Austrians are not afraid to cut in line. Or whoosh right in front of you. Like
Right.
you really have to be
Aggressive.
It's a different
skiing
cultural
is their
agreement.
national sport.
Yeah.
And so everyone skis. And there were times when because there's a certain etiquette in waiting in the lift line where, we give ourselves
Yeah.
a little space in between. There would be some guy would have his ski jammed in between my legs, pressed up against my back, and I would look back
Like, hey.
to give the nonverbal, like, hello, and this person just looked straight ahead and then keep scooting, like pressing against my shoulder blade, and I thought, this is just the way they do it. That was weird. And the other thing was you'd get to the top of a beautiful mountain, riding the gondola, and then there's just cigarette butts.
Really?
Yeah, it was so bizarre. You just look out, and just this beautiful landscape, and then littered with cigarette butts. So I would
ski Austria.
So ski Austria. So I would do.
Are
you guys know?
I'm so sorry. I feel this is. Is this like a paid commercial for Ski Austria?
Yes.
Because
Were you here today?
is that why you're here?
I just have to mention.
Did you bait me into talking about skiing?
If you fly into
Hashtag.
stay at the hotel. There was one of the towns. The town that
Use code Will40 for 40% off your
what
first
happens
night's
in
stay.
Ishkol stays in Ishkol.
Hashtag cigarette butts.
Hashtag cigarette butts.
I don't even know where.
I don't know where we are.
I don't either. I love it.
I have something. I read that when you were in college, you worked at a small town television station.
Yes, this was just local cable
Oh,
around and about Orange County News.
I love that.
Seen by no one.
Was this before you had decided to go into acting? Like, was this like,
This was
maybe I'll
post.
do this?
Well, I had my degree in sports information,
Oh.
real major.
You know what? That's
What do
like,
you learn?
that's like the class I took called Ideas of Mathematics. It was like me and the defensive line of the football team.
Oh, right.
We just talked about ideas.
Yeah,
Just ideas.
ideas. General notions. that was basically sports journalism degree.
Okay.
So that's kind of where I thought I was gonna. That was a more legit way to get into entertainment. And so I had my degree, but I didn't really have a job. It's not like I got hired out of college. I moved back home and I started working at this local cable thing. And so I did that for like a year and a half. And I'd heard like people had gotten hired out of there, and it, because the whole thing is to put together a tape that you send out. And so while I was doing that, though, I remember they had really good press credentials to like go to. They needed someone to go to the LA Rams.
And you had press credentials, so you could like get on the field and stuff?
Get on the field and
cool.
interview the coach and all stuff like that. They were like, so we need someone to go do this, and everyone's hand shot up. And my first thought was like, what day is that? Do I really? Oh, I got something on Sunday. Yeah.
Maybe I don't really want to do it.
Yeah, and I wasn't like, oh gosh, I need that for my tape, which is what you have to have.
Yes.
Mine was more like, who can I gotta bring a friend to operate the camera. Oh, it's gonna be a pain. And I thought,
I can't wear shorts.
Right. I thought that's not a good sign. That kind of coincided with, I just started thinking, oh, I'm gonna have to try to go for this comedy thing, because I keep thinking about
Doing bits.
doing bits and wanting to do it. And I would go and I would sit at the Improv in Irvine and sit in the back of the room at open mic night and almost sign my name to the list, but be too afraid and go consecutive weeks and just watch 3 hours of comedy and sit there and think, well, that person, oh, they're terrible.
Yeah.
I'm much better than that.
You should have set it up like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or they're really good. And I would just like kind of see, and so I was kind of doing that. I started taking my first class at the Groundlings. I was taking some acting class, so I was kind of doing all that while I was working at the news station.
Mm-hmm.
And then the comedy.
You found
won
your
out.
passion. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was that I didn't really want to be. I wanted to be Chevy Chase doing the news. I didn't want to actually be doing the news.
Right.
Is what kind of came through. I once did a news story. I did a story on. There was a team of goats that the city of Laguna Beach would hire to clear all the brush as a way of fire mitigation.
Right.
So I did a story on that. It was not a great piece of journalism at all. Super dry. Like I wish I had copies of the
There's about 15 goats here today.
Yeah. I'm in front of the Laguna Beach. It's like super stiff and this and that. But I noticed when I filmed some of the goats, some of the footage, they looked like they were singing. So I did the story, as much of it as there was to tell a story, and then I just added opera music to these goats. It blew. The guy who ran the station, who was our editor and also the teacher of the class, was like, "That's the way you do a story. You added a little pizzazz. It was hilarious." Wasn't that hard?
You made that goat story really pop.
Yeah. And I thought, oh, that's funny. I'm more interested in messing around.
I could never do anything in front of a group of people without doing a bit.
Okay.
And you can't do bits with strangers for the most part.
Right,
they don't
right,
land.
right.
But like I was in charge of basically like the minutes in my sorority. And I would get up.
My fraternity was a big stage for me.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I had to get up and sort of say how the pledge dance went and what everyone ate. And I just started doing all these bits.
Yeah.
And it was like crickets. There were like 3 gals that laughed. And then I also offended a few people because I guess I did a bit about the chicken dish. And there was a big deal. I guess there was a committee that voted on this chicken dish. And they were really pissed off at me. But I just couldn't wait to get up there again the next week and give minutes.
But did you slowly win them over? In a way.
Some, not all.
Like the answer is no.
Yeah, but I couldn't wait to get. I was like, oh, I can't get up there.
It was your first open mic.
I did the same thing. I was our song chairman,
Mm-hmm.
and so during the chapter meet, there was no reason for the song chairman to ever speak. But I
You were like, once again, we need to hear from the song
I
chairman.
made the song chairman's report, and I had Monday night class, so I couldn't be there. So I tape recorded a report, and it became this thing.
And they would play it.
They would play it, and everyone would be like, "Shh, everyone be quiet." And so they would play the song chairman's report, and I'd make fun of people in the house. I would do this, I would do that. It became a huge hit.
I don't think I became a hit.
Yeah. So
Do you consider Saturday Night Live like your quote unquote big break? Or was there something before that really felt like your big break?
yeah, no question. That was definitely. I mean, there was 1 week when I was still before I auditioned for Saturday Night Live. There was a week here in LA where I got 3 jobs in 1 week. Now they were all like 5 and on. They were like 1 line each.
Yeah, but still, that feels huge. Yeah.
I landed 3 different sitcoms. That almost was like, I still think of that, you know, and it was then just after got my AFTRA card from, you know.
You're official. You're in the union.
And so that was huge. And then, of course, the Saturday Night Live thing was.
How long had you been a struggling actor or an aspiring actor before you landed on Saturday Night Live?
Let's see, I would have graduated college in 90, and I got on the show I was hired the summer of 95.
So about 5 years.
Yeah.
Knocking around.
Yeah.
Just got your after card. Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Doing whatever, like we all were.
Yeah.
Just kind of like finding any sort of like variety show in LA.
Did you have any odd jobs while you were a struggling actor?
I answered phones.
Did you?
I answered phones at a real estate auction company.
What is that?
And then I answered phones at a art auction company, which my friend, now wife, Vivica, got me the job. So I was an appraisal coordinator.
You
Butterfield.
You appraised art?
No. I typed up the appraisal.
You typed it up.
Yeah.
Coordinator.
I coordinated.
Right. The appraisal.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I got hired at SNL and still worked at the auction company for another month.
Oh,
They weren't going to pay you until the first week of the show.
You
And I had bills to pay. But there were other coworkers. I'd be in my cubicle and like, hey, didn't you get on Saturday Night Live? Yep, I sure did.
I got
I gotta get through this sack of appraisals before I leave.
We got a fan question from Natalie D.
Okay.
All right. Natalie wanted to know, how did you keep a straight face without laughing, especially in the scene with Ed Helms where you make him eat soap? And Jess Renee asked if you ever break in scenes.
Well, that was going to be my answer to Natalie. I have a superpower of I'm really good at not breaking.
This is what we remember about you.
This is what we remember about you. And also, my daughter loves bloopers, so we end up finding bloopers, and we watch these bloopers of Talladega Nights, and everyone is losing it, and you are like a statue.
Right. No, I never. It would only happen like twice a year.
Yeah.
Like Saturday Night Live or something. And a lot of times, there are times when I can tell I'm breaking, but no one else can tell.
Right.
So I hide it really well.
I could tell, not that you were breaking, but that you were genuinely surprised when Ed put the soap in his mouth, because that wasn't scripted, and it was real soap. And I think you just improvised for him to try the soap, and then when he did, you can see your face, you're like, hey!
It felt like you were doing just like a prank on him, like do this thing. Like there were all these scripted things, absurd things you were going to ask him to do, and you're like, how about eat the soap? And it felt like a personal challenge, and Ed took you up on it, and the look in your eyes is a little bit like, whoa, well, okay.
It's so funny. Yeah.
One question before we take a break. Do you remember the stunt gone wrong in the warehouse? We were talking about when stunts can go wrong.
Yes.
We got to talk to Greg about it. got to talk to Randy Cordray, who was our production manager at the time. They all just want to say sorry again for basically just
Catapulting you.
into a basketball hoop.
No, I don't remember it going.
You're thinking
Did
of
it go
something
wrong?
else?
Oh no, I just thought you meant the
Like story-wise.
Story-wise.
You don't remember when we actually almost like
No.
gave you a real concussion?
They had the pulley and
Did it go?
They are going to be so relieved that you don't
no.
remember this.
oh my gosh, they have carried this around for
No,
years.
'cause
It
I was
haunted
just
us,
watching
Will.
it because I remembered when I revisited the episode, going, "Oh, that's right. We do the thing. I go for the basketball dunk, and it falls on me, but it's all off camera." Da-da-da. But no, I don't. Oh, did something go right?
Yes.
I don't remember.
So what happened, Greg said, is they designed this pulley thing, and
Yeah.
Greg said just as he looked at it, he thought the physics were off on it.
Yeah.
And they put you in it, and the first take, they were, as you jumped, these guys were going to pull this thing, and then you were going to go up a little bit. And the first time, they didn't quite get you there.
Yeah.
And they were like, okay, we'll do it again. You guys, we got to pull harder. So the second time you went to do the jump, and they yanked it, and you went flying into the backboard.
And I guess you got like a big cut on your knee. And
No.
yes, and we were all just like mortified. We were mortified.
How do I not have a memory of this?
I don't, you probably blocked it out because of the trauma.
And they were like, you don't have to do it again. Don't even worry about it. And you're like, no, I got one more. All right, let's do one more. And then they got that one. That was it.
The only thing I do remember about that sequence is editorially, I said the funniest, strongest, kind of darkest thing is that D'Angelo's dead.
I do remember you
And I was
pitching
like,
that.
that's the funniest thing. That's like
that
the funniest way.
we kill you.
Yes. But then they're like, okay, just for safety, let's just shoot this thing. And I was like,
tag.
no, this is going in.
Yeah.
Or I'm walking through the office with my head bandaged.
Oh, no, I know. I laughed through all your takes. You see me laughing. Fans just pointed it out. They're like, Angela, you're not.
I did see it on that one.
You know why? Because, okay, here's the thing. First of all, whatever, you're the funniest person on the planet. There's that. But no. But then on top of it, you give someone who is so flippin' funny the gibberish words, and then you never did them the same. So every time I would get used to you being like face, then the next time I'd be like, I was like, I can't.
But that was the only thing I do really remember. So that's crazy. I don't remember cutting my leg open, but I do remember going,
I wish they would
should
have
have
just
killed me off. That'd be so funny.
Yeah.
Like whatever happened to D'Angelo.
There was a in the shooting draft. There was.
I guess it was too
dark
for the guys.
Because we have the shooting drafts. There was a scene where the ambulance is taking you away,
Right.
and Daryl says to Andy, "Is he going to be okay?" And Andy goes, "I don't." They said no.
That's what I'm saying.
That's so funny.
It's so funny.
Yes. That would have been so
They
good.
said no.
No.
Boy, how did I not remember getting slammed into the backboard?
I don't know.
Wow.
They are going to be so relieved. I mean,
Oh, no.
I'm this afternoon.
I know.
I'm like, guys,
text
Will has no memory.
They're going to be like, what's his problem?
We asked Greg about it,
Did he not?
and we asked Greg about it, and the first thing he said was, "Oh, I still think about that constantly."
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, please tell him. Like, until this moment. And even now, I'm not picturing it happening.
Wow.
Oh, I'm texting Greg.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a break.
Okay.
And when we come back, we have a regular guy quiz for you.
Yeah, we just ask you questions that a regular guy would answer.
Okay. We'll see if you're a regular guy.
All right, Will, we're back from our break. We're going to give you the regular guy questions. These are the real, like, hard-hitting stuff.
Yeah.
If you're ready, this is the part where...
It'll prove if I'm a
Stakes are
regular
high.
guy.
Yeah.
I can feel it.
Okay, question number one.
Everyone's really crowded
I
around the windows of the
know,
studio.
we got a few succulents looking in.
What do you eat for breakfast?
I usually eat, I love this Ezekiel's brand cereal.
Is it like a muesli sort of
It's
thing?
kind of like more of like a grape nuts thing.
Okay. Is that every morning? Are you the same breakfast every day?
Not necessarily.
Oh,
You mix it up.
I mix it up.
okay.
Okay.
Where's your protein in the morning?
It's in the cereal.
Okay, I'm just checking. All right.
Number 2. What is one of your favorite places you visited in the United States?
One of, well, really?
Yeah.
I love New York City. Duh. Who doesn't?
It's a great place.
I love it.
City
I
that
want to
never
retire there.
there. It's always surprising to me how you rediscover that city every time you visit.
That is true. You're speaking to my soul.
Right?
Yeah.
There's
Yes.
just so many nooks and crannies and a new place here and and this
Yeah.
museum and it blows my mind.
Love it.
That blows my mind. But I also just went to Portland. Portland. It's a little hidden gem. Maybe not so hidden now, but Portland's great.
Yeah.
Have you been?
No.
Yeah, I love Portland. I love the Oregon coast.
Great restaurants, little coffee places, like cool bike paths and walking trails and
So green.
a big enough of a city feel to it if you need that, but then really great neighborhoods.
In general, are you more city or more like rural kind of, like, do you like a kind of like hiking kind of outdoorsy thing, or do you like city?
Do any of it because I can kind of adjust wherever I am. But my wife's definitely more city, and I love cities too. So I'll go city.
Okay. What was the make and model of your first car?
It was a 1969 powder blue VW Buck.
Do you wish you still had it? It's kind of amazing.
I had a COVID midlife purchase where I bought a 61 VW bus with the 23 windows.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like surf green, blue with white trim. It was like
Oh my gosh.
beautiful. But I just sold it again because it made me too nervous to drive it because it was in like mint condition.
Right. It was too
And
special.
It was too special.
Yeah.
But then I'd feel guilty about not driving it.
Right.
And I felt guilty about when I drove it because I didn't want to get dinged and I just couldn't handle.
It was a stressful purchase.
Exactly. I don't
Yeah.
think I'll ever be like a car guy that way.
Mhm. I get it.
So, regular guy.
Pretty regular.
Regular guy.
Okay, this one hits close to home with me. How many emails are in your inbox? Do you keep a tidy box or do you let them pile up?
Very tidy.
Okay.
Very tidy. I answer stuff. I cleared the decks right away.
How many do I have?
1,700.
Yeah. How does that make you feel when you read that Angela has 1,700 emails? Does
It-
that?
it would-
I can't handle it. It
I can't.
bothers me.
I can't handle it.
I don't like it when she shows it to me. Gives me heart palpitations.
Sorry. You got. Listen, I'm chipping away at it.
Yeah.
Next one. If you are in charge of cooking dinner, what is your go-to dish?
I can't even say.
What?
Do you
Come
not
I
on.
don't ever cook dinner.
Who cooks?
Viv does.
Oh, well, that's good. You're lucky. Lucky. You have a person who does the
My
dinners.
husband always cooks.
Really?
Yeah, I don't cook.
I need to.
I need to get a dish. We need a go-to
I
dish.
know.
You should
I
take
don't
a
have
cooking
one.
class together. Get a go-to dish.
Get a go-to
Oh
called.
my god.
There should be a cooking school called
Go-to
Go-to
dish.
Yeah.
because you go to learn, but you also go to dish.
Dish. Hey, we're gonna be like,
Did you hear about
did you
this?
get?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
and I
That's too
know.
much Parmesan. Oh, sorry.
No way.
I got wrapped up in the dish. Now I have to focus back on this
That's
dish.
actually pretty great.
Go-to dish.
What's your go-to board game? Do you have a family board game?
The go-to game right now is Celebrate.
Love it.
So the kids, we started doing it on ski trips, and they go crazy. They love trying to trip us up with, YouTubers and people like that.
Oh, forget it.
Trying to act out, pop culture people that we don't know anymore, and it cracks them up. But then we get them back.
The oldies.
Martin Van Buren.
We were playing with my family, and I had Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah.
And my sister Janet was like, I don't know who that is. I was like, oh, yes, you do. No, don't know. I'm like, oh my God. Okay, how early do you get to the airport before a flight?
I'm pretty much a rule follower. I like the 2 hour thing. But here's my rule, though. If I'm late, I don't run. I don't run to catch that flight.
So what happens? Do you
If I
walk
miss it,
slowly?
I almost to punish.
What is
Because it won't be, I'm not the reason we're late. I'll just leave it at that.
Oh, so I'm not gonna have to.
But I'll slow walk it. If everyone wants to be this late, we're gonna miss our flight.
There's consequences.
There's consequences.
Right.
Get your act together.
Yeah.
Let's be ready.
That'll teach them.
Plan better.
I don't know why.
I don't want to
want
run.
to punish, but I do.
It's a teaching moment. All right. Well, Cynthia R. asked, what was your favorite sitcom or cartoon as a kid?
I had so many. I mean, I lived in the world of sitcoms. You know,
Yeah.
I just like, wouldn't it be great to be on the castle? Wouldn't it be great to live on the Love Boat?
Yes.
Right?
On Fantasy Island. Fantasy Island.
Please.
That ABC, they had a little run there
Yeah.
between Happy Days, Laverne and Shirley,
Oh,
Tuesday
yeah.
nights. Forget about it.
How cool to just be able to hit a jukebox and
Yeah.
music. Like, what a fun character
How
fit.
cool to have your office in the men's bathroom.
Yeah. That's true. I forgot about that. All right. Our last regular guy question for you, Will, is do you have a hobby?
I get asked this.
Do you
I
really?
never have an answer. I don't collect stamps or baseball cards or anything like that. What is, if I did have a hobby?
Big finish here. Big finish.
I don't know if I have a habitual thing.
Right. Yeah.
That's
Mine is, I was thinking about this. I'm like, what's my hobby? Really? Like, I love to go for a walk every day, and I love, I have a lot of hummingbird feeders
okay.
because I live the sexy life.
Yeah, no kidding.
So,
I do genuinely love driving my kids to school. That's not a hobby.
that's so cute.
This is not a hobby because I don't do it consistently enough. We have a chicken coop, so we have chickens.
Oh,
And I love, there's a real serenity to going out there and cleaning the chicken coop. Kind of talk to the chickens a little bit. There's
Yeah.
a little compost section to it. I kind of make sure they're fresh, you know. But it's not like I do that every 2 days.
right. Right. I'll take it. I
Okay,
accept
that's
it.
my
I
It doesn't
accept
have to
it.
be often. It's just a thing that brings you joy.
Yeah.
Terrible. Sorry.
What are you sorry for?
This was, everyone's gonna remember how bad the podcast ended.
Stop it. I have a good ending.
There's gonna be, you're gonna get so many letters.
No.
Dud
By
City.
the way, no. Steve
By the way, Farrell, Dud City.
Steve was like,
Dud City, hashtag Dud City USA.
When we did Steve's regular guy questions, all we did was make Steve feel like he was the most boring
Boring. He
person
was like,
on earth.
oh
He
my
was like,
God.
why did Nancy marry me? Like, I'm hearing myself back, and I've never felt worse about myself. This is why we asked to take the picture at the top. Because we like to leave people in a shame spiral.
Prophetic.
we might need to change the name from regular guy quiz to just like wanna feel shitty.
Really feel. Now I gotta get a hobby so I can literally answer this question.
We want to thank you so much for coming today, Will, and I wanted to end with this sweet note from a fan, from Maxie B. Maxie said this: my mom and I adore watching Will Ferrell movies together and cracking up. My mom just turned 70 in January, and we began talking about the thing that all kids dread talking about with their parents, the funeral arrangements. She wants cremation and a big party to celebrate her life, which I love, but she had the cutest request that she knows won't be able to happen. She asked me to please hire Will Ferrell to sing her favorite song, Dust in the Wind, at her party. I just think that is the sweetest thing, and I would love for Will to know how much he means to us and our family. He has kept us going through hard times. All my love, Maxie B.
Wow.
Isn't that so sweet? I just think that's like, you bring so much comfort to people with what you do, with your comedy, and just with who you are. You brought so much comfort to us on The Office when you came in during that transition time. So, I mean, that's why we do it. That's why, I mean, that's what being an artist is.
That's couldn't be nicer.
Nicer, and what a fun sense of humor her mom has. She wants to be cremated and wants you to sing Dust in the Wind. I love this woman. Right? I know. Well, we adore you. We really do. I'm just always so happy when I see you, and when we run into you, you're just one of the good guys. You're one of the good ones.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm just gonna drive in my car now.
Yeah. You know what?
Let all this praise wash over me.
Own it.
Okay.
So much fun. So fun. Okay, before we leave for our 2-week break, you guys, you know how much I love birthdays. You know how much I love celebrating them. Well, we have had a wonky few weeks with scheduling. We've had a lot going on, and we were not able to celebrate Jenna's birthday when it was her birthday week. But you know what? It is never too late for birthday week.
I am surprised. This is so nice. Angela, you know, I spent my birthday by myself in New York City because I was shooting Mean Girls.
I know.
And it was a little tough, I'll say. My family was wonderful. Lee hid birthday presents in my suitcase for me to open, and we celebrated a little before I left, a little bit after I got home. But we have not been able to celebrate here on the pod. So ladies, sit back. I got some stuff coming your way. Oh my gosh.
Cody and Sam, I'm opening up the shower screen door thing. Cassie, I'm sad you're not here today, but we'll save some for you. Okay, I have this all hidden in the corner.
I had no idea this was here.
Okay, so first of all, this is a gift that the minute you open it, it's something you said you wanted, okay?
Okay, something I said I wanted. Oh my gosh! I really did want this! This is the lighted magnification mirror so I can tweeze my eyebrows.
And it magnifies 3 times the magnitude of whatever.
My 49-year-old eyes. Thank you so much.
I have to take a picture with it. Okay, and next lady, I went to one of my favorite bakeries and I got you gluten-free brownies with sprinkles.
Ooh, gluten-free dessert. Oh, I love it.
Okay, I hope they didn't get tossed around in the car.
Oh, they're perfect.
Thank you, lady. Thank you. Bye, you guys. Bye. See you in 2 weeks.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Fillico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
That's super important. That connects exactly to what Joe was saying. We need to constantly update ourselves in life. And while tech is an important part of our lives these days, so I just wanted to connect that point. Thank you very much for those points. Any points from my lovely co-hosts before we move on to Emma's? And then Rose.
Rabbi.
Yeah, I think what you were saying is important. Check in with your thoughts. What I find interesting about imposter syndrome is that I live in the States, and just for everybody in the room, so you understand, lens I'm looking through is in the States.
Dude, no one gives a flying fuck. You can just, we're assuming you're better than everyone. So,
and then
cool.
All the way through track, and then there's a choice of whether or not
It's an assumption, no, it's like 50-50. In the United States or you're somewhere.
The thing that's frustrating for
Third
me
world's
when it comes to
improvement. It used to be
culturally,
more than
and I'm not trying to change topics, but it ties into me
really?
personally of like, why do I keep entertaining this idea of imposter syndrome?
No, bitch, let me in this fucking shit.
Is that
Oh, yes.
I don't know, and I'm being taught.
Let
I'm
me
being
in.
taught by the people,
Let me in on this bitch.
which means
Stupid.
I'm not an imposter.
Dog.
I'm just running the baton. But yet there's this social
Dog, let me in on this.
that I have for myself that
Dog, let me in on this. I'm gonna run on this. Hell yeah.
when I enter the scene,
Yo, dog.
and it's like, well, you
Chill space. Yo. Sing me a song. You guys like my son. Yoshi. 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 Yo, dog. Told you, man. I hear all this stupid. Ha ha ha. You motherfucker concept to mercy. I'm team band. Yosh. Here you go. Yoshi, get me out of this. Yoshi. All of my people. Yoshi. And Yoshi. Yoshi. Oh, Yoshi. Where in the fuck? Damn it. I'm gonna scream from the rooftops. Motherfuckers. Look at this whistling, gang. That was. Nah. I'm not gonna bust your boss. That was sick. All I know is that was sick. Mikey. Hey, rolled almonds. You fucking love rolled almonds. Do you? Do you fucking love rolled almonds? He's Norwegian. Really? Yeah. Everybody knows rolled almonds. No one knows rolled almonds. Really? I've said this before. I'll say it again. You could go up to 100 fucking Americans, and 100 fucking Americans will say, "Who the fuck are you? What the fuck are you saying? What is rolled almonds?" Really? I mean, you might do it to 500. You might get 3 people who know who he is, but no, you just straight up no. Rolled almonds and in the hood. You might get 10,000 people. One motherfucker know who rolled almonds is. So smart motherfucker. We need to improve that. We need to put roll almonds in. Roll almonds in. Oh my god, I could masturbate to this guy. Really? I don't know anything about him. Dog, if they gave you podcasts in jail, I'm there. I am fucking there. Really? It's what I do here. It's just so fucking boring. But if you gave me fucking podcasts in jail, okay. Really? Yeah, I mean, it sucks. You don't have freedom. It's not perfect, but it's like, it's better than homeless. Really? Well, jail is better than being homeless. I keep going back and forth on this, but it is. You have to deal with the elements. What's the worst? Being homeless with a warrant. That's the worst. Why? Well, because well, man, with a big one, like you're going to jail for a long time. Why? Because if you have a warrant, I would think about it because I got multiple and shit. Alright, Roald Amundsen time, dog. Is he your favorite? Do you love Roald Amundsen? Man, I fucking love it. Art Shackleton. From where is he? Uh-huh. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Man. I recall one time when I was like, no, Ernest Shackleton failed at his journey, but like I knew all kinds of damn, you know, what about Ernest Shackleton? Dog, this just started. They just did this one. Heroes and Legends. Ooh, what is this one? Adventure. Oh god, we are new too. I call that bitch the Iron Box. Really? Yeah, I'll give you the Iron Box. Okay, calm down, woman. Anyway, there you go. Jesus. There's this tree stand. Oh, this one is fucking interesting. You really would be okay in jail with podcasts? Oh, fuck yeah, I could learn stuff. I could fucking learn new languages. I could improve myself. Jail with a mad, dude, then it's not that bad. Really? Yeah, but you just have to make the outside better, too. What sucks about jail? A lot. What's the worst part of it? Lack of freedom? Well, what's the... I mean, it's not hygienic. It's uncomfortable. It's cold. It's hot. It's hot. It's dirty. You have to always worry about getting fucking shanked, raped. Did you ever work? I was in the cell. Really? Really? Snitches don't get stitches. They get shoots. I think I used to masturbate too. See what this bitch looks like. She masturbated. That's my question. Do you think she's? Yeah. 5? She's like Julie and Arden shit. What's her name? Eastburn. Julie Eastburn. This bitch's name. Not Julie. It's Allie. Oh shit. Oh, fuck you. Let's see what this is. Let's see what this is. Allie Eastburn. Tangible investments. Cut. Watch his eyes at the front. Tangible. Allison Eastburn. Thanks, Allie. Let's do what you look like, bitch. I see on TV. Right. Oh, she's hot. Is she? Yeah. Do you really think she's hot? There is some. That's a different show. Dude, I wonder. You know how like Chinese people get American names, like get English names? I want a Chinese name, and I want it to be like Big Hugh Ka, something like that. Oh man, that's Big Hugh Ka. Dude, how's it Eastern? Let me see what two is here. Dog, shut the fuck up. This guy is so fucking loud. I swear to God, he must be calling in airstrikes. Jesus Christ, he's so loud. Yeah. What's the other thing? It's not tangible, it's the other thing. With this ring, it's called With This Ring, you dumb shit. With This Ring, Ali Eastburn, dog. Yo, dog. Not whatever. Dude, hey, how about you shut the fuck up? Have you learned that yet? With This Ring. Guy is so loud. Why? I don't know. He doesn't know how to, with this ring. With Allison Eastburn. Let's see this bitch. She hot? This ring legacy. Oh, now you don't think she's that hot? That's so bad. Second, how you doing? Okay, in Liberia, Africa. Okay, why? Actually, I think it's pretty cool. I used to live in here. Yo, dog, how about you shut the fuck up? With this ring? Yeah, what's its goddamn thing? Make it way difficult. Dude, you are so loud. You are so loud. With this ring, Grandma. Okay. Stop. Grandma. What is that? Your account is suspended. Wants to drink stuff? What's yeah. I'm a motherfucker. I'm a motherfucker. Really? Fuck them. You can financial bitch. You need to diversify your debt. Yeah. I got no one. Literally, no one. Not even like, literally, no one. I'm talking about no one. I'm like, hey, here's the greatest opportunity to watch in history of mankind. It's like, oh, okay. No. Short lady, how old are you? I've got another, like, I don't even know how much it's with my car for this. I know I'm like, calm down. She's like, say you ever want a lady, multiple. Like, yeah, say you ever want let's see. Mama was my lady, calm the fuck down. I am just letting you know that I am so glad I'm trying to tell you. Come on. Yoshi. Ice. Hey, Anthony's friend. Your thing is big. What do you hope happened? I don't want her to have gotten a divorce, but I want her to have been married, gotten a divorce. She got to keep the ring, and then she gave it away. Just left the ring. Yeah. What's some gangster? What is it? Wakanda, motherfucker. West Side. So did you just say West Side, Wakanda, forever? You've never seen that? You don't even know what that is. What movie is that? Black Widow, Black Panther, West Side. Roald Amundsen. It's not Almondson, it's Amundsen. Roald Amundsen. I didn't say that. Little known. No one knows about this motherfucker. I'm telling you, line up 100 Americans. And I mean, you can line up, I don't know. I'd probably say outside of Finland. Yes. I don't know. Sweden, Italy. Really? But I don't know. I can tell you, dumbasses in the United States would do it. Huh? Roald Amundsen, people.
This is a story about a little known yet much misunderstood hero.
Pimp. They should say a pimp.
It's also a story about a clash of philosophies, the dawn of a new era, a young nation, and a once mighty one, both in their own way experiencing an identity crisis. In 1912, a young Norwegian explorer called Roald Amundsen reached the South Geographic Pole in a slick, clinical, sportsman-like operation, having recently also been the first man to sail through the fabled Northwest Passage on the other side of the globe. He would push on with his polar ambitions, pioneering technology and protocols that saw him become the first explorer to reach both the North and South Poles, the first to fly a plane beyond the Arctic Circle, and even the first to fly an airship over the North Pole. In recent decades, a more sober reflection on what we now call the heroic age of polar exploration has begun to restore Amundsen, overshadowed by the likes of Scott and Shackleton, to his preeminent position as the greatest of all polar explorers. He was a man ahead of his time, yet was wise enough to apply the skills of the ancient ways in attaining his Arctic goals. Join us as we dive into the life and times of Roald Amundsen, quiet conqueror of the Earth's polar regions. But before we begin, if you enjoy our content, please take a moment to like, subscribe, and share with your friends, and perhaps consider supporting my channel through membership or donation. See the description section for details, where you can also check out the links to our website, downloadable resources, and merch. A YouTube video montage version is also available on the Heroes and Legends documentary channel. I appreciate all your comments, and yes, even your corrections, which I always list in the erratum section below. And once again, thanks for listening. Heroes and Legends documentary channel. Not just the who, the what, the where, but also the why. Our story begins on May the 30th, 1889, as young Norwegian explorer Fridtjof Nansen sails up the narrow fjord into Oslo, then known as Christiania. His ship, bedecked in flowers, escorted by a flotilla of local boats. Parading through the city among the throngs of cheering fans, He and his companions had just crossed the entire breadth of Greenland and demonstrated in dramatic fashion that the use of skis in Arctic exploration was superior to trudging along on foot. You see, prior to this triumph, several unsuccessful attempts had been made to trek from one side to the other, notably by pioneering American explorer Robert Peary, who managed to get 100 kilometers inland before having to turn back due to lack of supplies. Peary would return some years later and himself go on to greater deeds, but in the meantime, Nansen, a university student on a marine biology field trip, came up with the idea of using skis, something that would seem perfectly reasonable to any Norwegian living at the northern edge of the habitable world, but to much of the European establishment at the time, believe it or not, it was thought to be a silly way of travelling through the Arctic snow. The thing is, the use of skis was a peculiar and fairly localised transportation mode throughout Alpine Europe, but nobody in Britain or America at the time had seriously considered using them in modern polar exploration. The British-dominated search for the fabled Northwest Passage in Arctic America was characterised by a cumbersome, inefficient man-hauling of supply sleds by explorers wearing snowshoes. This setup caused such exhaustion and caloric deficit that the rations they carried were wholly inadequate. On top of that, the clothing they wore was also very uncomfortable, prone to excess sweating and therefore frostbite. Despite the presence of Inuit hunter-gatherers throughout the northern reaches of America and the frontier pioneer trappers who got to know them, little formal attention had been paid to their remarkable ability to survive in the harsh Arctic conditions, most obviously witnessed in the disastrous Franklin expedition of 1845, in which 129 officers and men perished due to starvation, food poisoning, and frostbite. Sir John Franklin, a decorated Royal Navy officer, had already led two previous Arctic expeditions to chart the northern regions of Hudson Bay in Canada. His first, the Coppermine River expedition in 1819, was plagued by vague orders, poor organisation, unreliable supplies, and a dependence on guides with whom there was no solid relationship they could depend on. Additionally, the members of the expedition were completely unschooled in Arctic travel and survival, such that the project ended in complete disaster, with over half of the party perishing and the remainder barely rescued in time by Yellowknife indigenous tribesmen.
He knew. I mean, he'd be
Despite
like,
his brush with disaster and criticism from some quarters, Franklin's harrowing account of the ordeal became a bestseller, and any suggestion of incompetence was brushed off as bad luck. Indeed, Franklin himself appears to have learned little from his experience, apart from the conviction that it would have fared better if more money, men and supplies had been thrown at it, as opposed to cultivating a relationship with the natives and adopting their survival techniques. He firmly believed that such expeditions should be the domain of well-provisioned and disciplined Navy men who would operate as cogs in the juggernaut machine that would overcome all obstacles through sheer determination and improvisation. This attitude would come to define the British approach to exploration in general, and polar exploration in particular. The British government, desperate to chart a navigable passage through the Arctic waterways between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, once again appointed him to lead an expedition into Canada. And this time, they lavished the venture with customized boats, plenty of supplies, and a free hand to do as he wished. Though ultimately unsuccessful in opening up a Northwest Passage, it nevertheless resulted in the charting of hundreds of miles of the Mackenzie River and added volumes of scientific information on magnetic activity, geology, and botany towards the annals of the several gentlemen's science clubs that were becoming increasingly fashionable at the time, not to mention cashed up. This public thirst for scientific inquiry expanded the scope of what had till then ostensibly been trade-motivated expeditions. Pressure and financial support from the Royal Society, the Royal Geographic Society, etc., quickly turned these voyages into scientific ventures that shifted the focus onto studying the North Pole, both magnetic and geographic, a change of purpose that was beginning to make the Royal Navy increasingly uncomfortable. You see, in the post-Napoleonic Pax Britannica, there was a distinct lack of action for young officers in which they could test their mettle, as it were. Polar exploration was viewed by some in the Admiralty as an excellent way to develop the next generation of seamen in the absence of conflict. Others didn't see it quite that way, and as the focus expanded beyond merely sailing and into Arctic trekking, there was substantial debate as to how much the Navy ought to participate in supplying both men and material. But it wasn't just gentlemen and admirals getting in on the act. Wealthy merchants, such as booze magnate Felix Booth, pumped substantial personal fortunes into the fit-out and provision of expeditions to the North Pole. The aforementioned Franklin would go on to continue with his own distinguished naval career, including a stint as governor in the colony of Van Diemen's Land, or modern Tasmania. But he would eventually be recalled and offered the lead in yet another expedition to seek the Northwest Passage, despite his now being almost 60 years old and quite unfit for the grueling task of Arctic travel. The reason for his obviously inappropriate commission was that foreigners were now engaging in significant polar exploration, and the politicians back home in London were anxious that those last few hundred square kilometres of uncharted waterways and the honour of being the first through the fabled passage should naturally belong to the British, who had poured both blood and treasure into slogging their way across most of it already. So it was that the aging Franklin, starved of adventure in Tasmania, stepped up, and despite the extraordinary resources placed at his disposal, he nevertheless found his ships, the Erebus and Terror, the very ships used by James Ross in his own extraordinary journey to Antarctica, became completely icebound and immobilized for years on end. The crew eventually abandoned them, hoping to march to safety across the barren snowfields, but being sailors, they were completely untrained and unprepared for terrestrial, let alone Arctic trekking. The tragic series of events that subsequently unfolded have been immortalized in both song and canvas, yet the real tragedy was that these desperate men had encountered Inuit hunters on a number of occasions, seemingly without any ability, or, as has been suggested, desire to negotiate their guidance back to civilization. 40 years later, a 17-year-old schoolboy in Norway, having long read of Franklin's earlier bestseller, and now watching excitedly from the docks as his own countryman Nansen returned home in triumph, wondered if he might be the one to discover the final reaches of the Northwest Passage, which was still an elusive obsession. Now, Roald Amundsen, the youngest of four brothers, was born near the shipping hub of Sarpsborg in modern Norway. I say modern Norway because, at the time, it was the junior partner in a personal union with Sweden. During much of the preceding centuries, Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, along with the Norwegian territories such as Greenland, Iceland, the Faroe Islands, and Orkney, were part of a triune kingdom. That is to say, they each retained a degree of national sovereignty, but were ruled by a single monarch. As happens so often in love triangles, jealousy and possessiveness led not only to a nasty breakup, but also claims over each other's assets. Very much the junior partner, Norway was at one time swallowed up by Sweden, then later by Denmark, then Sweden again. Anyway, one of the effects of the Napoleonic breakup of old continental powers was a surge in national consciousness among many European peoples who had long been subject to the dominion of great powers, and hence a suppression of their own ethnic identities. The Norwegians were no exception, and many felt that independence was just a matter of time. During the preceding centuries, they had developed quite an experienced merchant navy, as well as a thriving timber and fishing industry, while their liberal internal politics gave individuals much more freedom of travel and opportunity than other monarchies of the period. Norwegians consequently developed a solid entrepreneurial spirit, which, coupled with their industriousness, saw many people develop successful shipping companies, with the country enjoying a high literacy rate and standard of living that was the envy of many of its neighbours. Roald Amundsen was born into such a family of aspiring ship owners. His father and uncles were already well-respected captains and owners of a number of vessels, with his 3 older brothers also going into the family business. They were one of those families that just seemed to get on. Everybody pulled together, and there was little internal feuding or toxic sibling rivalry. But Roald's mother wasn't one of those tough mariners' wives. She was from a more genteel interior family, and she had aspirations that at least one of her boys would become a doctor. After years of living the hard life, she finally convinced her husband to get off the tools and run the company affairs from the capital, today's Oslo. She also hustled for young Roald to stay in school, and despite his dream of going to sea like his brothers, he submitted to her wishes and remained a student. Now, don't get me wrong, being a sea captain was highly respected in Norway, but to have a son who was a doctor or lawyer was just one extra tick on the list for aspiring families, so every mother dreamed of at least one in the family. We can just imagine poor teenage Roald watching his hero sailing into the harbour while he was stuck in a classroom. By all accounts, he wasn't a very good student either. We have reports of his headmaster lamenting that Roald was not only an embarrassment to his school, but also had a pig-headed tendency to speak up when he felt some injustice was being dished out by the teacher. He developed an early reputation for sticking up for his friends and calling a spade, even if it earned him demerits. It was a fierce loyalty to his friends that would characterize his entire life. Norwegian kids, born into some of the harshest and longest winters in Europe, learned to ski almost as soon as they could walk. They were completely comfortable traipsing across the freezing, snow-covered mountains and skiing the many wild forested slopes that cover 3/4 of their country. The inhospitable, breathtaking terrain, wild Atlantic seas, long, dark winters and capricious weather breeds a tenacious people who live with a deep, abiding respect of nature and her awesome, frequently brutal power. With the heroic crossing of Greenland skis by Nansen in 1888, Norwegians embraced their aptitude for winter sports, and skiing became increasingly popular all across the country, perhaps nowhere more so than in Telemark, where a slick cadre of masters developed new designs, boot attachments, and pioneered maneuvers that gave greater handling, control, and speed. Soldiers, too, were expected to be able to travel long distances and fight on skis, to build shelters and survive in the bleak terrain, while teenagers on school holidays increasingly ventured into remote regions on cross-country ski tours. Roald was no exception, and in his memoirs, he recounts many near misses and hard lessons learned in blizzards, fog, and snowdrifts that could easily have cost him his life, yet only made him more passionate about emulating his hero in the Arctic someday. Nansen himself didn't waste time basking in his newfound celebrity. He became obsessed with trying to reach the North Pole. He firmly believed that Norwegians were better suited to the task than virtually any other nationality. But more than this, he was also convinced that the lumbering, expensive, resource-heavy style of expedition that the British and others were engaging in was completely the wrong way about it. His philosophy, which would later be characterized as the Norwegian school of polar exploration, viewed their objectives in a much more sportsmanlike manner. He believed that an expedition should be small, with few members, chosen for their elite abilities or multiple talents, their superb fitness and commitment to the task. Every minute detail had to be fit for purpose, and he spent countless hours developing materials, designs, and utensils for everything from tents to clothing to cooking equipment. Nansen was the first to implement ration packs with calorie-specific ratios of macronutrients, notably fats, at a time when we still didn't even know about vitamins. He had garnered support for a new expedition and had a custom-built ship called the Fram that was designed to withstand being frozen into solid ice without breaking up. You see, his goal was to get the ship up as far as possible, frozen into an iceberg, and then drift even further north, from which a dash to the pole might be made. There was a belief at the time that there were Arctic ocean currents that flowed east to west, possibly even directly over the pole. If you could lock yourself into that current, you might cruise, courtesy of an ice floe, all the way over. So, on Midsummer's Day, 1893, the Fram set off down the fjord to the cheers and hopes of adoring spectators. Among them, again, was Amundsen, now a university student at the medical faculty, dutifully, though not enthusiastically, still acquiescing to his mother's aspirations of having a doctor in the family. The excitement of this spectacle was almost more than he could bear, and when his mother suddenly and inexplicably died some months later, Amundsen unceremoniously quit university and sent a flurry of letters to every explorer and organization he could think of, even writing to the consulate in London and publishing an ad in the Times, offering to join any available Arctic expedition. Disappointed, he nevertheless began a serious, self-motivated study of subjects including meteorology, cartography, and surveying, then signing on to a seal hunting ship in order to experience Arctic sailing from a master navigator. When he returned home, his family encouraged him to at least undertake some formal studies to qualify as a merchant seaman. So he threw himself into the task with serious commitment, earning his mate's certificate as well as doing national service in the army, reveling in the fitness and survival training. Still unsatisfied with his skill set, he spent another grueling winter crossing a wild and inhospitable icy mountain plateau with his brother, again narrowly avoiding disaster in the unforgiving terrain, coming out the other end victorious but very much humbled. Meanwhile, Nansen had managed to sail the Fram eastward into the ice pack, and as expected, it froze into it and began to drift northwest. The crew settled into an expected 2-year ice drift, but when it became obvious that the trajectory of the ship would not cross the pole, Nansen decided to leave the Fram and, with one companion, make a dash by dog sled. Initially, they made great progress, skiing and sledding almost 13 kilometers per day, but it soon became apparent that they would run out of supplies, so they were forced to turn back, having reached 86 degrees north, a new record. But the variable weather conditions now saw them battle both breakups of the sea ice as well as dangerous blizzards, till they eventually made it by kayak to solid ground. As they finally emerged from 8 months of wintry twilight into the clearer days of May 1896, they fortuitously ran into a British expedition that was mapping Franz Josef Land. Nansen had by now been away for 3 entire years and was presumed to be dead, so when they finally made it back to Norway, they were fated as heroes returned from the grave. Nansen's account of the journey and his incredible survival story cemented his position not only as Norway's preeminent celebrity tough guy, but more importantly, as the unassailable Arctic guru to whom many aspiring explorers now flocked for advice. Amundsen himself would regularly visit and mine him for information like a child eager for bedtime stories. The usually reserved Nansen saw something of himself in the young Amundsen and took a shine to him as a father figure and mentor over the many long years of their enduring friendship. Amundsen continued in his own relentless quest for excellence, so next he volunteered to participate, without pay, on a Belgian expedition to the Antarctic, which set sail in 1897. The Belgians, in the colonial scramble for Africa, had done quite well to carve out a chunk of the Congo, and with the sudden interest in Antarctica, they felt it was only fair that the Belgian flag should number among those others laying claim to the frozen southern continent. So it was that an expedition quickly materialized, an eclectic, poorly thought out hodgepodge of scholars and sailors, drawn from a number of European countries. It might have seemed a romantic, multinational venture at the time, but few of the party had any Arctic experience, save for a couple of Norwegian sailors and the ship's surgeon, American doctor Frederick Cook. Now, Dr. Cook was a font of knowledge on the Arctic, having accompanied Robert Peary on his unsuccessful attempt at crossing Greenland in 1892, if you recall. But despite their failure, the two Americans later spent a great deal of time with the Inuit, learning about their clothing, transportation, and most importantly, diet. You see, the good doctor was a thinker well ahead of his time. Vitamins, as I've mentioned, had yet to be discovered, but he was quick to realize that fresh meat, in particular offal or internal organs, seemed to stave off the onset of scurvy in the Eskimo, who were generally in excellent health, in an environment that European explorers were becoming increasingly sick in. So he advocated the consumption of seal meat to supplement the diet of explorers. Amundsen knew a master when he saw one and stuck to him like glue, the two eventually becoming close friends. The Belgian boat eventually wound its way south past Cape Horn and entered dangerous Antarctic waters. The dodgy charts they possessed failed to prevent a near wreckage on a reef, and a sailor had been knocked overboard and lost in a storm. Despite this ominous start, miraculously they got through and inched their way south into uncharted waters, discovering a passage that would eventually be named after the captain, the Gerlache Sound. The team of resident scientists now eagerly swarmed over the islands and rock formations, dragging and man-hauling sleds over the icy crevasses and slippery slopes, collecting samples and all the while lumping heavy equipment ill-suited to the terrain as they began surveying the newly discovered coastline. Amundsen noted firsthand the exhaustion and inefficiency of this method of transport and was appalled at the waste of time and resources. While the scholars were busy doing their thing, he and Cook would take this idle time to ski and explore their surrounds, discussing their clothing, the environment, snow quality, and comparison with the Arctic half a world away. Indeed, Amundsen is credited with being the first ever to ski on Antarctica, and noted in his journal how easily he travelled compared to Cook, who was trudging laboriously on snowshoes, as was the norm. But interestingly, Cook's sealskin clothing and reindeer fur hood seemed to be much more comfortable than the gear Amundsen was wearing. He needed to learn more. The captain had grand plans of navigating a third of the entire continent, but time was now against him. So he hatched the secretive plan of overwintering there by getting his ship frozen in the ice and thereby drifting south, trying to mirror what Nansen had done in the north just a couple of years ago. The trouble was, they had neither the supplies nor the equipment to do so, and worse still, none of the crew had signed up for that. No preparation whatsoever, physical, let alone psychological, had been made to select participants for such an isolated, dangerous and lonely undertaking in near darkness. So, when he intentionally manoeuvred the ship into an ice floe, which made the outcome inevitable, a terrible anxiety gripped the crew, which, as the months now dragged on, became worsened by the spectre of scurvy that soon appeared. Lethargy, depression, mood swings, and irrational outbursts, early signs often misdiagnosed, now descended upon the crew like a pall. There then followed the more telltale signs, such as gum bleeding, tooth loss, weeping sores, and persistent infections. Dr. Cook was appalled at the deteriorating mental and physical state of the entire party. It was only through his actions, taking it upon himself to go out hunting for seal meat and penguin, accompanied of course by his protege Amundsen, that the outbreak finally came under control. And yet there was much dissent, and many crew members, including the captain, were disgusted by the idea of eating seals and seabirds. Those that did recovered their vitality, while those that didn't got worse or died. Amundsen's winter, frozen into the Antarctic pack ice, the first ship there ever to do so, gave him a baptism of fire on the consequences of poor planning and reckless decision-making. But, more importantly, it demonstrated the limitations of pre-prepared rations and the necessity of living off the land, as well as lessons on the selection of companions who were appropriate for the grueling mental and physical challenges inherent in polar exploration. As the sun finally reappeared in June of 1898, it was clear that the ordeal had taken its toll. A number of men had gone insane in the endless darkness, while the rest were sallow from lack of sunlight and had prematurely greyed. They eventually managed to blast themselves free with explosives and sailed north to Punta Arenas, where they now heard news of a rapidly changing world. The Spanish-American, as well as Boer wars, had broken out, and Marconi had sent the first telegraph. Despite their valuable new charts and collection of interesting scientific and meteorological data, it was clear that everybody was too traumatized to continue with the expedition. So they each made their own way home, Amundsen escorting one of his own countrymen who had lost his mind. He made no fuss or public announcement upon his return, but he did contact Nansen, who was keen to know how it went. Amundsen viewed the expedition not only as an education, but also as a necessary trial to gain credibility in Nansen's eyes, which he did, as they discussed his thoughts on improving tent design, clothing, and sled composition, all learned from his friend Dr. Cook. After completing another stint in national service and completing his master's sailing certificate, Amundsen now turned his attention to his boyhood fantasy, breaking through the Northwest Passage, a task that still eluded even the wealthiest and most illustrious geographical societies. He read every account that could be found, but was unimpressed by the tragic heroics that seemed to drip from the many Anglo-American memoirs. His experience on the Belgian expedition to Antarctica had taught him that there was nothing noble about a reckless and underprepared captain who risked both his ship and the lives of his crew. So Amundsen consciously determined to sacrifice panache rather than lives. It was clear to him that an expedition into Arctic regions would have to partially live off the land, which was incapable of supporting a large number of participants. If Franklin, in his doomed expedition, had taken 8 instead of 128 men with him to Canada, Amundsen was convinced that they would have not only all survived, but probably achieved their objectives. In his extensive background reading, Amundsen was impressed by the account of James Clark Ross in locating the North Magnetic Pole during the Booth expedition of 1831 that I mentioned earlier. Ross struck him as a serious and talented explorer, and rightly deserving of the huge respect he enjoyed in Britain. Ross's writing, and now Amundsen's own reflections on the Belgian expedition made it clear that if he was to get any serious credibility or funding, the expedition would need to have some scientific value beyond simply the competitive credit for first place. Ross's interest in the North Magnetic Pole and the ongoing debate on whether it was stationary or actually shifted intrigued him. So Amundsen now undertook extra studies in magnetic assessment with the intention of justifying his exploratory goals by adding an additional scientific agenda. He knew he would need to be the captain of his own ship, but first he wanted greater Arctic experience than his formal studies provided. So he made his way north to the seal and whaling hub of Tromsø, a remote and socially insular Arctic community of tough and hardy seamen who distrusted even their own southern countrymen and viewed everyone not of their own clan as soft. But Amundsen's persistence and dedication to learning from these crude, though highly experienced mariners, saw him eventually win their confidence, and he soaked up their knowledge like a sponge. He also felt that the design of their boats was the most appropriate for the task he had in mind. So he asked his brother, the family accountant, to liquidate his not insubstantial inheritance and send the funds to him right away so he could buy himself a sealer. The Gjöa was a 45-ton, shallow draft, square-rigged sloop, and at 21 meters long, was way smaller than any that had even been considered adequate to attempt the Northwest Passage at the time. The ever-conscientious Amundsen had his own ideas, though, but first he wanted to get the feel of her, as well as to learn more about Arctic navigation firsthand, and what better way of conducting trials than to license her out for a sealing voyage, complete with the most experienced crew he could hire in Tromsø. So he basically handed his boat over to a local skipper and his crew, and came along for the ride, taking notes and picking their brains as he watched them navigate the icebergs and savage polar weather throughout the next hunting season. It was a masterclass well worth paying for. When he eventually floated his plans to Nansen back home, he received his full support and blessing, and Amundsen wrote that it was at that point he truly felt the Northwest Passage was Norway's for the taking. He spent the next few months fitting her out with an experimental new paraffin fuel motor and making improvements on the ship and its rigging. Very conscious of his days spent with Dr. Cook and his unusual snow clothing, he also negotiated with the nomadic Lapps in the north of the country to purchase furs and skins that would be used in custom manufacturing the weatherproof clothing he would take with him. Ever the perfectionist, he made his way back south and, with Nansen's help, organized a lab to perfect the recipe for his intended rations of pemmican, a kind of jerky that was the staple high-energy survival food of explorers. Of course, the entire project was overseen by a professor of chemistry, an old buddy of Nansen's, keen to help out and rack another one up for Norway. It was around this time that he met Otto Sverdrup, a brilliant explorer and fellow countryman who had traversed Greenland together with Nansen and had skippered Nansen's ship, the Fram, while he made his famous dash for the pole. In recent years, he had taken the Fram all across the Canadian Arctic, charting enormous lengths of coastline, overwintering there among the Inuit 3 seasons in a row, and through their tutelage, mastered the Eskimo art of dog sledding. It was Sverdrup who convinced Amundsen that dogs should be an integral component of any polar exploration, having pioneered the combination of skier and dog sled team into a finely tuned partnership that revolutionized polar travel. Amundsen once again absorbed everything Sverdrup could teach him and determined to add dog sledding to his growing resume of skills. Sverdrup, for his part, delighted at Amundsen's intensity, gifted him his own dog team, a huge show of support, having himself just returned to a hero's welcome from his own adventures in Canada. where he controversially even claimed a few newly discovered islands for Norway. It's been said that luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. If it could be said about anyone, it was definitely true of Amundsen, a man who left no stone unturned in his relentless preparation for the task at hand. As it happened, Nansen now introduced him to Sir Clements Markham, president of the Royal Geographic Society in London, who regularly came to Norway to take the waters, as it was then called. By that I mean he used to visit a local health spa to treat his gout and other urban ailments that affluent society suffered back in England. Sir Clements Markham was also impressed by Amundsen's youthful dedication and gave him a number of letters of recommendation to call in on British men of consequence should he find himself in London. Among these were officers of the society itself, as well as within the Admiralty. Amundsen took off at once and visited anyone who could give him insight into what to expect on the frontier. At the Admiralty, his new contacts helped him obtain the latest charts of the regions he would be venturing into, but he also took the opportunity to call on a number of well-respected, though aging navigators who had thoroughly mapped the waterways leading into the unknown West. Among them was Admiral Sir Leopold McClintock and Sir Alan Young, both legends of their time, to whom he listened intently and paid his reverent respects. By now, the cat was well and truly out of the bag, and news reports began to circulate about the plucky young Norwegian who would be attempting to break through the Northwest Passage, but few took him and his tiny project seriously. Amundsen, uncomfortable in the spotlight, played his cards close to his chest, but mounting debts forced him to take some interviews, give some talks, and seek the sponsorship of rich businessmen. Nansen once again kicked in and appealed directly to the king back in Stockholm for support. It was no trifling thing to ask at a time when Norway's agitation for independence from Sweden was at a crescendo. Nor was it a small gesture for King Oscar II when he showed considerable magnanimity in granting a 10,000 krona personal donation at a time when many Swedes were openly hostile to Norway and her pretensions for independence. In any case, it had the knock-on effect of drawing wider support from the Norwegian business community, but especially from his own brothers and wider family, such that the venture, at one point verging on insolvency, was back on track. It now remained for him to select his team, and with his firm philosophy of limited numbers, Amundsen decided to take only 6 men with him, all experts in their given fields, whether it was dodging icebergs, engineering, or, as in the case of the cook, preparing seal meat in various and creative ways that would be palatable day in and day out. All of them were veterans of Arctic sailing. The expedition was to last 4 years, and he wanted his men to be committed and tough, so he screened them closely. There were no misgivings as to the arduous nature of their mission. Wanting to avoid the fanfare and public fuss, they departed at midnight in the middle of June 1903 and sailed quietly out of Christiania Harbour, not a flag waving or so much as even a kayak out to escort them. In one of the countless contrasts to the established practice of exploration, Amundsen gave each man on board an almost complete freedom to do their jobs as they saw fit. He wrote in his own words that his ship was a republic in which each expert would be free to act according to their own experience. He went on to write that each man must be treated as a rational being, not as a machine, and in this way he believed each would be willing to do more than was expected of him and feel valued enough to work towards a common goal. Indeed, this turned out to be one of his great strengths. A number of reports tell us that how astonishing the harmony was under his command, even when under extreme duress. About 6 weeks later, they pulled into port at Greenland to pick up specially ordered sled dogs, kayaks, and supplies. Here he began his proper training in dog sledding, but soon they were off again and spent the next 2 weeks in thick fog, dodging icebergs as they made their way slowly across Melville Bay. They continued on to Dalrymple Rock, where they were expecting supplies, but were pleasantly surprised when they also received a kayak escort, a dockside reception, and cheers from the locals. This was their first public acknowledgement of their dangerous mission. Now heavily laden with a pack of raucous dogs howling and scuffling on deck, they soon pushed deeper into Baffin Bay. By the end of August, they anchored at Beechy Island, the site of Franklin's ultimate cruel disaster almost 60 years ago. As they rested, Amundsen spent some time alone on deck, meditating on the tragic demise of those brave explorers, in whose wake he now hoped to triumph. It says something about him that he viewed his present mission as a sacred duty to justify the sacrifices of these pioneers by proving that they were right and opening up the waterway that cost them so dearly. Amundsen now had to decide which way to go. There were several waterways which were candidates for the Northwest Passage, but so far none had proved wholly navigable. There was no way of making a rational decision, so he let the compass decide, since they were also hoping to assess the location of magnetic north, as compared to Ross's original expedition in 1831. The needle said southwest, so on they sailed, and into the teeth of storms they had not yet experienced on their journey, almost being wrecked on a submerged reef. Only through some miracle had they pried themselves off, staving off complete disaster, cautiously making their way along the Boothia Peninsula, named by Ross, on which the North Magnetic Pole appeared to be centred. They moved along further still, into the Simpson Strait, noting the ice-free waterway and currents that tantalisingly suggested an opening. But it was now getting late in the season, and when they spotted a sheltered and convenient little cove, they decided to wait out the winter here rather than risk being locked into somewhere less hospitable further along. Sure enough, they were soon locked into the forming ice, and Amundsen named the cove Gjoahaven after their brave little ship. The crew now settled into what was to become their home for 2 whole years. Fortunately, Gjoahaven was on the caribou migration route, and the marksmen on board ensured a continuous feast of fresh venison, if that's what we should call it. It wasn't long before the piercing crack of rifle shots attracted the attention of native Netsilik hunters, who seemed suitably impressed with the snipers in the party, and a healthy rapport quickly developed between them all. Amundsen's notes now seemed to take on a fresh excitement as he threw himself into the study of Netsilik culture, trading artifacts with them and making a concerted study of their language, but also apprenticing several of the crew to one of their elders to learn the art of igloo building. For his part, Amundsen now obsessively also practiced his own dog sled training, and despite many comical failures, slowly became increasingly competent. They had all the time in the world, and plenty of fresh meat to keep the dogs fat and happy. He also spent a great deal of time studying and acquiring the reindeer clothing that was used by his new friends. The hair of reindeer fur is hollow, which makes the pelt light and warm. Eskimo people use these skins to make a loose-fitting anorak, which allowed air to circulate around the limbs, preventing the build-up of sweat. It was superior to the wolf skin that Amundsen was using. Underneath, they had underwear made from caribou skins, supple and not prone to chafing, important for someone who planned to move on skis. Within the next few months, the entire crew was completely dressed in Eskimo clothes and could competently build shelters in the snow. The crew also used their engineering skills to manufacture steel arrowheads and other requested tools to order for the grateful Eskimo, while they reciprocated by tutoring the crew in the finer points of dog sledding, teaching them which dogs to put in which position, how to balance and steer while on a full run, such that several crew members became proficient very quickly. The dogs themselves, boisterous, full of energy with big personalities, provided much entertainment in the quiet hours, and their companionship staved off the loneliness that was inevitable in such a harsh environment. Their first foray out to reach the magnetic pole lasted only 3 days. The temperature at minus 60 degrees Celsius was too low for the dogs to work, and the skis stuck to the snow instead of gliding along. Disappointed, they turned back and man-hauled their sleds for 6 whole days back to camp, while the dogs ambled alongside, humiliating them. The squad continued their practice, and it became apparent that dogs preferred to pull when someone was out in front leading them. It was therefore an ideal setup to have a skier out front, scouting the terrain and setting the pace, which motivated the dogs to run excitedly to catch up. So, as the weather continued to improve, a new attempt was made to reach the position of Ross's pole site, and after some near misses with bears and the odd ankle sprain, it became apparent that the pole had indeed moved some distance away from the original measurement site. Amundsen was therefore the first to prove that the magnetic poles do indeed migrate. The men also had to unfortunately shoot one of their dogs who refused to run, and when they presented its skinned carcass to the other dogs, they ate him with relish. Amundsen had just confirmed that Eskimo dogs are cannibals, which would be handy to know if food was scarce in an emergency. They spent the next winter season in the company of their new Eskimo friends, repairing equipment, refining their sledding technique, and continuing their magnetic surveys. Hundreds of miles of new coastline was charted, and throughout this time, there was rarely an argument or conflict of any kind, something that is extremely hard to maintain under such trying conditions. No doubt this was partly attributed to all the fresh meat they were eating that staved off all the symptoms of scurvy that so plagued the Belgian expedition, as well as all the previous British ones up here in the bleak north. Finally, the weather warmed once again. The sun came out, and the ship thawed free from the solid grip of the winter pack ice. They packed up their gear and solemnly sailed on down the Simpson Straits, aware that they were now moving past the limits of their tragedy-stricken predecessors and on into the unknown waters. The channels were riddled with reefs and rocky outcrops that might have easily wrecked the Gjoa were it not for the motor propeller that allowed for nimble turns and a controlled advance through the treacherous channel. After a week of foul weather and perilous shoals, little Gjoa broke out into the open Beaufort Sea after 2 centuries of human trial and tragedy. Within a week, they sighted a vessel, flying the stars and stripes under full sail, bearing down on them. In Amundsen's own words, "My boyhood dream at that moment was accomplished. A strange feeling welled up in my throat. I was somehow overstrained and worn. It was weakness in me, but I felt tears in my eyes." The captain of a San Francisco whaler was soon aboard and shook his hand profusely. Amundsen was astonished that anyone would recognize them. Despite his fatigue, he now left most of the crew on board, iced into the late season's fresh ice floes, while he skied 500 miles to Eagle, Alaska, to send a telegram back home. Here, he was to discover that 6 months prior, in June of 1905, Norway had declared independence. He had embarked on his trip with the support and blessing of one king, and now found himself the subject of a new king in a new country. He duly addressed a telegram to his new monarch, reporting that it was a great achievement for Norway. It seems that the people of Norway, despite their desire for independence, had developed a reasonable affinity for the Danes during their centuries of union with them, because in the deliberations of the independence campaign, the Norwegian parliament decided against the republican system of government and instead opted for a constitutional monarchy, for which they requested Danish Prince Karl to take the throne. He accepted and chose the regnal name of Håkon VII, a clear demonstration of his commitment to Norway, despite his own Danish roots. Amundsen soon rejoined his crew, and they pressed on through the Bering Straits and on to San Francisco, where they were hailed as heroes, before returning home to the same ticker-tape parades Nansen had received almost 20 years before, and which Amundsen had watched as a mesmerized schoolboy. He was now the first great hero of the fledgling nation. On the face of things, the British were congratulatory and full of praise. Amundsen was invited to lecture at the Royal Geographic Society, and Nansen, now ambassador to Britain, was careful to appeal to British sensibilities by reiterating that the Norwegian triumph over the Northwest Passage rode, as it were, upon the shoulders of the giants that preceded them there. There were, however, elements within British society that lamented the failure of one of their own to close the chapter on the Northwest Passage. It didn't seem right that all their sacrifices had been exploited by a nobody, worse still, a foreigner. But they had just themselves completed an expensive and somewhat ramshackle expedition on the other side of the globe, in Antarctica. The Discovery Expedition of 1901, organised by the joint efforts of the Royal Society and the Royal Geographic Society, had pulled together an ambitious plan to set up an Antarctic base, and from there engage in all manner of scientific exploration, surveying and the gathering of specimens and data. The trouble was that the scientists on board were amateurs, moreover urban gentlemen. The expedition was being led by a young, hastily promoted torpedo lieutenant who had never sailed in Arctic waters, nor ever been on any kind of expedition. The mix of Navy and merchant seamen on board were at each other's throats, and the objectives themselves were broad and vague. Their leader, Robert Falcon Scott, chosen under dubious circumstances, was widely disliked, prone to complaining, secretive, and known for making questionable decisions on a whim. His prior naval service record was lackluster, to say the least, so eyebrows were raised at his selection. To top it all off, despite bringing along both skis and dogs, at the advice of Norwegian guru Nansen, nobody knew how to either ski or run a dog sled, because they thought they could just learn on the fly. How hard could it be? In any case, Scott believed that dog sleds were cruel, and skiing was unbefitting a British explorer. The Navy was going to haul tons of gear up and down the frozen wastes by dragging them, with glorious machismo, 1 foot in front of the other, as was the custom. Unsurprisingly, the expedition was a shambles. Man and dog became emaciated through malnutrition. Several died of accident, exhaustion, or scurvy. The merchant seamen resigned and left on the next supply ship out. The mothership itself got frozen in with the prospect of several seasons locked in, and the entire expedition had to be resupplied and eventually rescued by blasting her out of the solid grip of the ice floe. A number of Scott's subordinates lay the palaver squarely at Scott's feet, notably his third in command, Ernest Shackleton, with whom he would have a lifelong simmering feud. Even the data they collected was dodgy and amateurish, being rejected by the scientific community back home. Some successes, however, included the discovery of the polar plateau, a record for attaining the furthest south at 82 degrees, some very decent survey charts, and the discovery of a number of inland valleys. But the ordeal saw the ship slink its way back to England without so much as a brass band reception on the docks. The depressed public, however, was hungry for heroics, and the politicians, of course, did what they do best, put a positive spin on it. If Scott had one skill above all others, it was creative writing, and his narrative account of the expedition, or should I say, reinterpreting of the journal entries, made a Cinderella story out of the debacle. The public bought it, and he became an instant celebrity. The Admiralty were not so stupid, though, and he failed to win the promotions in rank he was so desperately hungry for. The Royal Navy itself became increasingly reluctant to squander any more resources on what they saw as vanity projects by academic landlubbers, and so they opposed repeated attempts to rope them into another expedition. But everything changed when the German government began flexing on them by financing a number of their own expeditions to both the Arctic and the Antarctic. A sudden resurgence of political interest now re-emerged to deny the Germans any prestige that they felt rightly belonged to the British. It also grated on them that Amundsen's recent small-scale operation had shown itself to be superior to the established doctrine of massive expeditionary assault on an objective. There was only one thing for it, an even more massive expedition to ram the point home. So Sir Clements Markham, president of the Royal Geographical Society, granddaddy of monumental projects, once again began hustling for funds. The Admiralty, suddenly nervous about the Germans swarming over potential assets, cautiously committed to the idea, and plans began to crystallize for an expedition to the South Pole. Scott once again put up his hand, but his dreams of another massive Navy-led campaign was slow to draw funding, and many distrusted both Scott's competence and Sir Clements Markham's autocratic demands for control. As has ever been the case throughout history, aspiring adventurers now turned to wealthy philanthropists for support, with the promise of naming some obscure knob or creek after them, and this was definitely becoming the norm everywhere. So it was with Shackleton, greatly upset by Scott's negative and, as it turned out, spurious portrayal of him in his book as a slacker. Since returning, Shackleton had struggled to make a go of things in civilian life, and now held the mother of all grudges against Scott, whom he in turn viewed as a bungling idiot. So he suddenly announced plans to push for both the geographic and magnetic South Poles, and courted a number of wealthy businessmen to finance him. Both Sir Clements Markham and Scott were beside themselves with fury. Money was tight, and Shackleton was muscling in on the plans. They said as much, and when he refused to back out, they demanded he stay the hell away from the site of the established base at McMurdo Sound that had been set up on the previous expedition. Antarctica was now becoming subject to a turf war, and Shackleton was publicly pressured to commit to an alternative base camp without any reasonable justification besides jealousy. When he was forced to nevertheless break that promise, he was subjected to a smear campaign back in London, despite actually breaking a new record for furthest south in his own Nimrod expedition of 1907. When criticised for failing to reach the pole, Shackleton, at least satisfied that he had snuffed out Scott's record and proven himself in the field, said that it was better to return home a live donkey than a dead lion. Some in the establishment back in London disagreed, but the public nevertheless hailed him as a hero upon his return. Shackleton had just upped the ante, but he and his team barely made it back home alive, in snowshoes, I might add. None of them had bothered to learn from the Norwegians, who seemed to be getting on famously in the snow. Amundsen, back in Norway, was nevertheless impressed by Shackleton's resolve, superhuman effort and achievement, but both he and Nansen were bewildered by the continual British refusal to see the value of the ski and dog sled combination. They saw absolutely no sense in men dragging tons of equipment to the point of complete exhaustion when dogs could do it much more easily. For his own part, Amundsen, riding the wave of popular acclaim back home and inspired by Shackleton's pluck, next planned to go the whole hog himself and make an attempt for the North Geographic Pole, something even his mentor Nansen had failed to do. He was betting on being given Nansen's custom-built ship, the Fram, and, along with Nansen's blessing, a grant by the Norwegian Parliament to kick off the venture. Amundsen, no slacker in lobbying support, also wrote to London seeking the recommendation of boffins at the Royal Geographical Society, and Sir Clements Markham once again gave the project, ostensibly another scientific mission to study currents, magnetic patterns and the weather, his own seal of approval, now himself completely immersed in his own Antarctic project. Eventually, this new baby of Clements Markham's, called the Terra Nova Expedition, began to gain traction. Private investors injected some much-needed funds, and the government also eventually came to the party. The gentlemen of the several scientific societies had planned a comprehensive data collection program as the primary motivation, but this time they weren't to be in charge. The Navy was calling the shots, and it was going to be done their way, with discipline, order, and good old-fashioned British chain of command. Despite the scientific agenda, Scott pulled no punches by flat-out declaring he was going for the pole. To him, nothing else mattered. He was going to put Shackleton squarely back in his box and drop the mic on him. Now, you would think that Scott had learned the hard way that manhauling was a stupidly painful way of achieving the objective. But again, despite going to the trouble of visiting Nansen in Norway and seeking his advice, and even taking a trained skier with them as a tutor, both he and Sir Clements Markham decided that skis were for losers and dogs were only to be used in emergencies. Instead, Scott had the bright idea that motorized transport was the way of the future, and as he was now flush with cash, commissioned the development of 3 Caterpillar-tracked motor sleds to be designed from scratch. More on them later. Almost at the last hour, he realized that the sleds wouldn't be able to take them all the way up the steep glacier, so he sent a subordinate, who knew nothing about horses, to Siberia to purchase special Manchurian ponies, which he believed would finish the hauling for them. Never mind that there was no natural fodder for the vegetarian animals on the entire Antarctic continent. They would just ship it in, no worries. The Norwegians just shrugged their shoulders and wished them luck. Why do it the easy way when you can do it the British way? Scott's expedition was slated to depart England in June 1910, around the same time Amundsen was due to depart Norway on his own trip to the North Pole. And then news reached him that 2 Americans, Robert Peary, as well as Amundsen's old friend and mentor, Dr. Frederick Cook, had both, in separate expeditions, claimed the conquest of the North Geographic Pole. The news shocked him. What was the point of his own expedition now that 2 others had already beaten him to the punch? Sure enough, the phone soon rang hot with creditors wanting their money and sponsors threatening to cancel their support. The public just wouldn't be turned on anymore by anything less than a heroic first. He was out of cash and about to lose everything. It was just a matter of time before the government impounded his ship and sent him bankrupt. Something radical had to be done to save the expedition. Outwardly, he optimistically said that there was plenty of oceanographic work still to be done in the Arctic and that he was excited to get into it. Secretly, though, he engaged in feverish modifications to fit a new agenda. If the North Pole was gone, he was just going to head in the opposite direction and go for the South Pole instead. Oh, he would still fulfill his contractual obligation of Arctic data gathering. He would just do it after going to the South Pole. No problem. The thing is, Scott was just about to go for the same prize himself, for his own reasons. Things might get awkward because Scott had just given Amundsen some equipment that they would calibrate and compare notes from the opposite ends of the earth. The Norwegian government, sensitive to British opinions, might itself pull the pin, not wanting to risk offending anyone. But as far as Amundsen was concerned, the die was cast. After years of meticulous preparation, everything was ready. There was no way out for him besides victory or bankruptcy. When Scott made a visit to Norway to inspect the development of his sled engines, Amundsen evaded meeting up with him and even avoided answering the phone. So, on the 7th of June, 1910, Norwegian Independence Day, the Fram snuck out of Norway in the dead of night, under everyone's nose, and by the morning she was out of sight of both the government and the creditors. Only Nansen, still blissfully unaware of Amundsen's change of plan, watched her sail away into the darkness, and with that, his own dreams of adventure. He reportedly told his son, some years later, that it was the bitterest moment of his life. The crew also, most of whom were unaware of the change of plan, now settled into life on board. Amundsen once again had assembled another crack team of companions. 3 naval officers, Nielsen, Prestrud and Gjertsen, all trained in oceanographic science, magnetic data collection and Arctic navigation. Wistig, an all-around handyman and dog handler extraordinaire, Olav Bjarland, a world champion skier from Telemark in both jumping and cross-country. Bjarland was already a national hero when Amundsen asked him to join. To top it off, he was also a skilled carpenter and ski maker. And he was thrilled to sign up, becoming a critical member of the Polar Assault team. There was also Hansen and Hassel, dog sled masters who had trained in the Arctic and been on a number of expeditions already. Another notable addition was Lindström, a jovial yet tough sealer who was veteran of several Arctic expeditions with a natural gift for cooking. No easy thing when trying to prepare seal meat every day in and day out. He had served with Amundsen in the Northwest Passage, and his entertaining and calming demeanor earned him the love and respect of all the crew. Amundsen was later to write that Lindström, who was the man who kept the home fires burning while the others were all in country, was the single most valuable asset of the entire expedition. A further notable addition was the only member not personally handpicked by Amundsen, Fredrik Johansson. He was a tough and incredibly strong gymnast who had accompanied Nansen on his epic failed North Pole dash and had proven his worth both as a skier and survivor. But after returning in triumph with Nansen, he fell into depression, drinking and hard times, and Nansen begged for him to be accepted on the mission. Tough and highly experienced, he might be a great asset and in the event turn his own life around. But Amundsen had his reservations. He wanted nobody in his team whose unstable personal life might jeopardize the mission. Nansen, loyal to his old buddy, pleaded. Amundsen caved in. Altogether, there were 19 members of the expedition, all of whom, besides the captain and first mate, were completely oblivious to Amundsen's change of plans. But murmurings soon began about why they were picking up their dogs in Denmark, only to schlep them halfway around the world when they could have just got some in Alaska. The signature harmony that was the hallmark of Amundsen's Northwest Passage voyage was now replaced by an uncomfortable air of suspicion that something just wasn't right. Acutely aware of the mood and desperate to clear the air now that they were away, when they reached Madeira to rest and resupply, Amundsen gathered the crew and dropped his bombshell. They were stunned. He gave everyone the option of resigning and returning home, but each one, in turn, agreed to stay on. They understood what was at stake and what the prize would represent for Norway. He now wrote to his mentor Nansen, profusely apologizing for his deception, begging him for his ongoing support back home in hopes that triumph in Antarctica would rectify any offense the government might take of the scandal. He also sent a telegram to Scott, who received it when he himself, already well underway, had reached Melbourne, Australia. Beg leave to inform you, Fram heading Antarctic, Amundsen. Bewildered, Scott telegraphed London. Sir Clements Markham, barely recovering his composure after Shackleton's recent interloping, unleashed a tirade of abuse at the Norwegian, referring to him as a rascal and a blackguard, and insisted that Amundsen be denied any landing near their own base of operations. Scott, already in full race mode given his ongoing feud with Shackleton, shrugged it off as ridiculous, saying that, after all, dogs were clearly inferior to both ponies and motorized sleds, and blissfully carried on with his own preparations, confident of success. They needn't have worried about a Norwegian squatter at their base. Amundsen had already decided, after long study, to set up on the Ross Ice Barrier, a huge permanent sheet of solid ice the size of France, several hundred meters thick, that extended from the Antarctic mass out into the ocean like a monumental glacier. It was in a sheltered inlet called the Bay of Whales, on the opposite end to the site at McMurdo, where the British had already set up their base, that Amundsen chose to make his base camp. The British had ignored it as a landing site, considering it and the entire ice shelf to be potentially unstable. But Amundsen thought otherwise, and to boot, it was a full degree of latitude, 60 nautical miles closer to the pole. Amundsen's race would be shorter, but the interior was completely unknown and potentially fraught with insurmountable obstacles. Scott's route was longer, but 80% of it had already been traversed in 2 separate expeditions, so they knew what to expect. The race was on. Amundsen's ship, the Fram, was 126 feet long, 440 tons, powered by a revolutionary new diesel motor with 19 souls aboard. Scott's Terra Nova was 187 feet, 747 tons, powered by a coal-driven steam engine with 65 crew. This wasn't going to be just a race between explorers. It was a battle of philosophies. Scott's team was described by one of his own crew as many random men shoved together to undertake a large, ponderous campaign, while the Fram and her limited, specially chosen crew was later described as a Viking marauder going in for a raid. 4 months after leaving Madeira, by mid-January, the Fram was finally anchored off the Great Ice Barrier, its 200 feet high walls gleaming in the sunshine like the battlements of a fortress. Finding a foothold and passage up was not easy, but eventually they scrambled their way up, and orders were given to construct the base camp 4 kilometers inland. This they did using prefabricated hut components that the 2 carpenters on board quickly reassembled and locked deep into the ice sheet within just 6 days. Their new home away from home was to be called Framheim after the ship. The howling, boisterous team of almost 100 dogs excitedly got to work, pulling tons of supplies and material across the ice in the first bit of action they had had after months of boredom at sea. Each crew member was assigned a number of dogs to care for, and as in Johaven before, it went a long way to staving off the boredom and stress of life on the ice, their furry companions getting into frequent mischief and antics. Hunting parties were also sent out to procure seal meat that would feed the dogs and lessen the risk of scurvy among the men. By February, they were now ready to begin the first great test of their mission, the transportation of supplies into regularly spaced depots as deep into the terrain as possible, so that the attempt on the pole the following season would need to carry few supplies. It would also provide plenty of food and cooking fuel on the journey back. Amundsen was determined to avoid the near starvation that both Scott and Shackleton had experienced in the previous Discovery and Nimrod expeditions, so he meticulously planned the design and spacing of distance and orientation markers that could be easily stumbled across even under severe blizzard conditions. Just then, they sighted a ship in the bay, approaching the Fram. It was the Terra Nova. She had just deposited Scott and his shore party and was scouting a landing site for their secondary expedition to map the vicinity. Shocked at the encounter, they had expected Amundsen to be on the other side of the continent in the Weddell Sea. They nevertheless cordially received each other for breakfast and lunch the following day, exchanging pleasantries, with Amundsen showing the captain around Framheim, even offering to share the entire site with them if it was convenient to their mission. They declined courteously, of course, and hurriedly returned to Scott's camp at McMurdo to report on Amundsen's activities. It was now time to start laying out the depots of food and supplies along the path that the Polar Assault team would travel. This would be accomplished by loading up the sleds and then skiing out on a number of consecutive runs, hopefully laying supplies deeper south each time. The first run was made by 4 men and 3 sledges pulled by 18 dogs. As they made their way across the ice sheet, they didn't know what to expect, but by the end of the first day, they had skied almost 30 kilometers. It was their first test of dogs and equipment, and Amundsen noted in his journal how splendidly the dogs were performing and how he just couldn't understand why the British were so averse to using them. It was a dream run, and the next few days were no different, as man and beast settled into their daily rhythm, Amundsen forbidding any more than 30 kilometers of progress per day before setting up camp and resting. His long conversations with the Eskimo in Canada had taught him that exhaustion, sweating, and mental fatigue were the real killers in this environment. He needed his team to be full of vigor and clear-headed at all times. In just 4 days, they had reached 80 degrees south, setting up their depot and planting their intricate network of cairns and markers, then turned around with empty sledges and raced back to Framheim. Within just 1 week, they had astonishingly covered 260 kilometers. Meanwhile, Scott had also begun his own depot run, but ran into trouble before it even began. One of his 3 heavy motor sledges, being unloaded onto an unstable ice platform beside the ship, cracked and sunk to the bottom of the bay. The other 2 were plagued with mechanical problems and were completely unusable. The 8 ponies fared little better, plodding along, their hoofs frequently breaking through the ice, sinking them often to their bellies and needing to be offloaded and extracted. The men continued onward, hauling everything by themselves, but a blizzard and slow progress induced Scott to dump their loads at 79.5 degrees south, a good 30 kilometers less than they had hoped. As they lay in their tents, completely exhausted, the 2 dog teams that had been brought along, at the recommendation of Nansen back in Norway, trotted up with their own sleds, a little wobbly as beginners often are, but they had started days behind and had now completely caught up to Scott's immobilized party and seemed not the least bit troubled by the blizzard. Officers in his team reported that Scott seemed alternately surprised and then annoyed at the efficiency of the dogs, and how even in untrained hands, they basically overtook every other team. Indeed, comparing Scott's round trip with the Norwegian party, his daily average distance travelled was less than half of Amundsen's, but the fatigue factor was orders of magnitude worse. Even the ponies were completely exhausted, one dying on the way, and several others falling through an ice sheet and drowning, such that of the 8 that departed, only 2 made it back alive. It was a bad omen. Amundsen, on the other hand, still had some time up his sleeve, and a week after he got back from the first depot run, pushed another sled team up the barrier, depositing another load at 81 degrees south. But this time, the weather had deteriorated. Blizzards, the same ones hammering Scott, made their progress slower, and the further they got, the lower the temperature dropped. Despite their suitability to the task, dogs are not, of course, impervious to freezing, and as the temperature hit minus 40 degrees Celsius, they began to noticeably struggle. Amundsen took a couple of teams of the strongest dogs and pushed on to 82 degrees, but frostbitten paws forced him to unload there, satisfied that they managed to set up another depot a degree yet further south, depositing seal meat that would be a valuable source of nutrition. Both teams, having returned back to camp, now settled into the uneventful winter. Amundsen and his team used the time to remodel their sledges to be lighter and more maneuverable. They adjusted their clothing, boot designs, and painstakingly altered their ski equipment to better suit the terrain they were encountering. Both teams made preparations of rations and otherwise engaged in organized activities and games that staved off boredom in the camps. The Norwegian and British leaders occasionally had to deal with the frayed tempers and frustrations of isolation, but Scott's camp seemed to be faring far worse. Its strict organization along naval protocols had separate quarters for officers and men, while Amundsen kept a more egalitarian social system. A number of Scott's officers had begun openly questioning his decisions and privately his indecisiveness, which was a dangerous problem in such an extreme environment. Amundsen had issues of his own, but predominantly with Johansen, the experienced though troubled friend of Nansen, who grumbled on about equipment and procedure. But more troubling was the gradual anxiety that began to affect Amundsen personally about Scott's 3 motor sledges. Himself a technophile, he had no way of knowing the truth, of course, but was worried that these sledges would give Scott an advantage in whisking supplies up the glacier and on to victory, while his own dogs were at risk of frostbitten paws. He knew that the only salvation back home for his scandalous change of plans was to get there first. The unforgiving Norwegian public, not to mention predators, would ruin him for anything less than a glorious triumph. His reputation hung by a thread, but his underlying sense of guilt over all the skullduggery began to cast serious doubts over his otherwise meticulous preparations. So, early in September, as the sun began to return to the sky, against his own better judgment, he decided to go for it and prepped his polar assault team for the attempt, against the advice of Johansen, who told him it was way too early in the season and risky. Uncharacteristically, Amundsen pushed on, and despite good progress, when they hit 80 degrees south, the temperature suddenly plummeted, and the dogs began to suffer once again, with several dying of frostbite. Realizing he had made a terrible mistake, Amundsen decided to turn back, but the party became separated as they raced back to Framheim. Johansen and his partner's dogs stalled, and they made it back to camp many hours after the rest, themselves somewhat frostbitten and furious at having been left so far behind without backup. Johansen rebuked his leader, not unreasonably it should be said, but under such critical circumstances, Amundsen could not afford any dissent or disrespect, so Johansen was penalized for insubordination and removed from the polar assault team. A huge blow for the experienced veteran, the merits of which have been hotly debated ever since. Having narrowly avoided disaster because of his own lapse in judgment, Amundsen now regained his mental composure and waited patiently for the weather to suitably improve a month later. The 5-man team initially made steady progress, but heavy fog and blizzards caused them on a number of occasions to nearly plunge into the bottomless crevasses that littered the ice sheet. This was the very real risk of travelling across unknown terrain. Finally reaching the base of the mountains from which the ice shelf extended a month after starting out, and now beyond their final depot, they now had to snake their way over dangerous rock ledges, all the while steering sledges and herding the dogs along narrow and precarious ravines, uphill into the unknown. Days of anxious crisscrossing followed, and on the 21st of November, they were at 3,500 meters altitude. At the summit of the glacier, they committed themselves to follow, arriving without the loss of a single dog or sled. Meanwhile, Scott and his team of 16 men, ponies and prepared motorcade had also begun their own staggered push south. But after barely 80 kilometers, the motorized sledges again failed and were finally abandoned, with men and animals now having to haul tons of supplies all the way across the barrier to the base of the mountains. The painfully slow, staggered progress was now already a month behind the Norwegians, with the steep climb still ahead of them. Amundsen's team now lightened their loads and, with heavy hearts, shot a number of their weaker dogs, which had been calculated to serve as food for the others, each man taking responsibility for the dispatch of his own animals. This had always been part of the plan, but they had by now become so attached to their furry companions that they all reported it was the hardest thing they had to endure on the whole expedition. The 5-man squad now set off with their remaining dogs for the estimated 60 days of skiing, across yet more frightening crevasses and ice fields, passing Shackleton's heroic previous record of over 88 degrees south. On the 14th of December, having battled blizzards, impenetrable fog, and crackling ice fields underfoot, the party finally made it to the South Pole, planting the Norwegian flag and embracing joyfully, soaking up the significance of their unbelievable accomplishment. They pitched a tent and named their new abode Polheim, a fitting name for man's most distant southerly home. After a few days spent calibrating their position and taking some data, they left some equipment and a letter for Scott to deliver in the case of their death to King Haakon. Amundsen was desperate now to get news out to the world as soon as possible, but the return was nevertheless disciplined and orderly, never pushing his team more than 30 kilometers per day to preserve the fitness and energy of both man and dog. Lessons from Canada that were still burned deep into his mind. By the 4th of January, they were already making their way back down the glacier, while Scott, having himself only just passed Shackleton's record, was still deciding who was to accompany him to the pole and who would be returning back to the camp. He now made the fateful and inexplicable decision to increase his polar assault team from the original plan of 4 men to 5, which would gravely endanger the already strained ration allocations that were in place. On the 17th of January, plodding one painful, burning step after another, a look of dread suddenly bled across their faces as they came across Amundsen's tent with his letter, and the dawning realization that they had got there over 1 month ago. With the usual British stiff upper lip, they consoled themselves at their momentous achievement, heroically completed on foot, but the price they would pay was already beginning to show. The men were completely exhausted. The trudging had frozen their inadequate boots, with several men developing significant frostbite. Moreover, it had been some time since they'd had a fresh meal, and the telltale depression and mental fogginess began to set in. Amundsen's team, back on the barrier, now upped the pace and were soon at their depot, with food aplenty and the remaining dogs in good form. The laborious groundwork of setting highly visible markers at regular intervals paid off, as they easily found their way to the next and the next one, even when blizzards whipped up spontaneously around them. By the 25th of January 1912, they were back at Framheim, both men and dogs having actually put on weight despite skiing and sledging almost 3,500 kilometres over the course of 99 days, something that had never been heard of in European Arctic exploration, where starvation and scurvy were the norm. His lessons learned from the Eskimo of maintaining a leisurely, energy-preserving pace had paid off, with his team now safely back at base and reunited with their colleagues, ecstatic at having achieved all of their objectives 10 days ahead of schedule. Amundsen's meticulous, intricate planning and subsequent gamble for glory had paid off. Surely he was now vindicated. They were the first to the South Pole. They hadn't interfered with the British expedition, and they had even sent several side trips to be the first to set foot on King Edward VII Land, as well as to conduct the first oceanographic survey of the South Atlantic, all the way from Africa to America. They were professionals, indeed a Viking strike force. The Fram having returned from her own expedition, he quickly wound up and soon departed for Hobart, where no news had yet arrived of Scott's progress. They were warmly received by the local governor, and churches held services giving thanks for their safe arrival. Amundsen sent telegrams to his king, to Nansen, and to the media, and Norway soon erupted into national celebration. His reputation back home was safe, but the political establishment was worried that he might have damaged Norway's delicate relationship with Britain. It wasn't long, though, before the team received congratulations from abroad, with King George V and even Theodore Roosevelt sending their well wishes. Some elements in the UK, particularly Scott's backers, were publicly upset at what they expressed as the dirty trickery of the Norwegians. Shackleton, on the other hand, was well pleased. There was little chance that Scott would gloat over him, now that Amundsen had taken the pole from right under his nose. So much for the mic drop. The Fram eventually sailed on to Buenos Aires, where she was to be refitted at the expense of a wealthy Norwegian expat for the ongoing voyage to the north, as originally intended. Meanwhile, Amundsen would go on a whirlwind tour around the world, giving what were to him painful lectures to packed-out audiences wherever he went. It was while in the United States that Amundsen received the dreadful news of Scott and his party's fate. As feared, the supplies for a 5-man squad were inadequate. The lack of fresh meat brought on the ravages of scurvy, and the exhausted and now sick and delirious men had no energy left to haul their sledges to the main supply depot, which had been laying short of their needs. Their markers had also been poorly set, and in the increasingly foul weather, they became ever more disoriented, having spent 150 days in the freezing terrain. Confused final orders meant that the dog teams that could have delivered fresh supplies to them never materialized. So one by one, Scott's brave companions succumbed to their deaths, stoically writing their journals to the bitter end, with Scott, the last to die, even addressing parting words to the British public, snatching what has been described by some historians as a martyr's victory over George V. The British public went into mourning, and even the Northern Reserve Amundsen was stunned by the senseless loss of such brave men. Despite some useful scientific data, the monumental disaster highlighted a failure of British doctrine, logistics, and understanding of the terrain, made it the more jarring when contrasted with the technical efficiency and success of the tiny Norwegian expedition. It was an embarrassment that could only be expunged by transforming it into a story of heroism for heroism's sake. The tragedy was soon spun into a myth of the doomed hero who did things the hard way, the noble way, whose endurance and ultimate sacrifice was attributed to external factors such as the weather, rather than internal factors such as philosophy or preparation. Scott's legacy became sacrosanct as the First World War soon broke out, and young men across the British Empire were urged to emulate his heroic example as they were being mowed down in their tens of thousands in senseless battles from Flanders to Gallipoli. By this time, Amundsen's anticipated final expeditionary phase in the north had been shelved by the onset of the war, and he secretly looked for a way out. But his old mentor, Nansen, held him to account. It was a matter of honour that he try and complete the original mission. The Fram was by now quite useless after years of neglect in Buenos Aires, but Amundsen's finances, for once, took a turn for the better. As the war came to an end, Norway's shipping industry, in which he had managed to invest the last of his personal funds, burned, such that he was once again in the black. He used these funds to build a new, more advanced polar explorer called the Moor, after Norway's English-born queen. The Moor would fulfill his promise and drift with the ice pack for 7 whole years, though it would not end up drifting past the North Pole. At this time, Amundsen also became the latest technology of the day, airplanes, even earning his pilot's license, mortgaging the last of his assets into an aircraft he hoped would be the first to fly across the Arctic. In 1923, with Maud's cruise coming to an end, Amundsen, having honoured his promises, escorted the ship for repairs and left the completion of the expedition to subordinates, while he returned to Norway to face fresh financial demands of new creditors who had backed his aircraft research. He had planned to fly his plane over the Arctic Circle in yet another burst, but the plane crashed during trials, and he was now back to square one. The public were not impressed. The Norwegian newspapers even accused him of a publicity stunt, and many started to view him as a has-been who didn't know when to quit. Investors got nervous and bailed out of their sponsorship. Norwegians are a tough lot and expect a lot from their heroes. His private life was also in chaos. He had never married and had only maintained peripheral relationships that always seemed to come nothing. He nevertheless adopted 2 Eskimo children, perhaps out of a long-standing emotional debt to the people who had taught him so much. But when the creditors finally forced him into bankruptcy, he had no choice but to give up the children as well. Completely dejected, he had lost everything. He was one of those individuals for whom money, for its own sake, was of no importance. The only thing that mattered was his obsessive pursuit of excellence. And once again, as if by miracle, at this lowest ebb of poverty and despair, a wealthy American businessman finally came to the rescue. Lincoln Ellsworth was the son of a multi-millionaire who worshipped the ground Amundsen walked on. He had long dreamed of undertaking his own Arctic expedition, and now approached Amundsen, prepared to fund the project in its entirety, as long as he could be a part of it. Amundsen agreed, and in 1925 they flew 2 Dornier seaplanes to almost 88 degrees north, the furthest any plane had yet travelled by far, when one of them suddenly malfunctioned and was forced to land in the desolate polar wilderness. The other plane landed safely some distance away, and when it was discovered that the fault was unrepairable, the entire crew worked for almost an entire month on severely restricted rations rations to clear 600 tons of ice for a makeshift airfield. Packing into the remaining aircraft, they managed to skim their way back to civilization by the seat of their pants, reappearing in spectacular fashion when everyone had long given them up for dead. Amundsen was back. Now, at the age of 53, he had an even bigger plan. Ellsworth had agreed to fund the construction of an airship, which they planned to take over the North Pole. The Norwegian had proven that the aircraft could do it, and while they were busy putting the final touches on their airship in the Italian workshop, Commander Richard E. Byrd, who would go on to become a celebrated American admiral, himself flew over the pole. Amundsen felt vindicated and in some sense relieved that he hadn't usurped yet another pole from an empire that demanded his share of glory. He had himself championed the skier dog sled expedition. Now he had ushered in a completely new era of polar aircraft expeditions. In May 1926, Amundsen and his Italian crew eventually flew their own Zeppelin over the pole, he being the first man in history to have reached both the North and South Poles. The people back in Norway went berserk, if you'll excuse the phrase. He was now an unassailable national hero, greater than he ever was before. Clearly, it was time to go out on high. So he announced his retirement from exploration and settled into the boredom of traveling lectures, speeches, and dinners, and writing his memoirs, all of which he completely disliked. Debts began to mount again, and his health began to slowly fail. He aged rapidly as the world now passed him by. Never the warmest or gentlest of souls, he had few remaining friends and struggled to reconcile himself with the life of the mundane. Indeed, the British had by now completely sidelined his achievements, and even their school textbooks were crediting Scott as the discoverer of the pole instead of him. Amundsen became increasingly bitter, and his latest book was dark, nasty, basically a literary failure. His mentor Nansen, on the other hand, would go on to become the elder statesman of Norwegian society, a much-loved humanitarian and spokesman for international refugees following the horrors of displacement. It's funny how two men of similar passions and personalities could diverge so much in the way they accepted the role of mortality. For Amundsen, a couple of lonely years now went by. Then news reached him in 1928 that the Italian captain of the airship he had flown with had disappeared over the Arctic on another voyage north. Captain Nobile and he had fallen out badly during their own polar flight. You see, despite his love of technology, Amundsen, long used to being in charge, was no longer the obvious undisputed mission leader and unquestionable technical master, and his Italian companion put him firmly and uncomfortably in his place. Despite his bitterness at the row, he immediately volunteered with the French rescue team that was just one of many scouring the Arctic for the crash site. From Tromsø, they finally received a radio message from the downed captain with their location marooned on an ice floe. So the rescue team leapt into action, flying low and fast to get there first, of course. As they flew out of sight of the base, suddenly the radio went dead. Amundsen and his crew had vanished. A frantic search was now mounted for them too, but all that was ever recovered was one of the floats in the gas tank. Amundsen had gone the way of his Viking ancestors and back to the only home he ever knew. So, what can we say about Amundsen and his ongoing legacy? His remaining friends described him as honourable and straightforward. He had himself once joked that he was a hard man to like. Contemporaries described him as the Napoleon of the Arctic. So dominant was his impact on future polar exploration. He had a gift for making the difficult seem easy. In a world where the converse, making the easy things seem difficult, was the formula for becoming a hero. Yet, despite his relentless pursuit of excellence, he could never even balance his own checkbook. Amundsen's obsessive attention to detail and minute perfectionism were hard to romanticize. His books were never bestsellers, but where previous Arctic explorers had led their men to madness, starvation, and death, he brought his team home, alive, victorious, and fatter than they left. He showed that man could value both modern technology and ancient wisdom, that the hubris of civilization was to assume it could overcome the power of nature rather than have the humility to adapt and operate in harmony. He was a man straddling two epochs, but also a restless soul who was never truly at peace with himself. In the final analysis, perhaps his life and achievements can best be summed up in the old adage that fortune favours the prepared mind. Or, maybe even more relevant for us today, that nature always has the last word. Most everyone loves the Irish. Their sense of humour, legendary friendliness, and cheerful music is celebrated in Irish-themed pubs and St. Patrick's Day celebrations the world over. Shamrocks, leprechauns, and all things green have made their way into the hearts and cultures of many countries. And though the older among us remember the troubles that engulfed Northern Ireland for much of the 20th century, few people know about the broader history of Ireland and its long and tragic relationship with England. The uprisings and repression, the famines and exodus, or the political persecution that condemned activists to rot halfway around the world as convicts in the brutal penal colonies of Australia. In this video, we'll take a brief look at Irish history, its complex historical relationship with Britain, and as an interesting aside, a little known, though extraordinarily daring breakout of Fenian political prisoners from one of colonial Australia's toughest convict prisons. Join us as we dive into the history of the Irish problem, Fenian rebels, and the Catalpa rescue. While the history of Ireland can be said to go back thousands of years, beyond the Bronze Age and into the distant Paleolithic, our story begins in 4th century Hibernia, a mysterious land beyond the edge of Roman Britain. Like the Picts in what would become modern Scotland, the natives of Ireland were a mysterious and ancient race of warlike Celtic people who lived in tribal communities organised into family clans and ruled by chieftains who, advised by their druid priests, vied for territory and power, much like everyone else at the time, alternately raiding and trading along the Roman-held coastline of Britain and beyond. By this time, Rome's power was beginning to contract, and this isolated backwater at the edge of the known world seemed not to be worth the trouble of invading. Despite this, Rome was nevertheless still exerting some cultural influence through its trade networks, and with it, an influx of adherents of the growing cult of Christianity. Some sources suggest that these earliest Christians may have come across to Ireland as slaves, carried off by Irish raiders who frequently attacked the vulnerable western fringes of the empire. By 432 AD, tradition has it that St. Patrick arrived to begin his preaching and missionary work there. Now, no story about the Irish would be complete without touching upon its greatest celebrity. So, if you're new to my channel, strap yourself in as we go down this first of my usual number of rabbit holes. The story goes that Patrick, the son of a Roman official in what is today Western England, was abducted by Irish pirates and spent 6 years as a slave, tending animals there. It appears that while in bondage, he was exposed to Christian teachings among the small group that was already established there, and in his own later writings, he tells us that at that time he began to receive visions of saints that guided his eventual escape back home. Shortly after, he had yet another vision in which his Irish captors were begging him to return as a holy man to walk among them. As he grew to maturity, having himself recently been ordained as a priest, this last vision played upon him repeatedly, such that he felt compelled to travel back again. But in his new mission, he faced the hostility of both local pagans and established Christians alike. He nevertheless persisted, enduring beatings, imprisonment, and even a trial by his fellow believers, who accused him of impropriety and being, shall we say, a ladies' man. But despite these setbacks, his fame as a teacher spread far and wide, with nobles converting to the faith and building churches and monasteries around the country under his guidance. One legend concerning St. Patrick is that he used the shamrock with its 3 leaves to teach about the nature of the Holy Trinity, which in time would forever cement the symbolic identity of the clover, the church, and the green of Ireland under his name. Another legend, or set of legends, that only emerged centuries after his death, has the pious saint fasting and meditating on a mountain for 40 days, as we do, when he was set upon by venomous snakes in one version and black demon birds in another. In both versions, he chases them off into the sea, banishing them from Ireland forever. Unfortunately, it appears that the story was pilfered from the hagiography of another, later Irish saint, Columba, who actually preached the gospel in Scotland, and incidentally was the bloke responsible for banishing the Loch Ness Monster into the lake that is now its celebrated home and tourist attraction. Now, as if that wasn't bad enough, paleontologist party poopers have also burst the proverbial bubble by confirming that there have been no significant reptiles in the Irish fossil record since at least the last ice age, which means, of course, that either the church has been pulling the wool over our eyes, or otherwise St. Pat had the geological mojo to banish fossils as well as live snakes. Did I mention they make good whiskey in Ireland? Never mind. Apart from the purely miraculous, Patrick and possibly his predecessor Palladius were thought to be responsible for more mundane blessings, such as introducing the Roman alphabet and for codifying many of the laws that had hitherto been passed down only by oral tradition. Their work went a long way to establishing some of the earliest and most active monasteries in Western Europe, from which a range of artistic and literary masterpieces still survive, and from which, ironically, Christian missionaries now travelled the other way, back to the continent during the early Middle Ages, when Roman society had all but collapsed under the dominion of marauding nomadic invaders. When he died in 461 at the age of 76, he was bishop and primate of a substantial Christian community, and by the 7th century, his stature had grown to such an extent that he was venerated as the patron saint of all Ireland. And unlike most other saints, he was the patron of not much else, except maybe snake bites. As mentioned, he is often symbolically shown clutching a sprig of shamrock, and emblematically often represented via a red saltire. An example being its integration into the Union Jack flag, following the Acts of Union in 1800. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. So Britain actually gave Ireland its greatest national hero, and Ireland, for its part, gave back a whole lot of missionaries in return, when Rome herself was overrun by barbarians. So far, so good. But with the instability of the post-Roman world, New power brokers entered the scene, and the isolated utopian island at the western edge of the known world faced a threat altogether greater than the Romans, the Vikings. By the late 8th century, Viking raiders from Norway plundered and pillaged their way around the Irish coastline, but despite the mayhem, they never managed to capture large portions of the country, being satisfied with establishing the small city-state of Dublin, which eventually became a major trading hub. Several generations of celebrated heroes within the various Irish kingdoms eventually expelled the invaders, and though these kings continued to vie for supremacy among themselves, the island nevertheless prospered with expanding trade and fresh political links to the European mainland. The petty squabbles and land grabs that characterized the nobility throughout feudal Europe eventually led to petitions by embattled warlords for aid from new trade partners and friends abroad. Marriage alliances were made, and when King Dermot MacMurrough, King of Leinster, regained his lost kingdom with the help of his Norman son-in-law, Richard Strongbow de Clare, he happily declared him his sole heir. Now, this made Norman English King Henry II, an empire builder extraordinaire, somewhat concerned that a minnow like Strongbow might have the audacity to declare himself a rival Norman king. So, he did the only reasonable thing one could do in those days: invade and take the whole place for yourself, neighbours included. Which he promptly did in 1171 with the blessing of the Pope, Adrian IV, an Englishman, I might add, who wanted to bring the Irish Church under his complete control. Mind you, Henry was still carrying the stigma of bumping off Archbishop Thomas Becket, so if handing over the entire Church of Ireland was going to buy him some credit with the new pontiff, all the better. Thus, Henry became the first English king to set foot in Ireland, and with his own Norman troops, he now took much of the rest of the island while they were at it, the king subsequently naming his younger son John as Lord of Hibernia. Poor old Henry, unfortunately, ended up having what you might call some significant family problems. So, when John, the archetypal bad guy who gave Robin Hood so much grief, unexpectedly became King of England in 1199, the Lordship of Ireland now fell directly under the English crown. And that's where all the trouble began. And I don't mean just for Ireland. This bloke was such a rascal that his own barons eventually bailed him up at knife point to sign a document limiting the monarch's absolute powers. The precedent that this document, the Magna Carta, set would unleash a process of democratization that would change the face of Europe forever, though it would certainly have its fair share of selectivity, reversals, and interruptions along the way. But for the Irish at least, it was going to be a long, dark struggle back to the light of self-determination. Over the next couple of centuries, English kings tried to consolidate their grip on Ireland by alternating between bribing and battling the native Irish lords in the countryside. But they were also particularly keen to erode the influence of assimilated Norman lords, who, with their Celtic extended families, still posed a threat to the control of London. These integrated Normans were themselves drawn at times to assimilate with the Irish counties that were still independent, and at others to maintain their own distinct organisation, such that the country was engulfed for some time in continual strife and disorder. By the end of the 14th century, local Gaelic lords had nevertheless managed to become a significant threat to both these established Normans and their cousins from England, especially after the Black Death arrived in 1348. Most of the Anglo-Norman population at the time lived in densely populated urban centres and were quickly wiped out by the plague, while the Irish were more generally dispersed throughout the countryside and escaped the worst of it. by the end of the 15th century, with England completely distracted by the Wars of the Roses, Irish lords and their integrated Norman allies had regained the entire island, with the exception of the region around Dublin, known as the Pale, outside of which the English had basically lost all control, and from which the phrase "beyond the Pale" is derived. A century later, and the Tudor King of England, Henry VIII, concerned about a rebel Yorkist nest in his diminutive holdings at Dublin, coupled with the threat of growing power within the Irish Fitzgerald dynasty, decided to reassert English control, ostensibly to prevent a potential invasion from his rear. A series of brutal and bloody wars followed, and Irish fortunes waxed and waned, more or less ending with the 9 Years' War led by Red Hugh O'Donnell and his father-in-law, Hugh O'Neill, who managed to unite the Gaelic clans under an Irish confederation. They won a number of brilliant early victories, but they were eventually forced to change tactics to bail out their besieged Spanish allies, and were gradually worn down by the English strategy of scorched earth conquest and ethnic cleansing of the local Catholic population. Tactics that would be reinforced by colonising vacated regions with Protestant English and Scottish immigrants. This project cemented English control throughout the realm and asserted the English language, customs, and, significantly, the Protestant religion as the law of the land. The destruction of farmland in the total war doctrine of the English led to a widespread famine that killed upwards of 100,000 civilians, forcing the capitulation of their leaders and the annexation of Ireland in 1603. It should be said that even among the long-established English loyalists in and around the Pale, who historians have labelled the Old English, there was quite a lot of dissent, because they were themselves Catholics, just like the Irish, and were hopeful of maintaining both their shared religion as well as their privileged relationship to the crown. But in Protestant Tudor and later on Jacobean England, despite assurances, this was never going to fly, and the New English, that is to say Protestant settlers, now pouring into the devastated north, quickly gained privileges, status and power that completely supplanted their established allies around Dublin, pushing them into the bosom of their Gaelic neighbours. Despite still controlling the bulk of estates throughout Ireland, Catholic lords were now neutralised from participating in their own parliament by new laws that favoured Anglican immigrants, and they were additionally required to pay hefty penalties and taxes for not attending Anglican church services, all the while abiding the ongoing confiscation of their lands to make way for expanded settlements granted to foreign colonists. Eventually, this blatant discrimination blew up into a number of new rebellions, with retribution and atrocities perpetrated by Christians of all persuasions. But when England itself collapsed into civil war, a new confederation of Irish Catholics of all ethnic backgrounds, led by yet another couple of O'Neills, at one time even sided with the English King Charles I against his own parliamentarians, in return for guarantees of equality and religious liberty that Charles cautiously granted and then quickly rescinded a number of times, depending on his fluctuating circumstances. Things, as we know, eventually went poorly for Charles and his royalists, and the Irish Confederates too began to split into opposing factions that fatally weakened their position. By 1649, Charles had lost his head, and Oliver Cromwell decided to invade Ireland to mop up whatever royalist forces remained and to solve, once and for all, the Catholic problem. Now, if you think that the devastation wrought by the paranoid womanizing Henry, his tough-as-guts daughter Elizabeth, or the, believe it or not, free-spending Scotsman, James I, was bad enough, this was nothing compared to what the religious maniac Oliver Cromwell had in store for them. His new model army was cohesive and well equipped with the full backing of the English Parliament. In just 3 years, they had managed to pillage and murder their way across the entire country, burning everything in their wake, which provoked such a famine that by the end of the conflict, hundreds of thousands of people had perished of starvation and disease, a full third of the entire population of Ireland, most of whom were unarmed peasants and had barely recovered from the plague of preceding centuries. A wave of dispossession laws were now enacted in favour of fresh Anglican settlers who were awarded estates and titles, while the now landless Catholics were reduced to marginal reservations or shipped out as indentured servants to far-flung American colonies, effectively to be used as slave labour. You see, by this time, there was a general tendency within England's ruling class not only to demonise Catholics in general, but to dehumanise the Irish in particular, portraying them as primitives and apes. It was yet another painful and familiar episode in Irish history that would go on to sting its collective memory. Their failure to liberate the homeland once again the result of disunity and infighting, a pattern that would characterise the Irish story for centuries to come, in which generation after generation would rise up in rebellion, only to flounder through ineptitude, disunity, and now increasingly espionage and subterfuge by British agents. But all this disquietude was nevertheless exacting a toll on the British Treasury too. So when in 1691 yet another uprising occurred that supported the rebel Jacobite cause, Westminster finally offered the Irish official religious tolerance and a right to keep their property, because the English currently had bigger problems brewing in France and the Low Countries. The exhausted Catholics saw this as a real victory, but they were quickly shown to be suckers, because within the next couple of years, the Irish Parliament, comprised essentially of minority Anglican MPs doing the bidding of London, passed an astonishing series of laws that were even more draconian than any that had ever preceded them. According to Fitzsimons, Catholics were now prohibited from all professions except the medical, which doesn't say much about their faith in doctors. They were barred from public service or official positions. Children could only be educated by Protestant teachers, and moreover, this couldn't be circumvented by sending your children offshore, which was also illegal. Catholics were forbidden from participating in trade or commerce in any corporate town. They were disqualified from holding leases of land for longer than 31 years. To add insult to injury, they were forbidden to inherit land for Protestant relatives. Nor could they legally possess a horse with a value of over £5, and could literally be unseated by a Protestant and forced to accept £5 for a horse, even if it was worth 10 times more. Catholics who converted to the Protestant Church could legally sue their parents for ongoing maintenance, and would instantly become the owners of their parents' property, reducing them to tenants for life under them. Catholic priests were now forbidden to celebrate Mass under severe risk of penalty, but if they recanted to become Protestant, they would be given a stipend for life. And to top it all off, Catholics were now officially banned from sitting in Parliament, which was basically just a mouthpiece for London anyway. Now, it wasn't just the Catholics that were under the hammer and feeling like outcasts in their own land. By now, hundreds of thousands of Scottish Presbyterians and other minority religious dissenters also came under censure by the Anglican establishment, despite their nominal Protestantism, because their Calvinist doctrine was out of step with the Orthodox one. Though they could still sit in Parliament and enjoyed some freedoms denied to Catholics, they were still subject to the onerous penalties and taxes levied on anyone not of the Anglican Church proper. Now, if there's one thing a Scotsman hates, it's being parted from his money. So this had the effect of not only driving many of them into closer relationships with their Catholic neighbours, but also prompted the emigration of approximately 200,000 of them to America by 1775. The pertinent domestic outcome for those left behind was that the delineation of national identity in Ireland began to shift significantly away from a purely religious one toward one of a broader Irish cultural commonality. Ironically, all the attempts at forced Anglicisation of the Irish appeared to be backfiring, as many new Protestant immigrants instead began themselves to adopt an Irish national consciousness, much as the Norman Old English settlers that preceded them had done in the Middle Ages. By 1776, the American War of Independence was in full swing, and young men all across Ireland were inspired by stories of liberty and resistance to tyranny filtering in from across the Atlantic. It was actually Presbyterian Scots-Irish Protestants, and even the occasional Anglican, such as revolutionary leader Wolfe Tone, who formed a new association in Belfast called the United Irishmen, whose platform was based on the American Republic that pushed for reforms on principles of civil, political and religious liberty for all Irishmen. By 1789, not only had the United States been victorious in their War of Liberation, but revolution had also broken out in France. The mood of the United Irishmen now shifted from one of internal reform to outright Republican agitation. A number of parliamentarians in England had already voiced their support for social change, and a bill had even been passed in both the London and Dublin houses guaranteeing religious tolerance with some access to higher education. But these reforms were largely ignored by the ruling minority, and things were slow to change on the ground. In 1794, Tone, heavily influenced by Georges Danton, Thomas Paine and others in the French Assembly, declared his goals: to subvert the tyranny of our execrable government, to break the connection with England, the never-failing source of our political evils, and to assert the independence of my country, to unite the whole people of Ireland, to abolish the memory of all past dissensions, and to substitute the common name of Irishman in place of the denomination of Protestant, Catholic, and Dissenter. It was a dream-like vision, with the whole world seemingly moving in the direction of liberty around them. But, yet again, dissension within the Irish community soon saw splinter groups of regional Catholics and Protestants undermining and openly working against each other. Of course, the British were not sleeping while this was going on, and though they were preoccupied with external events, they were active in helping the movement self-destruct through subterfuge. By 1795, ringleaders within the United Irishmen were being arrested and tried for treason, while others, including Tone, fled to the US or France, hoping for support to instigate a revolution. The French obliged in 1796 with 15,000 troops and plenty of weapons sent across by ship, but storms and rough seas made landing impossible, so the fleet returned to France and the Irish were once again on their own. To make matters worse, in 1798, Napoleon had just sacked Rome, and reports were filtering in of his humiliation of the Pope and the entire Church, which saw Catholic support for the United Irishmen dramatically wither, faced with the prospect of a godless French regime replacing the English, as though it could be any worse. The poor old Irish were going round in circles, and when the rebellion finally exploded, informants had ensured that the British were ready and waiting, arresting many of the organisers within days, such that the rebels were left significantly disorganised and lacking cohesive leadership. Insurrection nevertheless flared up all across the country, with peasants streaming to join the fray, armed only with pikes and farm tools. Guerrilla warfare was fought in towns and villages the length and breadth of Ireland. The revolution came to a head at the Battle of Vinegar Hill, and though the Irish farmers were soundly beaten by seasoned British artillery and line infantry, Lord Castlereagh, Chief Secretary of Ireland and an active combatant during the campaign, commented on the valour of his enemy, despite their being severely outgunned. I could never have believed that untrained peasants could have fought so well. The French eventually managed to land a few thousand men, but they lacked support and adequate reinforcement, so were eventually defeated, and the whole rebellion collapsed by the end of the year. Some English parliamentarians, meanwhile, frustrated by the ongoing turmoil in Ireland and a real concern about a potential French base so close to home, now pushed for an act of union that would place Irish affairs strictly under the control of London and bypass lawmakers in Dublin. It didn't take long, and in 1800, the Irish Parliament, basically run by a hardline Anglican oligarchy, abolished itself in the Acts of Union that formalised the creation of the United Kingdom. Part of the outcome of this union was that laws that affected Ireland were now made directly out of London, where they had limited MPs to represent them. And if you recall, these MPs were not exactly culturally representative of the majority of its constituent population. Fresh Anglo-centric laws now prohibited any trade competition from Ireland that would disadvantage English markets. Dispossessed Irish tenant farmers were forced to sell their produce at low fixed rates, so trade and profits basically flowed one way, and the farmers found themselves in perpetual debt, with many being violently evicted and left destitute. Ireland was soon reduced to the equivalent of a colonial resource, fit only for exploitation. Mass starvation, a recurring theme by now, followed soon after, while for those who survived by their wits, prison and transportation for life to far-flung penal colonies was implemented as a method of both eliminating the poor and harnessing a source of quasi-slave labour. Others felt they had no choice but to take the king's shilling and join the British Army purely to escape poverty and persecution. They were soon shipped off to foreign lands to fight other oppressed people in battles of colonial expansion. Unsurprisingly, even in places as far away as Sydney, Irish convicts who were for all intents and purposes political prisoners condemned to a life in servitude would occasionally rise up in revolt, such as in the Battle of Castle Hill, while those serving in the army also periodically mutinied, sometimes en masse, as happened in Newfoundland in 1800, or even in the Royal Navy in 1797. By the 1840s, a succession of unusually severe rainy seasons saw the appearance of a fungal blight that caused the rotting of potato crops, the staple food of peasants, all over Ireland. Already living well beneath the poverty line, some estimates have suggested that over 1 million people perished in the resulting famine, causing another 2 million to emigrate to the United States, Australia, or anywhere else they could escape to. Though the government strenuously denied it, eyewitness reports abounded of thousands of tons of crops being shipped to English markets every single day by opportunistic estate owners cashing in on a sudden trebling of prices, while the population starved on the docks. Appeals and protests were quelled by troops, while influential English newspapers, fully aware of the scale of the disaster, passed off the famine in Ireland either as divine punishment for their own wickedness or otherwise as not our problem. The media typically portrayed the Irish as drunken, unruly, and ape-like, in contrast to other britons, whose noble duty it was to rule and civilize them. Charles Trevelyan, head of the UK Treasury and chief of official government relief operations, was reported to have said that the famine is simply a mechanism for reducing surplus population. His very public hatred of the Irish made him an astonishing choice to head Westminster's humanitarian program, which he stalled and delayed on a continuing basis. Even more incredible is that he received a knighthood for his trouble, but in Ireland today, he is viewed as a villain second only to Oliver Cromwell. While some debate still persists as to the extent of government and media culpability in the tragedy, most historians squarely view it as an intentionally genocidal British political agenda of ridding themselves of the Irish problem. All this at a time the British were priding themselves on their recent abolition of the Atlantic slave trade and their role as enlightened liberators of an evil Napoleonic Europe. One reason for this peculiar disparity is the suggestion by some historians that the ruling class in Britain at the time was heavily influenced by the writings of Thomas Malthus, a political economist and demographer. Malthus observed that as food production improved, the health and well-being of people also improved. However, he insisted that this well-being was only temporary because the resulting population boom would soon outstrip food production and lead to a famine, which would kill off the population back down to a manageable level. His theory rested on the notion that population growth is exponential while food production is linear. So as these lines diverged, the result would be inevitable instability, famine, and societal collapse. Something he viewed as entirely normal, natural, and even divinely ordained as appropriate punishment from God for man's wickedness and overconfidence. This theory led him to condemn any attempts at government intervention during food crises as being not only contrary to God's laws, but also an interference with the natural order of things. Trevelyan was an ardent student of Malthus, so his policy during the famine is therefore no surprise. Likewise, both Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace also studied his works extensively and were significantly influenced by them. Malthus wrote his seminal treatise in opposition to the growing positivity movements arising out of the French Enlightenment. All this nauseating continental optimism was offensive to him, and his essentially morbid treatise found wide support among the insular landed gentry, who increasingly applied the emerging doctrine of what would come to be known as survival of the fittest to their own estates and businesses. The fact that Malthus failed to predict the Industrial Revolution or factor in the multiplier effect of new technology on food production, as well as the reduced birth rate that accompanies urbanization, has eventually seen his theory become discredited, but its prejudicial application against the destitute and hungry caused much preventable suffering throughout the United Kingdom, not just Ireland. Unsurprisingly, the backlash wasn't long in coming, with the emergence of political activism among the poor in the form of trade unionism. Karl Marx was lapping up the discontent and, with his mate Engels, travelled around England liaising with Chartist protesters who were calling for major political reforms to benefit the working class. Much of his later socialist theories grew out of his experiences in London, where he took a stick to Malthus, blaming poverty not on overpopulation and limited resources, but instead on class injustice and exploitation. Socialism was born, and the English were now copying serious blowback as public opinion shifted sympathies significantly towards the Irish. To highlight the absurdity of the ruling elite's attitudes to the catastrophe unfolding in Ireland, one incident in particular stands out. The Ottoman Sultan, Abdul Mejid I, a firmly pro-European, progressive Muslim ally of Queen Victoria, was so moved by reports of the famine that he transferred £10,000 in cash as humanitarian aid. But British diplomats in Istanbul warned him that since Queen Victoria had herself only donated £2,000, it would be seen as a diplomatic insult. So they advised him to reduce his aid to only £1,000 in order to avoid a scandal. He nevertheless clandestinely sent several ships laden with food and supplies, which apparently had to run the gauntlet, passing major Irish ports to offload them in Drogheda, whose grateful citizens commemorate his act of charity to this very day, even twinning their football club and its colours to a Turkish one. Not surprisingly, those few emaciated Irish that were too weak or destitute to leave, and frustrated at yet a further reduction in Catholic voting rights despite their nominal emancipation, began to agitate for a repeal of the union with Britain altogether, and reignited the previous generation's dreams of home rule as an independent republic. New associations were formed throughout the country, such as the Young Ireland movement. Pamphlets were printed, and orators such as James Finton Layler and James Stephens began calling for armed insurrection, at a time when the whole of Europe seemed to be exploding into open rebellion against autocratic rule. From Paris to Vienna, Copenhagen to Bucharest, from Budapest to Amsterdam, a springtime of nationalist revival, liberal ideas, and revolutionary demands for democratic reform was sweeping the continent and threatening to topple monarchies like nothing ever seen before. Irish nationalists joined the fray, but like much of the rest of Europe, their poorly coordinated and poorly led insurrection collapsed almost as soon as it began. Emaciated peasants being no match for professional soldiers, armed with artillery and state-of-the-art musketry. Britain quickly passed new sedition laws, banning freedom of speech and criticism of the government of any kind, whether in print or by mouth. Dissidents were rounded up and typically received a death sentence, or worse, the now familiar transportation for life to penal colonies, where hard labour and a miserable death awaited them. Some agitators, such as William Smith O'Brien, nevertheless managed to escape their hellhole in Van Diemen's Land and legged it to Europe or America, where, along with enigmatic figures such as John O'Mahony and Michael Doheny, would go on to form Irish fraternal organisations, complete with newspapers, literature clubs and charities. The largest of these, notable for its openly militant agenda, was the Fenian Brotherhood in the United States, named after a mythical clan of poet warriors from ancient Irish history. Stephens, now a persona non grata, managed to abscond to Paris, where he was absorbed into French intellectual and literary circles, and exposed to egalitarian fraternal societies such as the Freemasons. Here he began to formulate the idea that if Ireland was ever to attain its freedom, its liberators needed to infiltrate the British system by emulating the structure and mystique of these secret societies, which had apparently played significant roles in the liberation of the United States, France, and practically most of Latin America from oppression. He quietly returned to Ireland 6 years later and travelled the countryside incognito, preaching to small groups of gathered patriots, eventually forming what came to be known as the Irish Republican Brotherhood, and setting up a system of independently operating circles, each with limited knowledge of their superior chain of command, in order to safeguard operational secrecy. By 1860, Dublin already had 16 circles of 820 men each, an underground newspaper with circulation in the thousands, and a solid relationship with the American Fenian Brotherhood, which made plans to ship arms, cash, and men back to the fatherland for the mother of all rebellions as soon as Stevens gave the word. But then the American Civil War broke out, and the Irish, loyal to their new home states, joined both the Union and Confederate armies in their tens of thousands. Typically, they formed Irish regiments on both sides that were, at times, pitted one against the other in horrific battles such as Fredericksburg, with some estimating casualties among Irish combatants to have been in the tens of thousands. The Irish also contributed no less than 18 generals to the leadership ranks of both armies. These refugees from British tyranny, barely settled in their new homeland, were now fighting brother against brother in America, instead of liberating their homeland from the English. Stephen's dream of a general uprising would have to be shelved till the war was over. Meanwhile, the English were hardly sitting idly by, and their espionage network was soon aware of the Brotherhood, though not of the identity of its key leaders, nor the size of its actual membership. For now, the circles were holding. One of the key objectives of the Brotherhood was to recruit Irish soldiers currently serving in the British Army. You see, the British colonial expansion into India, Africa, and elsewhere necessitated a steady supply of fresh troops to continue the momentum. So the government relaxed the ban on Catholic enlistments, and many young Irishmen who were otherwise starving or unemployed joined out of sheer desperation. Stevens believed that if these men could be convinced of the righteousness of the Irish cause, they would defect at the appropriate moment, and he would not only have an instant army of veteran patriots, professionally trained courtesy of Her Majesty Queen Victoria, but the English themselves would lose a large chunk of their army in the field, causing panic and disorder. It was from these ranks that a number of significant leaders were recruited. For the purposes of our story, a couple of key players are worth bringing up for special mention. John Devoy, a schoolboy at the time of the Great Famine, he watched his older brother die an agonizing death of starvation, while he himself was physically abused by his Protestant schoolteacher. Vowing revenge, as soon as he was 18, he left Ireland to join the French Foreign Legion, hoping to learn the trade of soldiery from some of the toughest in the business, eventually returning to Ireland and becoming one of Stephen's key officers. There were also Dennis Duggan, John Flood, and Jeremiah O'Donovan Rosser, all of whom became key members of Stephen's inner circle. There were now thousands of soldiers throughout the empire who had taken a secret oath to join the Brotherhood. The more active recruiters among them in Dublin were John Boyle O'Reilly, a talented young journalist and writer who had joined the 10th Hussars in Dublin. His family had connections to a number of previous failed uprisings, and many of his classmates had died of starvation during the famine, so he was certainly highly motivated. Sergeant Thomas Darragh, a decorated veteran of campaigns in South Africa and the Chinese Opium Wars, and Michael Harrington, a decorated veteran of the 61st Regiment of Foot. From the same regiment, there was also Bob Cranston, while in the feared 5th Dragoon Guards, there was James Wilson, a decorated veteran from the Indian Mutiny. He was soon joined by his good mate, Hogan, also of the Dragoons. And finally, there was Tom Hassett of the 24th Regiment of Foot, said to have personally recruited over 270 members of his own regiment to swear the oath of brotherhood. By 1865, the American Civil War had come to an end, and Stevens tentatively set later that year for what would become known as the Fenian Rising. But then, just as they were getting ready, a key piece of correspondence fell into the hands of the British Special Task Force that was set up to tackle the Brotherhood. And before the Rising could even get off the ground, informants sprung a trap that netted much of the Dublin leadership, including Stevens. Under 24-hour guard, he was nevertheless soon smuggled out of a Dublin prison in a slick and brazen rescue orchestrated by his Lieutenant Devoy, led by prison insider John Breslin. Remember that name because we'll get back to him later. Stevens' almost ghost-like escape and subsequent exile to France rallied his supporters, and plans were made for a fresh uprising the following year. But by now, the British intelligence machine was in full swing, and the entire army was subjected to a purge, with a series of courts-martial that flushed out the aforementioned soldiers, along with many thousands more. This time, Devoy and many of the remaining leadership were also rounded up, again betrayed by informants. So when the long-awaited rising finally took place in February of 1867, a combination of reduced leadership, foul weather, poor coordination, and failed objectives saw the rapid collapse of the greatly anticipated liberation. Shiploads of American war veterans, armed to the teeth and itching to join in, were quickly rounded up in Irish ports and either imprisoned or expelled to avoid a diplomatic incident. Thousands of civilians embroiled in the fiasco were also hastily sentenced to long years of penal servitude in Australia's colonies, while deserting soldiers were subjected to especially harsh judgment, typically a death sentence for treason. When executions began in earnest, the public outcry became so vocal that the British government feared an even bigger revolt, so most of the convicted soldiers had their sentences commuted to life in prison and were sent to the notoriously horrible jails in Van Diemen's Land, or the new Supermax prison recently built in Western Australia. The small colonial outpost of Fremantle on Australia's extreme west coast was one of Britain's most isolated settlements. The British had long-established colonies along the east coast of Australia, or New Holland as it was once known, which were already reasonably well connected and had grown substantially thanks to a large convict labour force and a policy of land grants once they had served their sentences and been released. But the entire west coast of modern Australia was bereft of any kind of European presence, and London was concerned that the French, who had for some time been exploring the vicinity, might decide to plant their own flag and claim the entire west of the continent for themselves. Sacre bleu. In 1829, the British hastily established Fremantle, ostensibly a military outpost at the mouth of the Swan River, with a shipload of settlers, who had been sold on the idea that they were coming to the promised land. What they found instead was a shallow sandy bay, pretty enough as these things go, but otherwise situated on a barren open plain with no shelter, poor soil, brackish water supply, few trees of any building value, and no pasture to speak of. To top it off, they were subjected, day in and day out, to a climate of relentless and oppressive heat, the sun beating down relentlessly, killing whatever meagre crops they planted. The only viable industry to spring up was whaling, but the lack of port facilities saw the population nevertheless dwindle to dangerously critical levels over the next decade. Those few settlers who remained were nevertheless proud that they were pretty much the only colony in the empire that was free of convicts. But all the agitation going on in Ireland meant that the government soon decided the only way to stabilise the settlement and get rid of Irish undesirables at the same time was to dump them in Fremantle, where they could be used to build infrastructure such as roads, buildings, and a harbour, and of course, a proper prison to house themselves and the other degenerates in. By 1850, the first shipload of convicts arrived, to the great resentment and dismay of the residents. But they were soon put to work quarrying limestone and building themselves a prison that was situated at the top of a hill and overlooked the town like a foreboding monolith, and which would come to dominate the entire landscape for decades to come. It was to this infernal prison that 62 Fenian political prisoners were sent, including 16 soldiers, among whom were the 7 I mentioned earlier. Unlike those prisoners being transported for theft or other petty crimes, most of the Fenians were literate, with individuals like O'Reilly and Flood having significant backgrounds in publishing and even poetry and music. These two stood out in particular, and so impressed was the captain of the Hougoumont, the prison ship assigned to transport them, that he allowed them to publish a ship's newspaper, The Wild Goose, which contained satire, poetry, and entertainment enjoyed by both prisoners and crew alike. You see, by this time, the working class throughout Britain were beginning to seriously distrust the media facade, and despite the suppression of free speech, the tragic nature of the starvation in Ireland, coupled with the eagerness of the British gentry to imprison even their own people, began to cause an even greater shift in public opinion, not to mention sympathy for Fenian prisoners by the working poor all throughout Britain, who were themselves starting to feel the pinch of industrialisation that swelled its cities with increasing numbers of the homeless and destitute. When the ship finally arrived in January of 1868, after almost 3 months of a squalid, crowded voyage at sea, there were no illusions about how these rebels were to be treated. The Comptroller General saw to it that they were clapped in irons without delay, and they were to be worked to the bone on rations of only bread and tea, with little social interaction and a monotonous daily assignment of building roads in the searing heat and choking dust, which made many eventually go blind or mad. Escape was futile, they were told, because even if they were able to scale the walls and abscond, to one side lay hundreds of miles of blistering desert that would kill them within days, while on the other, impenetrable scrub with no end in sight. If they were lucky, they would die a swift death by heat stroke, or better still, venomous snakebite, of which, contrary to St. Patrick's Emerald Isle, there was no shortage here. In any case, the prison had employed skilled Aboriginal trackers who could find the proverbial needle in a haystack, and you would soon find yourself back in prison and strapped to the triangle to face that most horrible of punishments, a lashing by the cat of nine tails. Solitary confinement and restricted rations were considered a minor reprimand compared to what awaited you if you dared ever to make a run for it. To the west were thousands of miles of open ocean, with even the most insignificant visiting ship thoroughly searched by the water police, so there was literally nowhere to go and no one to help you. Second only to the nightmare that was Port Arthur in Van Diemen's Land, Fremantle was the devil's own backyard. Just when our prisoners thought things couldn't get any worse, literally 2 months after they arrived, on the 12th of March, one of the Brotherhood's cells operating in Sydney had planned an assassination attempt on the Duke of Edinburgh, Queen Victoria's son, Prince Alfred. A lone assailant nearly succeeded and shot him in the back, shouting, "God save Ireland!" The prince was quickly whisked away, and the assassin almost torn to shreds by the crowd. But the outcome, for a time, was that Irish settlers throughout the colonies came under severe scrutiny, and prison wardens everywhere sadistically took out their vengeance on Fenian convicts. A number of inmates had nevertheless tried to keep their spirits up through song or by reciting poetry, and O'Reilly even managed to obtain paper and ink from a visiting chaplain called Father Patrick McKay, recording his despair and loneliness in poems that were smuggled out of prison and have been preserved as a precious record of penal incarceration for posterity. As they settled into their awful life of convict hardship, O'Reilly's literate qualities and bearing eventually endeared him to fellow prisoners and some wardens alike. It was common practice to farm out compliant inmates to assist settlers wherever necessary, and O'Reilly soon found himself off the tools, free of shackles, and performing administrative duties for local dignitaries, delivering messages, picking up supplies, doing accounts, and even supervising the work of other convicts. In the course of his travelling back and forth on the road, he regularly came across Aboriginals, who at first ran away into the bush, but eventually, as he became a familiar sight to them, must have sensed he was unlike the other white men, so several befriended him, even teaching him about where to find water and what native plants were good to eat. Interesting stuff. Might come in handy, he thought to himself. But his world suddenly came crashing down when he received a letter edged in black, the sure indicator of a death report. He opened it to read of the death of his mother an entire year ago. Wrought by grief and despair, he slashed his wrists and was only saved when a random settler stumbled across his unconscious body in a nick of time. As he lay in the infirmary, he swore an oath that he would either escape or die trying. Presently, he received a visit by the chaplain, one of the few who treated the convict with any decency and kindness. A roving preacher without a parish, Father McKay was the only source of comfort for these condemned men, for whom hope was all but lost, and they were simply awaiting their time to die. O'Reilly confessed his resolution to escape, and the good father told him to calm down and leave the matter in his hands. Sure enough, early in 1869, with O'Reilly now recovered and back to his usual duties, the chaplain arranged for him to sneak off into the night and, with the help of a sympathetic settler, row out to a whaling ship that was paid to intercept them offshore. But when they rowed out to meet it, the captain reneged on their deal and sailed away. O'Reilly was now forced to survive in the bush for several weeks, thanks to the skills he had learned from his Aboriginal friends, who seemed to have spread the message among their own trackers to play it stupid. Eventually, a new whaling ship was engaged to rescue him, and the party, including another convict who had blackmailed the chaplain to take him along, rowed out to the American whaler Gazelle, and they sailed off into the sunset, free men at last. The prison was in uproar, and outposts throughout the empire were alerted to be on the lookout for the only ship that might have been responsible. After a couple of close calls and near disasters, the liberated poet was delivered to Philadelphia, where he became an instant celebrity in the emigre Irish community. Meanwhile, petitions all over Ireland, supported by a growing number of people throughout the rest of the UK, had called for leniency for political prisoners arrested during the uprising. So, on two separate occasions, one later that year and another in 1871, a widespread pardon was declared, with most civilian Fenians being given a ticket of leave, a form of parole that allowed them to leave prison, but only under strict conditions. Most of the Irish in Fremantle and elsewhere soon found themselves on the other side of the gate, but were exiled and unable to return home. So they stayed on as settlers wherever they found themselves. But for those Fenians who had been soldiers and had deserted in the cause of Ireland, no clemency would be shown to them. So the last of these Irish Fenians languished in jail among the thieves and murderers still doing time. The Fenians in America, disappointed in the failed uprising, were far from quitting, however, and with O'Reilly, their latest hero, having escaped the clutches of the enemy and now touring the country, lecturing on the evils of the British penal system, a renewed spirit of patriotic fervour began to brew in cities across the United States. But the Fenian Brotherhood had internal problems of its own, with a number of factions pulling in different directions. Some in the leadership came up with the wacky plan to create an army of Civil War veterans and march them into Canada. Their goal was to conquer it and then trade Canada in for a free Ireland. It seems fair. What could possibly go wrong? President Ulysses S. Grant, not unsympathetic to the Irish, given the complicit British support for the Confederates during their own Civil War, tried to play it down, and his government initially turned a blind eye. But when a motley crew of several thousand fully armed militiamen actually formed up in columns, wearing a variety of blue, grey, and even green uniforms, crossing what they mistakenly thought was the Canadian border in hostile array, Grant sent his own officers to arrest their commanders and disband their expeditionary force before they caused the US a diplomatic nightmare. In a number of previous skirmishes, the British put up quite a vigorous resistance anyway, and the plucky Irishmen, having so recently been forced to shed each other's blood, but now marching shoulder to shoulder, Confederate and Union veterans together as one, were just inches away from the glorious battle they were so desperately craving. Unfortunately for Ireland, they were soon dragged off and dispersed by regular American troops who found the whole episode more than just a little amusing. President Grant gave a sigh of relief, and the US government tried to pretend nothing had ever happened. The Canadians, however, thought otherwise, and these incursions served to hasten the federation of their provinces into a new nation of their own. Meanwhile, there were now just 8 military Fenians left in Fremantle, several having died and another couple having been released into the community due to terminal illness. As the years dragged on, it appeared to the remaining ones that they had been forgotten. One of them, Wilson, begged the chaplain to smuggle a letter out for him, which was addressed to John Devoy, recently himself released and exiled to America, now a prominent newspaper owner in Boston. Devoy had also employed their ex-inmate O'Reilly as an editor and columnist. The two read Wilson's despairing letter, which begged for them to petition on their behalf, in desperate tones that implied that although they were reconciled to give their lives for Ireland, they felt they could not endure their incarceration much longer in what he described as a living tomb. The Fenian Brotherhood, still subject to an internal schism and significant scrutiny after its Canadian debacle, was gradually overshadowed by a new revolutionary organisation, the Clan na Gael, which enjoyed broad support from factions back in Ireland as well as from abroad. At a general meeting, Devoy read aloud Wilson's despairing letter, and appalled members resolved to take action to free their condemned countrymen. Now, I say countrymen, despite these American Irish having fought and risked their lives in the recent Civil War with a dedication one might not expect from a purely temporary resident. Indeed, there was a wide perception throughout much of the United States at the time that the Irish were not permanent settlers, given their ferocious Gaelic patriotism, and that as soon as Ireland was free of British rule, they would return en masse to their ancestral homeland. But as happens to so many refugees the world over, dreams of returning home in triumph were mostly just that, dreams. Anyway, A concerted effort was now made across the country to raise funds for a rescue operation, as the contents of Wilson's and later other smuggled letters were used to drum up support. Much debate was had as how it could be done, and they eventually concluded that O'Reilly's escape proved to be the most attractive model, assuming they could break out all the remaining men at the same time. Nothing less would be acceptable. It was also clear that they needed to be in charge of their own ship, rather than risk bribing a random captain. So while the fundraising effort was going on from city to city, Devoy and several of the leaders made their way down to New Bedford at the advice of O'Reilly, who directed them to meet up with one of the officers of the ship that had rescued him, and who was now captain of the night police in the bustling American whaling hub. Delighted to help, he suggested the most experienced and suitable man for the job would be George S. Anthony. Anthony, a seasoned and well-respected whaler, had recently married and started a family, giving up the dangerous though lucrative career at the request of his young wife. He was now employed at a local workshop and was clearly miserable. The police captain suggested they first speak to his father-in-law, a good friend and local whaling agent by the name of Richardson, who might also be able to help them purchase a ship. It turns out that both Anthony and his father-in-law were Quakers, deeply religious and highly principled egalitarian pacifists. I know, these guys keep coming up in my videos for some reason. I promise it's not an agenda. When Devoy related to them the story of the Fenians' struggle for freedom, their incarceration and brutality at the hands of the British, the two men, despite not having a drop of Irish or Catholic blood in them, agreed to help. A patriotic Irish businessman now put up his own house as collateral, and they managed to raise enough cash to purchase a three-masted bark called the Catalpa, which they registered as a whaling ship under Richardson's agency. To avoid suspicion, Captain Anthony was to conduct a legitimate whaling operation and then make his way to Fremantle at the appointed time. Meanwhile, on shore, there would be a second team working to infiltrate the prison and arrange for an escape, avoiding bloodshed if at all possible. The escapees would then rendezvous with the Catalpa and make their escape. Preparations began in earnest, and money poured in from around the United States as Irishmen galvanized their resolve to pull off the daring rescue. Devoy now had to assemble his breakout team, but who would be the best man for the job? To him, the answer was obvious. The same man who, in a cool and efficient manner, had orchestrated the daring rescue of Stevens from the high-security jail in Dublin in 1865. The unassuming Breslin, living a quiet, modest life in an apartment in New York, had avoided the limelight since escaping from England after the failed uprising. Devoy approached him to lead the mission, and despite being on the British Most Wanted list, Breslin agreed to travel undercover and attempt to take the entire Fremantle establishment, waltzing Matilda. Assuming the alias James Collins, and with suitable letters of introduction by sympathetic businessmen in the States, he was to play the role of a nouveau riche American businessman, sniffing around Western Australia for good investment opportunities, such as the wool trade, gold mining, or burgeoning timber industries that were taking off in the colony at the time. Another agent was assigned to assist him, but he would go to Perth, working as a tradesman, and attempt to mobilize support among the significant Irish community that was now present there. In April of 1875, the Catalpa shoved off. Captain Anthony had kept his plans secret from the crew, but eventually he confided in his first mate, Samuel Smith, on whose loyalty he would have to rely heavily to pull off the rescue. Smith gave his word, and the ship plied its way through the Atlantic, hunting whales and docking to resupply in the Azores. But the haul was modest, and most of the crew, disappointed, deserted the ship, necessitating the hiring of new, untested crew members in the port. Nervous at this unexpected desertion, the captain now headed for Tenerife, but discovered some of his navigation equipment was faulty, and he was forced to navigate old school by the stars just to get there. Nevertheless, by February, they had rounded the Cape of Africa, endured violent storms, hunted for whales along the way, and steadily sailed east, taking advantage of the roaring 40s. Meanwhile, Mr. Collins and his companion had steamed into Sydney, where they quickly got into contact with local members of the Brotherhood, who, it turns out, were planning a rescue mission of their own, had raised funds, and even inserted an agent of their own into Fremantle. But they were happy to now join forces with the Americans, and gave them whatever cash they had. Collins and co. continued on to Fremantle, where he rented a suite in the fanciest hotel in town, and subtly let it be known that he was here to do business. This quickly flushed out all of the local dignitaries eager for foreign investment, and they were soon schmoozing him at soirees, such that he found himself wined and dined even at the governor's mansion, the police chief's headquarters, and even got a full, in-depth private tour of the prison by none other than the commandant himself. Fremantle high society was falling over itself to win him over, never suspecting that the rich American was actually here to facilitate a prison breakout. Unfortunately, Father McCabe's cover was blown once the letters he had smuggled out to America had become widely known. So he had to be extricated by the local bishop, who quietly smuggled him out to the US, where he finally got his own little parish in Minnesota, living an unassuming life among Irish settlers. Collins nevertheless managed to smuggle a note into the Fenians with the help of a maid at the hotel he was staying in, with whom he had, shall we say, become intimately acquainted. Finally, it was on. The men could hardly contain themselves. After nigh on a decade, they were finally getting busted out of this hellhole. But their instructions, for now, were to sit tight and play cool, so as not to arouse suspicion or alert the other prisoners who might grass on them. Now, if we've learned anything about the British so far in this story, it's that their espionage system was second to none. Obviously, with all the saber rattling going on amongst the Americans, it wasn't long before London became aware of a breakout in the making. So telegrams were sent to the governor of Western Australia, who duly passed on the warning to the prison chief and to the water police. Ever since O'Reilly's escape, security had been ramped up considerably. The water police had extra funding and even a patrol boat, so they didn't believe there was any credible threat they couldn't handle, and were lulled into a false sense of security. When Captain Anthony finally anchored off Bunbury Harbour in March of 1876, locals were still talking about O'Reilly's escape over 6 years ago, and how they thought any further attempts were now impossible. The intrepid captain, gathering whatever intelligence he could through casual conversation, in later years would remark that it was going to be hard work to crawl into the lion's mouth and turn around and crawl back out again without exciting the suspicion of the lion. Meanwhile, Collins, still living the high life in Fremantle, was busy behind the scenes organising the horses, carriages and diversions that would need to go off like clockwork for the operation to succeed. The lads in jail, typically well-behaved and viewed by their wardens after a decade of incarceration as completely broken and compliant, had meanwhile managed to get themselves onto lightly supervised work details that placed them into convenient escape routes. 2 of them painting the governor's house, 2 offloading by the docks,
and another 2 digging up the warden's vegetable patch behind the prison. They even managed to smuggle some keys and forge a work release letter that would be used to reassign the 2 on the docks to assist the painters. Everything was set. Anthony and Collins had by now managed to even meet up on a deserted beach, which was chosen as their rendezvous, and regularly telegrammed each other without arousing anyone's suspicion. And then a British warship pulled into Fremantle Harbour. Damn! There was no way the Catalpa could outrun her before being blasted out of the ocean. They would have to delay the jailbreak till after she departed. To top it off, Collins now also got wind of a couple of suspicious characters asking unusual questions about the Fenian prisoners. But after monitoring them carefully and then confronting them, it turned out they were also agents from the Brotherhood, sent out completely separately from Dublin on their own mission to bust them out. They, like the Australians, also threw in their lot with Collins and got busy organising safe houses and studying the telegraph network, which was to be severed during the escape. Easter Sunday, 1876, and the HMS Conflict finally pulled out of Fremantle to make its way south to Adelaide. Collins and Anthony scrambled to message one another, setting the breakout for tomorrow, Easter Monday, a public holiday. As the luck of the Irish finally kicked in, the entire town would be away for much of the celebrated annual sailing regatta of Perth versus Fremantle, leaving few people about and even fewer police to get in their way. Captain Anthony decided to row to the beach during the night with a couple of men, none of whom yet knew what was going on, and leaving First Mate Smith in charge of the Catalpa. Collins gave the word. Telegraph wires were cut, and the convicts melted away from their work details, with few eyes available to question their movements. Horse-drawn traps picked them up. Muskets and pistols were distributed to the Patriots, and they were soon away, riding at full speed south to the beach rendezvous. By the time anyone noticed the men were missing, they were already close to their objective. Nevertheless, as the alarm went up, pandemonium reigned at the carnival, and every officer scrambled into action, but reached the beach just out of range, though not out of earshot, so a boisterous exchange of insults ensued, the jubilant fugitives mocking their hapless pursuers in ways only Irishmen can, while Captain Anthony's men rowed madly through the surf toward the Catalpa, still confused at what had just happened. The water police too swung into action and requisitioned a local transport ferry to intercept them. A smaller police patrol boat also set off to assist, but they were much slower. The ferry soon located the Catalpa offshore, and as they approached, they asked Smith where his captain was and whether they'd seen any fugitives. Clearly grinning, the first mate reported that the captain had gone into town to repair an anchor, and no, they hadn't seen any fugitives. True enough for now. The Catalpa was situated in international waters, 15 miles offshore, so when the police asked to board the vessel to see for themselves, they were politely refused. Low on coal and with no other recourse, the ferry had no choice but to return to Fremantle to refuel and arm itself with troops and a cannon. The insolent Yankee whaler would yet submit or pay dearly. Captain Anthony's men had to row all night long through reefs and violent surf, but by the morning they could clearly see the Catalpa in the distance. Exhausted, they kept rowing desperately, and Smith in turn eventually spotted them. But there was little the Catalpa could do without entering British waters and putting themselves at risk of seizure. By mid-morning, the ferry was on its way again, with the police boat also closing in. Rowing furiously, the exhausted crew finally came alongside, and were pulled aboard just as the police boat came by. The ferry too closed in on them once more, and this time they weren't taking no for an answer. Demanding to board the vessel and for the captain to surrender the fugitives, they even fired a shot across the bow with their 12-pounder. Soldiers lined up on deck, ready to fire upon him. Unperturbed, Captain Anthony hoisted the stars and stripes, warning that if they dared to board or shoot upon his vessel, it would constitute a declaration of war upon that flag. The Irishmen, though emaciated and exhausted, clenched their muskets and readied to fight to the death rather than surrender. But the captain held his nerve, and though the ferry tried to shepherd them into British waters, he outmaneuvered them, and soon they were away, free at last on the high seas. When she pulled into New York Harbor in August of 1876, the Fenians were met by tens of thousands of cheering people who came out to greet them and the heroic captain who had rescued them. Celebrations, speeches, and tours around the country continued for months after, as Irishmen celebrated this minor but significant moral victory over the British. When the dust eventually settled, Captain Anthony went home to his little family and would live out the rest of his life in New Bedford, quietly as a respected member of his community. Collins, or should we say Breslin, also not one to seek the limelight, worked for Devoy at his newspaper and went on to help design the first attack submarine, hoping the model could be used someday by his own countrymen to sink British warships. The 6 Fenian escapees also eventually went on to live quiet lives in their new country of refuge, being helped along by the support of their welcoming brethren, while the rest of the undercover rescue team in Fremantle melted away without incident, as Fremantle itself descended into a frenzy of inquiries and recriminations. The jail itself would continue to house hardened criminals well into the next century, maintaining its reputation for brutality and being the last prison in Australia to administer executions till the practice ended in 1984. The prison was eventually decommissioned, and today it operates as a tourist attraction and a haunting reminder of Australia's brutal convict heritage. Several other incredible and daring escapes also occurred in the prison some years later, but that's a story for another time. Back home in Ireland, meanwhile, there was still no liberty, and for all the jubilation at the rescue, the revolutionary organisations that sponsored it continued in their frustration at not making any real progress. So, O'Donovan Rossa in the US began to promote a terrorist campaign to bring the war to England by bombing British infrastructure, police and military targets throughout London, which went on throughout the 1880s. This only had the effect of eroding the support of ordinary Britons, who were, at the time, probably more sympathetic than they had ever been on the question of the Irish. It also drove many Protestants, who had historically been at the centre of much of their previous revolutionary activity, away from the cause for independence, which once again began to polarise the conflict into a sectarian rather than national one. As a new century dawned and the spectre of World War I descended upon Europe, several Irish organisations, including a women's brigade, came together to take advantage of British preoccupation on the continent to instigate the Easter Uprising of 1916, led by schoolteacher Patrick Pearse. It was a risky move and threatened to continue undermining an already fragile public opinion throughout the UK. But when the British sent in thousands of troops to crush the rebellion, word soon got out of their indiscriminate shelling and massacre of civilians, who, for the most part, were completely surprised by the uprising and, ironically, quite hostile to their own rebels. But the flurry of executions that followed, coupled with the imposition of martial law, brought home to many just how vulnerable they were to decisions made in London. So there was a very public backlash against the government in the rebels' favour. By 1917, a new Republican political organisation entered the scene, Sinn Féin, which opposed moves in London for conscription to the war in Europe. Based on this broader platform, which had strong support from voters, its candidates in the 1918 election won by a landslide, including traditional Protestant seats in the north, and by 1919, the party had formed a breakaway government proclaiming an independent Irish Republic. They quickly formed the backbone of an Irish Republican Army, or IRA, which proceeded to attack British outposts and personnel throughout Ireland. The British were themselves vulnerable after the exertions of World War I, so they recruited irregular volunteers and imported paramilitaries that operated with little oversight or restraint, and for whose indiscriminate terror campaign even the king was aghast, eventually insisting on their withdrawal. By 1920, the pro-Republican Party had won most of the island's county elections, and British political authority in Ireland all but collapsed as the conflict spilled over into civilian reprisals and general chaos. By 1921, it was clear to the British that they would have to concede some kind of Irish autonomy. So, under a general truce, it was first partitioned into southern and northern sectors to be transitioned as free states within the British Commonwealth, each state having the right to opt out and rejoin at any time, which the North, now largely Protestant and firmly politically loyal to the British mainland, promptly did. In the South, disagreement over the nature of the proposed Anglo-Irish Treaty, negotiated by leaders such as Michael Collins, continued to stall. The devil, as usual, is always in the details, with the then president of the secessionist government, Eamon de Valera, being torn between the two factions, eventually siding with the IRA. The resulting civil war in 1923 saw a victory for the pro-treaty faction, who benefited from the support of the British government, as Irishmen now once again fought Irishmen in street-to-street fighting. When the carnage finally came to an end, new parties were formed from the splintering of old ones, but by 1932, successive elected governments nevertheless managed to alter or pretty much dismantle objectionable aspects of the treaty that were such a huge part of the Civil War to begin with. Within just 5 years, a new constitution was passed and a president formally installed, with Britain finally coming to terms with the millennium-long aspirations of their neighbours. The new nation, exhausted by conflict, exercised its neutrality during World War II, and by 1948, as the British government began to oversee the greatest decolonisation process in history, Ireland formally left the Commonwealth and adopted a republican system of government. The dream had finally been realised, but at the cost of generations of countless dead and traumatised people, with deep cultural scars and ongoing issues, especially in the north, where violence between Protestant and Catholic militia groups would continue to deteriorate well into the late 20th century, especially in Belfast. The British government has at least gone some way to recognising the sins of the past when UK Prime Minister Tony Blair issued what amounted to more or less a formal apology during commemorations of the famine in 1997. So what can we say about the legacy of the relentless Irish pursuit of liberty and the sacrifices they made in obtaining it? The heartbreaking tragedy lived by the Irish people gives us pause to reflect on the nature of liberty and that most profound human instinct to cherish it above almost any other principle. At a time when much of the world is consumed by debates on free speech, freedom of choice, government overreach and cliched slogans for and against compliance of various kinds, studying the history of Ireland can be an inspiring insight into the strength of the human spirit and the tenacity to keep our dreams alive, but also a depressing reminder of man's capacity for inhumanity to his fellows and just how vulnerable we all really are. The complexities of national identity, competing values, personal faith, and even just the right to survive and live in peace has led to countless variations on the Irish problem in so many other cultures throughout the world, indeed throughout history. Are we doomed to keep playing out the same folly forever? So long as there are tyrants, it's clear there will be patriots who rise to face them, and grieving mothers, in turn, to mourn them. In the words of Australia's own most famous and infamous Irishman, Ned Kelly, such is life. If you enjoy this content, please take a moment to support my work by making a small donation through the links on the podcast website, or better still, by signing up as a Patreon supporter, where you can communicate with me directly, engage with the Heroes and Legends community, and get better insights and even involvement in my work and future videos. A video montage of this podcast also appears on our YouTube Heroes and Legends documentary channel. Please feel free to visit, like and share, and as always, thanks for listening. When people are asked about what it takes to be a hero, their responses usually include phrases such as making a personal sacrifice, triumph over adversity, or some other extraordinary contribution to society or mankind. Occasionally, in that light, we may also view some animals as heroes, typically large domesticated mammals such as horses, who have endured both the burden of yoke and saddle in man's urge to dominate the landscape. Or how about dogs, man's best friend, whose steadfast loyalty has protected homes, saved many a life, and provided comfort in dark times. Few would argue against calling such furry companions heroes. But the hero I'm going to propose to you today may surprise you. What would you say if I told you that one of the great heroes of Western history was a fish? More specifically, the cod. Now, before you switch off, just hear me out. Fair enough, few of us would consider a stupid, cold-blooded fish to be anything even close to worthy of such a mantle. But what if I told you that this fish made the discovery of America possible, fed countless millions of starving Europeans during the famines of the Middle Ages, and even motivated modern technological advancements we take for granted, such as refrigeration? Relentless fishing for cod has financed economic booms, political revolutions, and social change on both sides of the Atlantic, and has itself been the subject of numerous wars well into the 20th century, almost fracturing the European Union and forcing a redrawing of national borders in ways no other animal has. None of our four-legged friends even come close to the significance of the Atlantic cod in shaping the politics of the modern world as we know it. The irony is that, for all its significance, man's limitless greed has today brought the number of Atlantic cod, consistently believed to be an inexhaustible resource, to the very brink of extinction. If you're even just a little bit curious as to how a fish could possibly have played such an important part in our history, then join us as we dive into the murky depths of the history of the cod, the piscatorial hero of Western civilization.
Heroes and Legends documentary channel, not just the who,
Our story begins in the dim past of ancient Europe, in Scandinavia,
the ancient territory of the Basque people, that is nestled in the water region of modern France and Spain, from the western Pyrenees Mountains down to the Bay of Biscay. The Euskalduna, as they call themselves, are an ancient race of people that some have suggested were actually descended from the Paleolithic Cro-Magnon ancestors who migrated into southwestern Europe 50,000 years ago, maintaining a distinct local presence despite the waves of migration that followed the later millennium. The reason for this Cro-Magnon origin theory is the significant distinctive genetic markers and peculiar blood type characteristics found among Basque people. They have the highest type O proportion of any human population, as well as the highest rhesus negative factor of any racial group, shared to a lesser degree with the Berbers of the Atlas Mountains of Morocco, people of the Canary Islands, as well as the Celtic domains of the British Isles, places that are known from the archaeological record to have been sites occupied by Cro-Magnon man for long periods. There are other theories about the origins of these peculiar blood type characteristics, but I'm not going to go there, sorry. Whether through ancient origins or just sheer isolation, these genetic anomalies are accompanied by an equally peculiar language, Euskadi, that predates the arrival of the Indo-European family of languages with a complex grammar and syntax that is unique among world languages and one of the few surviving ancient tongues of Europe. So this group of people lived continuously for many thousands of years, distinct from, though in regular contact with, the other significant cultures that came and went, both in the Celtic north and the Iberian south, no doubt developing a solid river and oceanic trade network. There was consistent habitation in mountain strongholds and cave systems, as well as along the Ebro River Valley, in which we see evidence of a sophisticated artistic industry. Along the coast, we also find significant archaeological evidence of a prosperous fishing industry throughout the Bay of Biscay, and the Basques were also among the most enthusiastic of the megalithic building cultures. Later, they also developed a copper industry and a transit hub that served as a halfway point between the Portuguese-Iberian cultures of the south and the Celtic lands of the Languedoc. With the collapse of the Bronze Age around 700 BC and the subsequent emergence of the Iron Age, the Basques became more heavily influenced by their Iberian and Celtic neighbours, who, along with the Romans in the 2nd century BC, attempted repeatedly to conquer them. This resulted in a retreat into fortified mountain settlements that managed to avoid both being conquered or assimilated. Nevertheless, Roman development of coastal towns in the region they called Vasconia saw an expanse of the fishing industry, complete with processing factories, called Caetariae, that serviced the needs of the broader empire, obsessed as they were with the umami fish sauce they called garum. In the post-Roman period, the region regained its independence and put up an ongoing resistance to the Visigoths, Moors and other marauders, until they were eventually compelled by Charlemagne's Franks to develop their own feudal kingdoms, similar in structure to neighbouring ones, including Pamplona and later on Navarre. The long history of Basque Atlantic fishing has a written record extending way back to at least the 7th century, where an abbey received a bill with 40 barrels of whale oil from the Basque city of Bayonne. It seems that by this time, the Basques were already famous seamen whalers, selling oil for lighting all over Europe and establishing factories in towns along the entire Biscay coast. Venturing deep into the Atlantic and to the far northern Arctic regions, following shoals of fish and migrating whales, much evidence points to their pioneering shipbuilding industry that took them far from the safety of the Iberian continental shelf. Now, By the 9th century, Viking marauders had plundered their way up and down the western edge of Europe and managed to conquer strategic fortified cities in the Basque region, such as Leopoldo or modern Cologne. When the Basques managed to expel them a century later, they had nevertheless benefited from their naval expertise and knowledge of Arctic navigation that their Norse conquerors had disseminated over the course of several generations. They even redesigned their own whaleboats along Viking lines, which they called the Champa, the design of which became the template for whaling dories right into the 19th century. They were also introduced to the gastronomic delights of their peculiar Viking dried stockfish, called skreg, a migrating fish known to us today as Atlantic cod, which would spawn off the northern coast of Norway before returning to colder waters of the Barents Sea. For thousands of years, the Norsemen would fish for these plentiful beauties and dry them in the cold Arctic air till they were as stiff as a plank and could be eaten like jerky, or rehydrated in any number of stews and dishes that wasted very little. Tongues, eyeballs, livers, roe, and even skins, swim bladders, and intestines being considered delicacies in Viking society. While herring was a regularly available source of staple food, Viking fishermen increasingly began to favour the cod and travelled long distances following its migratory patterns. You see, shoals of herring were all very well, but were incredibly labour intensive, and their oily meat was hard to dry out for long voyages. A single cod, on the other hand, could grow to over 6 feet tall. They were easy to catch and dried readily into lightweight cargo, providing a massive return on investment. So they followed them all the way to America. The story goes that legendary Viking adventurer Erik Thorvaldsson, known as Erik the Red, grew up in Iceland because his dad, Thorvald, having murdered a neighbour during a dispute, was banished there as punishment. It seems that Erik was a chip off the old block, because when he was himself later involved in a similar dispute with neighbours, he dispatched them with the usual Viking aplomb, and took out their kinsmen for good measure too. Banished from sunny Iceland for the heavy sentence of 3 years, he and his merry men set out to investigate for themselves the new land that apparently lay to the west, which had been reported by a fisherman who had been blown off course by a storm in 876 AD. Sure enough, they soon ran into a desolate, glacier and iceberg-strewn rocky landscape. But there were plenty of seals and whales around, and the cod seemed to be just as plentiful as they were back home. Erik the murderer suddenly had an epiphany and promptly restyled himself Erik the property developer. Using his time in exile to scope out its potential, when he finally returned to Iceland, he spread this incredibly rich and promising new land of milk and honey to potential settlers who were having a hard time surviving the recent famine in Iceland. According to Erik, they should just drop everything and follow him over to this new, insanely fertile country he simply named Greenland, despite the fact that there was not a blade of grass to be seen anywhere. He must have been quite the hustler, because by the time they got there, half of the 25 colonist ships that accompanied him had been sunk in treacherous Atlantic storms, and the remainder, too traumatized to make the return voyage, set out exploiting the marine life, which at least meant they wouldn't go hungry. In fact, with the plentiful food supply, they managed to establish permanent settlements, and Erik became quite the tycoon, as the thriving settlements lived off the cod and processed whale, walrus tusk ivory, and seal skins for the burgeoning European market. It wasn't long before other wind-blown fishermen reported land even further to the west on which they saw trees for the first time, So Eric's son Leif, keen to expand the family business into the lumber industry, set out on his own expedition, and within a couple of days made landfall in what is today Baffin Island in Canada. He reported enormous flat rocks near the shoreline, but no arable soil whatsoever, naming the area Helluland, from the Norse word for flat rock. Archaeologists have reported that a long-standing Viking base was soon established on the spot, complete with huts and workshops. Though fishing was plentiful, there was no woodland to exploit, so Leif headed further south, eventually coming to a forested area he named Markland, from the Norse word for woodland, today near Cape Porcupine on the Labrador coast. Here they harvested some timber and headed yet further south, coming ashore at a mild and temperate location with plentiful wild grapes, earning it the elegant name of Vinland, today presumed to be on the northern tip of Newfoundland. Leif returned to Greenland, laden with lumber, fish, and grapes, and lays claim to being the first European to set foot in America. His compatriots would go on to send another 5 colonial expeditions to set up villages and exploit its natural resources, over 500 years before Columbus. Don't worry, I'll get to him in a minute. Anyway, by the 1050s, stories were filtering into Europe via Danish sources of a mysterious new land in the west, rich in timber, as well as animal resources in which the Vikings had made settlements. It's pertinent to note that none of this westward Viking expansion would have been possible without the dried cod stocks the Vikings carried aboard their open-decked longboats. Light, easy to stow, slow to spoil, and highly nutritious, it made long sea voyages in open boats possible, and could be processed much more easily than whale or seal meat, which required not only space, but wood for smoking to preserve the flesh. Unfortunately for our poor, peace-loving Viking settlers, they soon got a serious dose of karma when local indigenous Belgian tribes took a liking to their metal tools, domesticated animals, and Scandinavian wives, and out-Vikinged the Vikings, pillaging their settlements, causing the complete collapse of their colonial project and a hasty withdrawal back to Greenland. Rack one up for the Indians. The Atlantic cod, Gardus snortua, is a very unusual fish. It has some of the lowest fat and highest protein ratios of any fish, making it easy to dehydrate and dense in nutritional value, which also helps prevent spoiling and makes it a perfect candidate for jerky. In nature, it is incredibly long-lived, over 30 years, and breeds prolifically. A mature female over 15 years old will release over 9 million eggs in a spawn, and furthermore, the species is very hardy and resistant to disease. As an omnivore, the cod is highly voracious and will eat virtually anything it can dribble up, as it swims lazily near the sea floor with its huge mouth agape. Fully grown adults in the cold waters of the Arctic Ocean have few natural predators until they come in close to shore. Cod has the whitest and flakiest flesh of any fish. Its muscular system is comprised mostly of fast-twitch muscles that are capable of explosive speed but poor stamina. This makes cod a lazy swimmer, meandering gently through the seabed currents, only making sudden moves when gobbling up prey. This muscular characteristic also makes them easy to reel up like sport, as they offer no resistance whatsoever. Atlantic cod are a complete disappointment for sport fishermen, who enjoy a proper battle on the end of their lines, which they only get from oily bluefish that dwell in the middle or the surface waters, such as marlin or tuna. When spawning, cod come in very close to shore, but usually they frequent the familiar deep-sea banks, where currents bring potential food up from deeper waters. So once you know where they are found,
It's easy money to fish for them. Early reports from this area of North America claim that cod were so plentiful you could walk across their backs from a ship to the shore. Indeed, it's been reported that you could barely row a boat through the massive bodies at spawning time. American cod fisheries were a gold mine, just waiting to be exploited. The Viking foray into America marked the high watermark of their civilization. As they withdrew, their influence elsewhere also began to contract. Their leadership fragmented, Europe's defences improved, and the Vikings themselves began to assimilate into the cultures they conquered, most notably through their widespread adoption of Christianity in the early 11th century. Instead of raiding and selling slaves on the open market, they now sold cod. By this time, the wily Basques were fishing and whaling all the way up past Ireland, and it wasn't long before they too began selling cod in their home ports, as well as through English markets such as Bristol. The thing was that nobody in Iceland, the main clearing hub of cod at the time, had either sold them fish or even seen them in the vicinity. Moreover, their dried cod was not the same as Viking dried cod. Where on earth were they getting their fish from? The main difference between Basque and Norse food processing was that they used salt to preserve the whale meat they were catching. Salt, a common commodity in the Mediterranean owing to its hot climate, numerous shallow basins as well as mines, was the favoured method of preserving food compared to Scandinavian countries whose cold weather and jagged coastline made salt production untenable at scale. The best they could do was expose it to the Arctic winds, pickle it in brine, or smoke it. What the Basques soon discovered was that by salting cod, like they did whale meat, and then drying it in the sun, it would dehydrate to an astonishing 20% of its fresh weight, much more than could be achieved just by air drying alone. And in this state, it lasted significantly longer than whale, herring, or indeed just plain air-dried cod, making it a lucrative, easy-to-transport product with a very long shelf life of years rather than months. To top it off, when rehydrated, the salted cod, called bacalao by the Iberians and morue by the French, tasted much better and flaked more impressively than the fresh fish did once it was rehydrated and cooked. Iberians and the French, who have a thing for smelly food, went crazy for it, and in Scandinavia too, it soon supplanted herring as the favoured dish of the masses. For poor people all across Europe who could not afford fresh fish, cod bacalao was cheap, high-quality nutrition. Basque impresarios were making a mozza. If you think they were onto a good thing, the Catholic Church now compounded their good fortune by instigating a program of fasting and abstinence, which primarily involved no sexy time or the eating of meat. Talk about smashing toxic masculinity. Animals that dwelt in the water, including fowl and, believe it or not, whale, were considered whole in biblical terms, while terrestrial animals were considered hot and subject to lean day fasting. Because Jesus was crucified on a Friday, abstention on that day was considered a suitable religious sacrifice, as were the 40 days of Lent and a whole raft of other holy days. Kurlansky notes that Christians were now forbidden from eating meat for almost half the days of the year, so those lean days very quickly became cheap salt cod days. It's no exaggeration to suggest that salt cod became quite an integral food for millions of poor people all over Europe, not only on feast days, but also quite generally, as it was so cheap that even chicken and pork couldn't compete for value. Dineros were raining from heaven into the coffers of Basque cod merchants every single Friday, and still nobody knew where the hell they were getting their endless tons of fish from. Like any good fisherman, they were jealously guarding their favourite fishing spot and weren't going to share it for love or money. By the 15th century, it was getting harder to keep a lid on it. Cod was now big business, and everyone wanted a piece of the action. Fishermen had worked the offshore waters of Britain since Roman times, but the English had never reported seeing a single Basque vessel, even as they themselves began encroaching upon Iceland's own fishing grounds. A new player was now emerging on the international trade scene, the Hanseatic League. It was formed by German merchants in the 13th century to lobby for corporate interests in their dealings with monarchies all across the north of Europe. They petitioned for trade concessions and tax breaks, and in return opened up a lively and vigorous network of trade, built lighthouses, dredged rivers, and suppressed piracy from the Baltic Seas deep into Europe. They had chapters in all the major European cities and were famous for their reliable payment and quality control of goods. In London markets, they were referred to as Easterlings, as they hailed from the Baltic, or Ostsee, from which is derived the currency of Britain, the pound sterling, because the money of the Easterlings, unlike that of the English, didn't get continually devalued. Increasingly, English merchants demanded payment in the pounds of the Easterlings. Eventually, the name contracted to just sterlings. Anyway, the Hanseatic League was soon becoming quite the corporate superpower of its day, controlling entire supply chains and eventually monopolizing the entire Baltic herring market. So now they decided to make a hostile takeover of the cod market as well. By now, the port city of Bristol in England had become a major clearing hub for Icelandic cod, owing to its position between Iceland and the rest of Europe. And when in 1475 the League imposed an embargo on the export of fish to the English, riots broke out and Germans were murdered in the streets of cities all across England. The situation for Bristol merchants now became dire when a customs official by the name of Thomas Croft and a local merchant, John Jay, began to consider taking seriously a belief long held by local sailors of a mysterious land in the Western Ocean called High Brazil. Whether it was the remnant memory of ancient Viking sagas or the drunken ravings of Basque sailors in a Bristol pub, we don't know. But the two now decided to raise some capital and fitted out several ships to go and investigate. Upon their return in 1482, they reported no landers having been sighted, but the ships, peculiarly, were laden with salted cod. The cod kept coming, and when in 1490 the Hanseatic League offered to renegotiate a reopening of the Icelandic cod trade, Bristol merchants told them to shove it. But here's the thing. Cod couldn't be salted and dried on deck. There was just not enough space. It had to be done on shore, out in the open, on flat, rocky ground, where sand and grit and spray wouldn't contaminate the catch. In other words, they must have either processed the fish themselves somewhere on shore or bought it from someone who did. There was no land beyond Ireland that could have served that purpose. And since our two entrepreneurs were being tight-lipped about whether or not they found High Brazil, the other local merchants were getting salty, if you excuse the pun. So they reported them to the local magistrate for allegedly buying fish from the Icelanders on the black market. Now, it was considered a conflict of interest, and hence illegal, for a customs official to personally engage in trade, so Croft quickly found himself in hot water. Local rivals were soon gathering for a lynching, but then a peculiar thing happened. He confided to the magistrate that he had obtained the fish in the far western Atlantic. The case suddenly continued behind closed doors, and Croft was soon inexplicably acquitted on all charges. The bacalao kept coming, and curiously, a couple of other Bristol merchants now also started venturing out into the deep Atlantic, not so much in search of mythical high Brazil, but rather the lucrative cod fisheries that Croft and Jay were so tight-lipped about. All of a sudden, King Henry VII shows up out of nowhere, and as news filters in of Columbus' discovery of America, there is a corresponding scramble to send more English ships over to the western Atlantic, for which the king commissioned an Italian, Giovanni Caboto, to lead. In 1497, in one of his letters, the king refers to this newly discovered land, which historians now believe was not a reference to Columbus's discovery. There is the suggestion that it was already a well-known secret that there was a land to the west and a huge cod fishery just offshore, probably the Grand Banks, which Cabot, or should I say Caboto, was instructed to formally claim for England. But why the foreigner and not one of their own Bristol seamen? John Cabot, or more properly Giovanni Caboto, was a Genoese Italian, born almost the same time as Christopher Columbus, and almost certainly in the same city. They probably knew each other from a young age. They were both acquainted with Amerigo Vespucci, the Florentine adventurer and pop travel writer, who convinced Europe that the Americas were not in fact part of Asia, but a totally new continent. That is to say, what would turn out to be two new continents, which he termed the New World. All three men were students of Florentine sage Paolo del Pozzo Toscanelli, the primary exponent of the westward expedition to India idea. Caboto and Columbus both ended up in the merchant business, and much of their dealings have parallels, with the duo ending up in Seville in the 1480s. There has been the suggestion that the Columbus brothers and Caboto were in cahoots, strapped for cash and looking for sponsors to achieve the same ends. Eventually, Caboto ended up in London, where he got the financial backing of powerful Italian bankers, while Columbus hustled the monarch of Spain, for a time even trying to sweet-talk the French and English monarchs too. We know that Columbus had himself been to Iceland in the 1470s, and given his obsession in a westward journey, it is quite certain that he heard tales of High Brazil, Viking sagas, and other stories of western lands, along with whispers of secret cod fisheries. For reasons I'll allude to in a minute, he ended up setting out from the Iberian coast, while Caboto set sail from Bristol. Numerous financial documents have subsequently been unearthed, referring to Caboto as the other Genoese, and the other Italian, and even the Venetian, his working citizenship, which means that some kind of professional relationship likely existed between the two. Archival Italian bankers' ledgers describe an investment paid to Caboto to locate the new land rather than a new land, which, given the rules of Italian grammar, implies that the bankers already knew it was there and were eager to participate in its exploitation. Caboto successfully reached the Newfoundland coast on his second expedition of 1497, but disappeared without a trace on his third voyage in 1498. We know he went ashore, which means that he would have actually set foot on American soil well before Columbus. This is because Columbus didn't arrive on the continental mainland until 1498, having only ever disembarked on the Caribbean islands of Santo Domingo, Cuba, and a couple of others until that time. A letter has also recently been discovered, written in 1497 by Bristol merchant John Day, and addressed to the Lord High Admiral Columbus himself, in which he discusses Cabot's recent trip to Newfoundland, referring in no uncertain terms to the fact that Bristol seamen, to use his phrase, found and discovered it in the past, with the rather impertinent addendum, as your lordship well knows. Why was the haughty Columbus corresponding with Bristol merchants? We know that he visited Bristol as well as Iceland for trade purposes in the 1470s, prior to going to Seville. Maybe he was just re-evaluating his long-held beliefs that the Caribbean was actually part of Cathay. Or maybe he was, if you excuse the pun, just fishing for more information on Cabot's recent voyage. But the way in which Mr. Day dropped the mic on him is rather suspicious of a whole lot of behind-the-scenes skullduggery that is yet to see the light of day. It's probably worth mentioning at this point that several other Portuguese navigators, most notably João Fernandes Lavrador, were also exploring Northern American waters in the early 1490s. And it's quite possible that they set foot on the mainland even before Caboto, and possibly even Columbus. We certainly know that Labrador was subsequently employed by the English to advance their own claims, which implies a conflict of interest, as he originally worked under a charter of the Portuguese king. A number of subsequent maps indicate that the Labrador coast was named in his honour, and that appears to be the consensus among historians. It suggests that the Portuguese were sending expeditionary voyages out from the Azores, much earlier than the Spanish would have liked to admit. I'm going to throw another spanner in the works here by noting that Labrador is also the derivation of the name of the ancient Basque city of Bayonne and the entire Gascoyne region of Lapour, whose fishermen were already well established along that very coastline, before any of the so-called explorers ventured out there to claim it for king and country. These fishermen, along with their Breton and Portuguese buddies, were trampling up and down the beaches, salting cod and boiling whale blubber, while Caboto, Labrador, and others sailed blissfully by, pretending not to see them. Despite the suspicion of a cover-up, there are interesting contemporary Spanish records that still exist, but which few bother to take seriously. Take, for example, an anecdote written in 1526 by a Spanish colonist, soldier, and chronicler called Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo y Valdés. He recorded a widely circulated story in which a Spanish merchant caravel, piloted by one Alonso Sanchez of Huelva, was blown off course during a routine supply trip from the Canary Islands. The damaged ship ended up being blown into the challenging currents of the mid-Atlantic that saw it drift aimlessly for another month, until it ran into, surprise, surprise, the island that would later come to be known as Hispaniola. The story goes that the crew were greeted by friendly naked inhabitants who treated them generously, and after some time, having prepared their vessel, taken bearings and supplies, headed back home. But the trip took longer than their supplies held out, and when they finally made it to Madeira, only 5 of the crew were still alive. Barely. Guess who was living in Porto Santo, Madeira, in the early 1480s, at the very time the stricken ship finally limped home? Our old mate, Chris Columbus. Apparently, he very generously took the ailing sailors into his own home to help them convalesce, making careful and extensive notes of their entire story, poring over the maps, ship's log, and positional calculations, before the entire crew unfortunately expired from exhaustion and malnutrition. When Columbus began banging on about his own supposed discovery a decade or so later, Madeirans who knew the truth were not impressed. Myth or not, what's clear is that for years, Columbus scoured ports up and down the coast of Europe for any scraps of information that could help him get to a place he already knew existed, even if he was ultimately wrong about what that place actually was. Now, you may be wondering where our friends the Basques have disappeared to. Caboto made no mention of seeing them en route, but he had only skimmed the eastern edge of Newfoundland, He did report, though, that the waters in the vicinity were teeming with cod. Funny he should mention that and not much else. 37 years later, Jacques Cartier, an experienced Breton corsair sent by King Francis I to seek an alternative passage to Asia and to secure lands in the north of the New World for France, sailed into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. His journal entries were rather mundane, noting the coastline, sailing conditions, and interaction with overly friendly locals. He returned to France without having found a passage through, but gloriously claiming the entire place for king and country. Vive le roi, and suck on that, English dogs. Cartier, growing up in the bustling Breton cod market of Saint-Malo, and reportedly himself having fished the Grand Banks off Newfoundland as a lad, is now credited with the distinction of naming Canada. At the time, he had not mentioned so much as having seen a floating beret in his ship's official journal. Yet, in subsequent letters to the Crown, he almost nonchalantly noted, "In those remote waters, I found 1,000 Basques fishing for cod." He also noted in a later voyage having stumbled upon almost a dozen Breton, Norman, English, and Portuguese fishing ships as he was making his way out of the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Why he originally neglected to mention the flotilla of fishing vessels and instead went on to describe exotic Native American tribes, intrepid adventures up the St. Lawrence River, and a whole lot of other supposed discoveries, certainly should raise eyebrows, but most historians seem not to be the least bit curious about the omission, or why the Mi'kmaq indigenous people he met on the foreshore were so enthusiastically keen to approach and trade, compared to the other natives further downstream, who the French found highly suspect and hostile. It was as if they had long been in the habit of doing so. Some historians even note a distinct Basque dialect in some of the native languages and place names of the region, something they believe was the result of a pidgin language that developed between fishermen and locals who offered their labor in seaside processing in return for metal tools, bread and cider. Indeed, recent archaeological discoveries point to middens and settlements that were shared by Basque and indigenous families living within the same compound. The Basques, already having cornered the cod trade, would soon go on to dominate the entire whaling industry also, with oil factories eventually established all along the icy Newfoundland coastline. It seems that despite Cartier's journal, Breton, Basque, Norman, English, and Portuguese fishermen were quietly cashing in on the cod bonanza, pulling in monsters all day long and high-fiving one another, while their kings and politicians back home were waging war, making treaties, breaking treaties, and making war all over again. Like true fishermen, they minded their own business, kept their mouths shut and their eyes on their fishing lines, while vainglorious show ponies like Columbus, Caboto, and Vespucci were banging on about their bogus discoveries that were, in all likelihood, already a well-known secret in every fishing port from Tromsø to Huelva. Explorers you've probably never even heard of, like Portuguese João Vaz Corte-Real, Polish Captain Ivan Skolna, Hanseatic privateers Dietrich Inning and Hans Potthorst, are all recorded to have reached Newfoundland shores decades before Columbus made his highly publicized land grab in 1492. In case you think it's not fair to compare Arctic American Atlantic crossings to wider mid-Atlantic ones, consider Jean Cousin, a Norman-French navigator who claimed to have stumbled upon Brazil near the mouth of the Amazon 4 years before Columbus's celebrated voyage and 12 years before the celebrated Portuguese navigator Pedro Álvares Cabral. Cabral made what can only be described as a highly suspicious beeline from Lisbon straight for the most eastward promontory on the supposedly unknown south in 1500. One of Cousin's captains, Spaniard Alonso Pinzon, having fallen out with him after their return to Dieppe in 1488, subsequently left for home, joined Columbus's crew for the astonishing promise of a 50-50 split of the profits, and, along with his two brothers, acted as chief advisor to Columbus and was appointed captain of the Pinta, guiding their journey westwards with an unsettling degree of confidence. It was the Pinta which first sighted land, surprise, surprise, and while Columbus's home trip saw his own ship blunder its way into unfriendly Portuguese Lisbon, Pinzon made it safely back to Spanish territory, sailors who clearly knew what they were doing. Columbus spat the dummy and publicly accused Pinzon of trying to steal both his glory and his treasure, so he threw a lot of shade at him and even barred his reception at the Spanish court, with Pinzon dying in relative obscurity soon after, probably of syphilis, one of the unintended gifts the Europeans brought back from booty time in the New World. The disease takes at least 3 to 5 years to show up in its terminal and disfiguring tertiary phase. If you do the numbers, the fatal symptoms that killed Pinzon would have been impossible as a result of that voyage, but entirely probable from an earlier one. Why Columbus would offer such an unheard of split of the profits and significant command to a secondary captain who supposedly knew less than he did, and then make it his personal mission to discredit and humiliate him afterwards, can only make you wonder what the truth really was. As an aside, syphilis was originally called French disease because French troops appear to have been the vector of its early transmission throughout Europe in the 1490s. Funny that. Jean Cousin and his crew were almost all Frenchmen, operating out of Dieppe. Symptoms of the disease spread throughout Europe much earlier than can be explained by a 1493 arrival. Interestingly, just a couple of years after Columbus's voyage, another Frenchman, de Gonville, sailed from the Norman port of Honfleur and also claimed to have landed in Brazil, at that time still unknown, where he came across several Breton and Norman ships who had been trading with the natives for years. To this day, French history books credit their own boys, Cousin and Gonville, as being the true discoverers of the New World. Spain got the gold and the glory, while France got venereal disease. Quelle merde. In case you're still skeptical of the pre-Columbian Atlantic crossings, how about the story of the Venetian Zeno brothers, Niccolo and Antonio? In a very old story, considered by the usual historian establishment as being a hoax, yet was itself well known and even mentioned by Mr. Canada himself, Jacques Cartier, during the Crusades of the 14th century, the Zeno family operated an extensive cargo logistics business out of the Republic of Venice. They were wealthy shipping magnates that transported goods all the way from England to the Holy Land. Apparently, during one such routine voyage, a century before Columbus, the brothers made the acquaintance of the Earl of Orkney, Henry Sinclair, in Scotland. Lord Sinclair, referred to in historical documents as the Admiral of Scotland's naval forces during the 1390s, was keen to acquire certain Icelandic settlements, and we know he had a number of ongoing territorial disputes with the Norse kingdoms. Some additionally have claimed that the Scotsman, apparently a Knights Templar master and progenitor of the early Freemasons in Scotland, was among the last of his disbanded religious military order left in Europe. Legend has it that those Templars who hadn't been killed by the treachery of French King Philip IV had escaped from La Rochelle with their fleet, loaded with treasure, and sought refuge in Robert the Bruce's Scotland, helping him to kick English butt in the Battle of Bannockburn before heading west to you-know-where. Anyway, the Zeno brothers apparently accompanied the Earl on his Atlantic raiding expeditions, and they successfully conquered not only a number of settlements in Iceland, but also the Faroe and Shetland Islands, before having a go at Greenland as well. It was during their sojourn there that they encountered a number of local fishermen, having recently returned in rags 25 years after having been blown off course, shipwrecked, and being held captive by a tribe of savage cannibals. Much has happened to other Viking fishermen all the way back to Leif Erikson's time. It's probably not unreasonable to assume that this kind of sailing misadventure was a regular occurrence in the treacherous waters of the North Atlantic. And it would be ludicrous to assume that Mr. Erikson and co. were the only generation ever to go back and forth. Intrigued, Sinclair determined to go see for himself, and the experienced Venetians were given command of his ships. Sure enough, they eventually came across desolate new lands in the west, replete with said hostile natives, who had managed to learn the language of the fishermen they hadn't yet eaten. But it was those very culinary proclivities that discouraged our crew from taking the risk of joining them for supper. So they pushed on further south, following the coastline and encountering more favourable climes, and a region described by the brothers as being fertile and green, in which there was some discussion of setting up a settlement. The crew were by now getting mutinously anxious to return home, and the adventure was cut short, its details recorded in letters and maps that the Zeno family reproduced in later decades. Whether it was true or just a later Venetian attempt at poo-pooing Genoese claims to the New World is hard to say. But what it suggests, yet again, is that while aristocrats and chest beaters were busy puffing and preening, fishermen have always known a lot more than we give them credit for. That is to say, when they weren't exaggerating the size of their catch. One thing we know for sure is that Toscanelli, if you recall, who was the Florentine scholar that inspired Columbus, Caboto, and Vespucci with his insistence on a westward route to Asia, knew all about the Zeno voyage and may have even based his entire thesis on it. Certainly, there was no way that the Genoese were going to credit their rival Venetians for anything. Caboto, in particular, having taken on Venetian citizenship to get his own start in business, ended up going bankrupt and on the run from Venetian creditors. When he absconded to London, Florentine bankers eventually bailed him out and were confident enough of his proposals to finance the English expedition which he was appointed to lead, over and above the Bristol seamen we mentioned earlier. Anyone who's ever tried to get a business loan knows that bankers are not stupid, but publicly there was no way Caboto was going to give the Venetians so much as a passing mention, let alone credit for his ideas. These Italians were playing their cards very close to their chests. Perhaps the sole exception among them was Giovanni de Verrazzano, a Florentine, yes, another Italian, in the service of the King of France, who felt somewhat left out in the sudden scramble for the New World, despite what he felt was a rightful claim, at least to Brazil. But the Pope and his Iberian southern neighbours were refusing to acknowledge it. Verrazzano was tasked with sailing up the entire American coast from Florida to look for a way through to Asia, which he did, even naming the spot we know today as Cape Cod, all the while mentoring a young Jacques Cartier who sailed with him. Unlike Columbus and Caboto, Verrazzano recorded his indebtedness to the knowledge of preceding generations of Atlantic fishermen, so there can be no doubt that his protege Cartier knew full well what he would find off the Grand Banks when he was to sail there on his own a decade later. It doesn't fit the narrative, I know, but it seems that pretty much everyone has at least some claim to being the true discoverer of America. And I'm not even going to mention the post-glacial Clovis people who arrived over the Bering Land Bridge on the other side. That's too much of a rabbit hole even for me. But wait, it gets better. When the Spaniards were marauding the Mexican and Carolina coast in the 1520s in search of slaves and plunder, they came across a substantial village in present-day Georgia called Uharem that was markedly different to that of other Mesoamerican tribes. Several unrelated contemporary Spanish records reported that the locals were even taller than they were, had long red hair and European facial features, long full beards, and some even had tattoos. They domesticated geese, chickens, and especially deer, from whose milk they made a type of cheese. Some reports also indicated that they had a number of horses, which was otherwise unheard of in the New World. A bizarre tale of an unusual indigenous tribe, until we consider that the ancient name for Ireland sounded very similar, as well as long-held traditional folktales among some coastal Irish communities. That Viking raids in the distant past forced many of their villagers, long having a peculiar tradition of deer cheese making, to flee out to sea, with legends of their having found a new homeland to the west, in which they eventually settled. I know, I'm pulling a long bow, but there it is. By the middle of the 16th century, the French had firmly entrenched themselves in Canada. The otherwise second-rate port of La Rochelle, lacking a river, nevertheless soon became the premier Newfoundland salted cod distribution hub in Europe, sending out 60% of all fleets to the area and providing a full 10% of all the fish sold in Europe. Eventually, this figure would rise to 60%. The English, despite their early awareness of the fishery, were still bringing in plenty of fish from Icelandic waters closer to home, and uncharacteristically, were in no hurry to claw their way into Canada. Moreover, as Protestants, they were not subject to the rigorous fasting traditions of the Catholics, and were actually one of the lowest consumers of cod. So their interest at the time was more about export than supplying the domestic market. But as things hotted up in their trade war with the Hanseatic League, followed by the increased French naval presence in Newfoundland, they shifted focus and began muscling in on the fishing grounds of Canada, developing their own west-facing ports to handle the goods for distribution to Europe. Basque figures are often obscured in both Spanish and French statistics, but the port of Bilbao now became the chief European ironworks for the manufacture of anchors and metal fittings for the shipping industry. Some historians have suggested that the demand for replacement ships for those sunk in the scramble for Newfoundland cod between 1530 and 1600 was higher than at any time in history, even World War II. Their ambition was far outstripping their technology, for now. One problem the English faced in turning their attention to Newfoundland was their lack of a significant salt industry. Don't get me wrong, there was an ancient salt-making tradition there going back centuries. Indeed, all English place names that end in "wich" were at one time salt-producing towns, the suffix deriving from an old Anglo-Saxon term for salt. But, like the Scandinavians further north, there was no way they could supply their own demand for the booming cod fishing industry, and there was no way the French were going to come to the party, not legally anyway. Besides, the French were charging a huge salt tax that was onerous even for their own people. In fact, the French salt tax was one of the factors that eventually caused the French Revolution. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. One solution the English came up with was to flirt with the Portuguese, who supplied them with all the salt they needed, and in return, the British offered the Portuguese fishing fleet naval protection from the French, who were getting in the unneighbourly habit of confiscating their ships at every opportunity. The Anglo-Portuguese love affair lasted until 1581, when the Portuguese were absorbed into the Spanish Empire, ending up very poorly for them indeed, when the English Navy sunk the entire Spanish fishing fleet in 1585. And then the Spanish Armada itself went down in flames soon after in its failed invasion of England. The Portuguese never regained their former access to Newfoundland, though they retained some privileges to fish the Grand Banks till the mid-1980s. The Basques, now also largely incorporated into the Spanish Empire and expelled from English-Canadian waters, turned their attention further north and shifted their energy into whaling in the waters off Iceland. But the Scandinavians, suffering a succession of the harshest winters on record, didn't take kindly to foreigners encroaching on their turf and massacred scores of Basque whalers in a brutal attack in 1615. Laws were even enacted approving the murder of any Basque they could lay their hands on, a law which wasn't formally repealed until 400 years later. Once a Viking, always a Viking. Basques from the other side of the Pyrenees still kept a foothold in the French outposts, but increased hostility by the Inuit and regular pirate raids by Dutch and English privateers saw the trade dwindle substantially. The English, on the other hand, were slow to capitalise on their growing share of the cod fishery. Their recent conflict with the Iberian powers meant they would struggle to both acquire salt and sell their fish to a broader European market. So they stuck to low salt drying methods that were not so popular with fussy continental consumers, but which nevertheless supplied the entire Royal Navy with nutritious rations in their ongoing wars with France. Just like the Vikings, the English now relied on dried cod to get their warriors from A to B, and as they exerted pressure on French fisheries, they strongly regulated its supply, which impacted the French economy and hence their military spending. Things were getting tough at home too, and plenty of religious dissenters decided to make a go of it over in the New World. Most everybody has heard of Captain John Smith, the swashbuckling, Turk-killing adventurer who was Pocahontas' lover boy, as well as one of the founders of the colony of Jamestown. But what most people don't know is that the tough living conditions of the settlement forced him to travel up the coast in search of both better land and hopefully goldfields. What he found instead was the New England coastline, teeming with cod, which he proceeded to catch and salt, returning to England with holds full of fish and selling them all on the European market, which made him an absolute fortune. Smith's widely circulated account in 1616 of plentiful cod off the coast of Maine was incentive enough for the Pilgrims to make a go of it, and is the reason they chose Plymouth rather than the more southerly Jamestown as their landing site. But the Holy Rollers had little experience in either fishing or farming, and almost starved to death until Native Americans came to their rescue. The irony was that at the very same time, dozens of English ships were some way offshore, pulling in fish as big as men. Quick learners with a strong Protestant work ethic, they eventually got the hang of it, and within a couple of decades, the New England townships that sprang up in their wake were becoming prosperous cod fishing communities. Salem, a town now noted for its brutal witch trials, was at the time actually a lucrative cod fishing hub. In fact, by 1640, the Massachusetts Bay Colony was contributing 300,000 salted cod annually to the European market. The milder weather, ice-free harbours and plentiful local arable land meant that New England developed an all-year-round fishing industry and a continuously inhabited local infrastructure, compared to the Canadian fishing grounds of Newfoundland, which were limited to seasonal fishing and hence a much slower pace of development. The English soon found themselves outcompeting their French neighbours to the north, who now found it expedient to sell their catch to the New Englanders rather than waste time processing it themselves, in a climate where time and daylight was of the essence. In return, they bought farm tools, cattle and equipment, and the English-speaking cities that soon arose, such as Boston, boomed as a result. New Englanders developed an entrepreneurial business culture that spanned the entire length of the American coastline, living entirely independently of British oversight, and more importantly, meddling. Adam Smith, when writing his seminal treatise on economics, The Wealth of Nations, singled out New England as an example of the prosperity that could be achieved through unrestricted capitalism. By the mid-17th century, New England had become such a major player in the international cod trade that the fish was depicted in a myriad of official seals and documents, and generations of fishing families had established what's come to be known as the codfish aristocracy, with numerous mansions being decorated with stylized fish motifs. We know that there was even a gilded cod hanging from the ceiling of the Boston Town Hall, as well as other government assembly buildings. In the burgeoning coastal cities of North America, cash, as they say, was king, and cod was cash. By now, salted American cod accounted for an astonishing 60% of all the fish eaten in Europe. But it wasn't just poor Mediterranean housewives and fancy French chefs who were making the most of the influx of the cheap but delectable fish. Nor was cod, by any means, the only profitable industry to emerge throughout the New World. But cod played a significant role in their facilitation. You see, by the 1700s, the sugarcane industry was also big business, and the numerous Caribbean islands that produced it had developed their own molasses aristocracies, just like the cod snobs up north. Sugar production was a hugely labor-intensive process, and like the cotton and tobacco plantations, to keep costs low, it relied on the labor of hundreds of thousands of imported slaves, who worked sometimes 16 hours a day in the searing heat, day in and day out, till they died. These people had to be fed, but the arable land required for food crops would have eaten into valuable sugarcane land. Initially, they were fed salted beef all the way from Britain, but when New England's salted cod markets took off, cod barons quickly found a new market for the fish that was not quite up to export standard. Super cheap second-rate bacalao was sold to plantation owners at a discount price. And indeed, some producers turned entirely to exporting low-salt, poor-quality fish entirely geared for the West Indies marketplace. When the French ceded Newfoundland to the English in the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713, the industry accelerated with gusto. The cod cities of northeastern America were now trading cheap fish to English, French, and Dutch Caribbean sugar barons, from which they acquired salt, sugar, cotton, and tobacco. They were likewise trading their premium cod direct to the Europeans in return for wine, iron, coal, and fancy European status symbols like china, textiles, and fashion items. As Americans increasingly engaged in trade with the outside world, They came to resent any kind of interference in their commercial arrangements. The British back in the motherland knew there was trouble brewing, and when they eventually won the 7 Years' War with France, there was much discussion over what the spoils of war should be. Do they let the French keep Canada and their remaining cod fisheries, or do they take Guadeloupe, or one of the other lucrative French Caribbean sugar islands that made more money than all the British ones combined? In the end, the Brits were getting so nervous about losing their American colonies to mutiny that they opted to forego the sugar income and expand their holdings in the north of America instead. Kurlansky notes that in allowing the French to keep their slave islands but deny them their Canadian fisheries, they were actually accelerating the descent into war with their own 13 colonies. You see, one of the fundamental laws governing commerce within the British Empire were the so-called Acts of Trade and Navigation. Under this law, all colonial outposts were required to sell their export goods to England and also buy their imported goods from England. In other words, they were supposed to sell their cod to England and then buy their Caribbean sugar, salt, Spanish iron, coal, and French wine and textiles from Mother England and nowhere else. You can just imagine the customs and tax revenue this would provide for His Majesty's government without even lifting a finger. Not surprisingly, Americans took a dim view of this law and completely ignored it. Nobody likes a middleman, so they decided American cash was staying firmly in America, and the cod export revenues from their direct trade to international partners was being used to build factories that converted cheap imported Caribbean molasses into rum. Cod was fueling not only a boom in the slave market, but now also the booze industry. In West Africa, there were 3 ways you could purchase slaves: with cash, salted cod, or Boston rum. The French sugar plantations needed New England cod, and the Boston rum industry needed French molasses. After a century of unimpeded trade, the big boys in London finally decided it was time to rein in these insolent colonial rascals. So they imposed a molasses import duty, which was aimed at crippling both the production of rum and the export of cod. It did neither, and the burgeoning contraband trade in cod for molasses actually increased after the introduction of the Molasses Act of 1733. A few years later, they upped the ante and hiked the taxes even more, now also taxing the import of Madeira. The Americans retaliated by boycotting British goods altogether and smuggling both sugar and Madeira on the black market on an even greater scale. Once again, the British responded, this time with a new tactic, levying a direct tax on the population they called the Stamp Act, rather than trying to police the widely flaunted customs duty. Other general taxes soon followed. Things were getting grim, and nobody was backing down. Kurlansky writes that the revolution that followed was not a cultural one or a romantic social experiment, such as many that both preceded and followed the American War of Independence. It was instigated by middle-class Protestant entrepreneurs furious at outsiders meddling in their business. They weren't interested in rectifying class disputes, minority ethnic tensions, or social engineering. To them, it was just business, pure and simple. As the situation hotted up, the British first tried to starve out the colonists by blocking their harbours and controlling the fishing grounds. But this wasn't 1620. The colonists had by now plenty of food, plenty of booze, and a new homegrown style of ship called the schooner that could outrun pretty much any British warship. Even when fitted with dodgy cannons, American schooners were running rings around British patrol ships, with hundreds of them being captured and added to the fledgling American naval fleet. In the end, the British decided it just wasn't worth it. During the peace negotiations that followed, the British refused to recognise American claims to offshore fishing grounds in the Grand Banks, as well as other fisheries that were technically off the shore of British Canadian territories. The idea of territorial marine sovereignty in areas that were technically on the high seas was still in their infancy, and the aggressive negotiations by President John Adams in lobbying for the rights of New England fishermen was criticised by many Southern Americans as a vanity project and a pandering to codfish millionaires. But Adams pushed hard to retain their established rights on the Grand Banks, arguing that the New England cod fishing industry was an incubator of future Navy personnel, and that the fishermen themselves were the keepers of national security. The British eventually caved in, but this didn't extend to their right to trade cod to Caribbean colonies, and the British barred them from the market, which resulted in a severe decline in cod exports, and consequently a food shortage in the Caribbean that saw the deaths of tens of thousands of slaves from hunger, till the British managed to get their own Newfoundland fisheries sufficiently mobilised to stop the famine. The United States and the United Kingdom went to war again in 1812, and the New England fishermen, sailing on new, even faster homegrown ships called clippers, once again proved their worth to the cause of liberty. But in the new round of peace negotiations, politicians from southern states, now in charge, left the question of fishing rights open for negotiation, which continued to strain US and Canadian relations for the next 200 years. When the British abolished slavery in the West Indies in 1839, followed by the French and Dutch in the Antilles a decade later, the lucrative Caribbean cod export market of New England markedly slowed. Fortunately for the Americans, domestic consumption began to grow, and as had been the case in the Royal Navy for centuries past, salted cod now became a staple of the US Army. So much so that Union bellies were always fuller than Confederate ones, and the Army's need for cheap food during the Civil War temporarily revived the fortunes of New England fishing communities. But the war also saw the rapid industrialization of the North, and the codfish aristocracy began shifting their investment capital into heavy industry rather than fishing or whaling. This inward focus and rapid expansion of industrial development of American natural resources saw a concurrent decrease in the import of foreign raw materials, such as coal and iron. So the shrinking cod exports went hand in hand with shrinking European imports. Like the US, Southern Europe was undergoing a population boom in the late 19th century, and the insatiable demand for more bacalhau by nations long enamored of the salty fish delight brought back into play suppliers that had long been sidelined by the North American fisheries. The Norwegians and the Danes finally found a gap in the market, upped their salt game, and aggressively promoted their own North Atlantic cod industries, filling the rapacious appetite for stockfish in the Mediterranean, and they have remained the dominant players ever since. Now, so far, it might seem like I've been giving the impression that the fishermen who discovered the Americas and kept it secret for so long, like fishermen generally, were an insular group of specialist hunters who viewed themselves as some kind of transnational brotherhood, pursuing with sportsmanlike passion a livelihood that few outsiders understood, wanting nothing more than to be left alone. And in some respects, this is true. Even today, anglers the world over share a camaraderie and love of the chase that their wives struggle to understand. Going out in all weather, spending ridiculous amounts of money on tackle, boats, fuel and bait, only to bring home a couple of slimy, stinky critters that seem to be more trouble than they're worth, if they're lucky. But it would be unfair to dismiss their forebears as just a bunch of good time Joes. The cod fishing industry in particular was one of the toughest, most dangerous and tragedy-prone occupations in the world. The North Atlantic is a freezing, treacherous and squall-prone region that even the most experienced mariner fears and respects. Few cod fishermen, even today, have all their fingers. The continuous biting Arctic cold can freeze hands within half an hour, even with synthetic modern rubber-lined gloves. Frozen, slippery decks, swinging yard arms and freak waves can wipe a man out and even sink ships in a split second, and often did, particularly after days in rough seas where men worked round the clock and had little sleep. Off the Massachusetts coastal town of Gloucester in 1871, 20 schooners and 140 men were lost in rough seas. In 1873, 32 vessels and 174 men were lost. A single gale off the fishing banks in 1879 sunk 79 vessels with a loss of 249 souls, all from a town that had barely 15,000 inhabitants at the time. This was a typical statistic up and down the northeastern American coast, decade after decade. One can only imagine the casualty rates suffered by fishermen in centuries prior. The banks, where the fish are most plentiful, is a zone where cold and warm ocean currents meet, which results in frequent and impenetrable fog. Visibility and sound transmission is so poor that you often can't see more than a metre ahead. Countless stories abound of men lowered from the ship in small rowboats called dories to bait longlines and haul in fish that became lost in the fog and were unable to be found. Left hopelessly adrift until they froze to death in the cold, drowned by freak waves, or died of thirst, never to be seen again. The casualty rate of North American fishermen remains the highest of any non-military profession. US statistics show that about 5 in every 100,000 workers die in workplace accidents. The rate among fishermen was 100 in 100,000. Canadian fishing casualties were double that. British studies have shown a death rate among fishermen to be 20 times higher than in manufacturing. Perhaps this grim reality lies at the heart of why the fishermen developed such strong bonds of mutual respect and viewed themselves as a unique transnational brotherhood. The art of fishing had changed little since the Middle Ages. Records of handline fishing go back to at least the 13th century, with iron hooks and lines made of nettle flax, pulped down and spun into a yarn that had better water resistance qualities than other materials available at the time. Handline fishing was quite labour intensive, high risk and low yield for men trying to make a living from it. Fishing communities throughout Europe and the Americas held religious ceremonies on the pier at the start of the fishing season to bless the departing vessels and commemorate their many lost comrades from previous voyages to the fishing grounds. Many, in particular those pursuing cod, were opposed to the use of nets, which they feared would interfere with the fishers' migration route and cause them to change their habits. Fishermen have always been a superstitious lot. The natural extension of handlining was the use of one long line attached to an anchored buoy at one end with a weighted line along which were set individually baited traces every metre or so and then released to drift. Fishermen would later be lowered from the mothership in a dory and row along the entire length, winding a section of it up on a spool, collect the caught fish, rebait the hooks and release it again, moving steadily along the line, which could be kilometres long and have thousands of baited traces to manage. As the dory got fuller with fish, it became heavier and at greater risk of capsizing with every single fish taken on board. Longlining has quite a long history, but it was the post-revolutionary French looking to re-establish their devastated fishing fleets who began subsidizing their industry and encouraged the use of long lines, which, though dangerous, was far more productive. There was a lot of controversy over the practice, not because of modern notions of animal cruelty or concerns about overfishing. We'll get to that later. It was because it required tons of bait to set the hooks, and bait costs money. If there's one thing a fisherman hates, it's when the bloke next to him has an unfair advantage. For centuries, fishing was the domain of the little guy, working shoulder to shoulder with his mates and earning an honest living through the sweat of his own brow. No one could afford to bait kilometers of line with the tons of bait fish required to run it. But the French were now financing their own fishermen, and everyone else was getting shirty about it. Not only was it an expensive enterprise, but the last thing anyone wanted was hundreds of ships trawling thousands of kilometers of fishing line, crisscrossing the communal fishing grounds through impenetrable fog that would surely tangle and damage everyone else's lines. It was a recipe for chaos out on the banks. Some countries tinkered with it, but as mentioned, it was expensive to subsidy if it was to be competitive. So the Canadians adopted a technique long used on a smaller scale by the Norwegians. A type of net, but one that is reasonably narrow and unlikely to block the migration of an entire school, would be lowered just off the sea floor. Those cod that don't swim around or over swim into it, and as they struggle to get through the weed, are trapped by the gills, unable to wriggle out backwards. The technique, called gill netting, became very popular and increased yields significantly. Not one bait fish is required, and the hauling labour can be performed from the deck of a ship, much more safely. As the growing population of Europe increased its demand, gill netting was adopted more widely. Fish sizes began to decline, and you'd be forgiven for wondering whether the practice could be sustained. But the spirit of the age was one of an exuberant faith in the power of nature to sustain herself. Scientific advances, industrialization, and the ascendancy of Darwinian evolutionary theory fostered not only a positive view of man's future, but a confidence in the elegant ability of nature to adapt, correct, and restore herself in an infinite number of ways. Politicians exploited the idea that nature was an inexhaustible resource, and the way in which they used science to argue against any kind of regulation was breathtaking. During an international fisheries convention in 1883, Darwinian champion Thomas Henry Huxley delivered the keynote address, in which he dismissed growing concerns about overfishing as unscientific and erroneous. He reportedly said that any tendency to overfishing will be checked by a gradual reduction of supply, long before anything even remotely resembling permanent exhaustion becomes obvious. Huxley's views influenced the international consensus for over a century. He was, of course, completely wrong. Not only was he ignorant about critical tolerance thresholds, breeding and maturity patterns, but his assertions that any reduction in commercial fish stocks would be gradual and manageable failed to account for the reality that the consistently stable high yields were the result not of adaptations in fish breeding, but of ever more sophisticated and efficient means of fishing, such as the introduction of the steam engine. You see, most trawlers, that is to say, fishing vessels that drag something behind them, were still under sail and too low-powered to drag anything heavier than a long line. But with the introduction of steam engines, they now had the thrust to drag huge nets across the bottom and scoop up everything in their path. By the 1890s, The British were already converting the fishing fleet to steam power, and by the 1920s, innovations in net designs meant that trawlers could now chase schools of fish over both flat and uneven bottoms, pursuing them all over the Atlantic. By the 1930s, the diesel engine made coal obsolete, and the extra space gained on board allowed room for processing the catch in what were effectively the first factory ships. As greater numbers of motorized trawlers crisscrossed the Atlantic, hoovering up everything in their path, there was a concurrent change in tastes among Americans and North Europeans. They seemed to increasingly favour fresh fish rather than salted, which was just as well, because salting and drying was a very labour-intensive process that could take months to dry in the open air for market. Necessity, as they say, is the mother of invention, and the growing demand for fresh fish in the domestic market found its solution in a man called Clarence Birdseye. Mr. Birdseye, a New Yorker, was fascinated with animals of all kinds, alive and dead, having even taught himself the art of taxidermy while still a schoolboy. He ended up working as a scientist for several government agencies and eventually found himself in Labrador, Newfoundland, where he discovered that fish he caught by line froze almost instantly as he landed them in the freezing Canadian winters. When eaten, these fish tasted better and were not at all mushy, like the frozen ones he had eaten back home in New York. He correctly deduced that rapid freezing was the key to preserving the quality and integrity of tissue, and so he worked feverishly to develop a rapid freezing process that, after some failures, would nevertheless go on to make him a multi-millionaire and his name a household word around the world. By the end of World War II, the combination of diesel engine, bottom-dragging nets, and a freezer gave rise to the true factory ships that inspire both awe and revulsion in the way they can devastate entire fish populations. Ever more voices of alarm were being raised as countries around the world trawled their way across oceans without regard to the consequences. The only regulations introduced were at minimum mesh sizes for the nets, which were a good idea in theory, but not so much in practice, as bigger fish occluded the walls of the nets, trapping everything else within the ballooning structure. Other innovations, such as sonar and spotter aircraft, developed during the war to spot enemies, were now being turned to fishing, as trawlers moved in and wiped out entire shoals, leaving a barren desert on the sea floor. Little countries like Iceland, that had been fishing in the same way since medieval times, now looked on as British and American trawlers were sweeping up the fish stocks offshore and seriously depleting what was left for them. Some argued for a ban on foreigners, while others wanted to modernize and join the party. International waters were technically 3 miles offshore, and therefore fair game for any country to plunder, which they did. But the Icelanders, long dependent on fishing for their own survival, and increasingly aware of a reduction in fish size and breeding patterns, began to push for an extension of its marine territorial border out to 4 miles. Foreign politicians were outraged. US President Harry Truman in 1945 opened up the proverbial Pandora's box by declaring that the US mineral reserves in its offshore continental shelf belonged exclusively to the US. The declaration was chiefly made in relation to protecting their offshore oil drilling investment. But never before had any nation claimed to own a continental shelf, let alone the resources within it. Truman followed up by declaring a conservation no-fishing zone along the entire east coast, primarily to prevent Japanese salmon fishermen from pursuing the migrating fish before they could get to their spawning grounds. The American claims on offshore marine zones set off a chain reaction all over the world, with post-war nations, old and new, flexing their muscles and laying claim to continental shelves and offshore fisheries to bolster sovereignty and license revenue. By the mid-1950s, Iceland's fisheries were in serious decline, so its government unilaterally declared the zone would be pushed out to 12 miles. The British issued a formal protest. Many European nations that profited from fishing there, such as the Dutch, French, Belgians, Danes, Germans and Spaniards, backed up the English, but when Icelanders began patrolling their demarcation zone with gunboats, they all withdrew, except for the British, who now brought in 37 fully armed frigates and destroyers of the Royal Navy for protection. The Icelandic Coast Guard, with only 7 patrol boats, each armed with only 1 gun, manned by water police and civilian militia, nevertheless refused to back down. It was a David and Goliath standoff in what was to be called the first of the 3 Cod Wars. Fearing an international backlash, the British stood down and eventually accepted the 12-mile limit. A decade later, Iceland again unilaterally declared an extension of its limit, this time to 50 miles. Once again, the UK and now the new European Economic Community went bonkers, referring Iceland to the International Court of Justice for violating international law. Iceland told both them and the International Court to sod off, as the zone was well within their own continental shelf, so as far as they were concerned, the court had no jurisdiction. The Second Cod War was on, but ended almost as quickly as the first one, though the British were reluctant to send in the Navy, considering that both Iceland and the UK were allies within NATO. By now, the Icelanders had better patrol boats too, and they equipped them with specially designed submerged arms that swept up and severed the cables of trawlers, resulting in a loss of their expensive gear and entire catch. The now useless trawlers had no choice but to head home. Some took on the Coast Guard and tried to ram their way to victory, but the Coast Guard's vessels were designed to be icebreakers, as you might well expect, and the trawlers were therefore no match for them. Several shots actually were fired, and the trawlers, lacking a naval escort, retreated. Once again, the Royal Navy moved in, and a game of cat and mouse ensued, with ships ramming and scraping each other, but miraculously no one was killed. The circus made fishing nigh on impossible, so the British eventually retreated. That was now 2 out of 2 victories for Iceland. By 1974, codfish stocks were not just declining, they were at critical levels. Scientists from a number of countries, including the UK, were sounding the alarm. In a fish where maturity was everything, there were dramatically fewer fish old enough to breed, and the writing was well and truly on the wall. So, once again, the Iceland government in 1975, citing conservation as the main criterion, extended their territorial limit out, this time to 200 miles. The UK and Germany were beside themselves. Since the last Cod War, specialist English trawler ports such as Hull, Grimsby and Fleetwood were already in serious decline, with powerful fish and chips industry associations warning of a complete collapse of the British fishing industry. Negotiations were fierce, and intermediaries had suggested that the British could avert the disaster by focusing on other, more plentiful, even local fish species such as pollock. The Icelanders even offered concessions to fish their waters for anything else but cod. but the British government refused to budge, while ironically at the same time demanding a 100-mile exclusive fishing zone for themselves around the UK. The European Commission, frustrated, pulled the rug out from under the British by declaring a 200-mile zone for all members of the EEC, wherever there was no clash of borders. Countries the world over followed suit, and fishermen now increasingly found themselves subject not only to territorial but also regulatory restrictions. Across the Atlantic, the Canadians and Americans also almost came to blows, and shots were actually fired in a dispute over the location of the marine border between Maine and Nova Scotia. But when it was finally resolved, it also meant that Spanish and Portuguese fleets, having fished the Grand Banks centuries longer than anyone else, were now expelled well beyond their familiar fishing grounds, and the entire Iberian North Atlantic fishing industry all but collapsed. For the cod, it was too little too late, and fish stocks continued to decline well into the 1980s, despite ever more stringent controls on vessels, nets, and even quotas. For the North Americans, the 200-mile limits were not so much geared for conservation as protectionism, and the Canadians, observing a decline in their Atlantic towns and cities compared to the industrialized interior, reignited the fishing industry with incentives, tax breaks, and subsidies that induced large-scale consortiums to invest in super trawlers and factories, which only had the effect of reducing inshore fish spawning populations that was the lifeblood of small-town communities. On the books, fishing revenue was up, and politicians were spinning it as a win. But in reality, communities all over the northeast of Canada were in trouble, and local fishermen tried in vain to warn the government. For the cod, too, now being trawled out before they could even spawn, the decline was rapid and terminal. In 1992, the government finally announced a moratorium. 30,000 fishermen suddenly found themselves unemployed, most of whom now received subsistence welfare with promises of rebooting the industry as soon as populations were viable again, which to this day they're still not. The Scandinavians were a little wiser. There was greater national concern for sustainable fishing, general bipartisanship on conservation issues, and a genuine willingness for short-term sacrifice. So they now find their fisheries are making a gradual and solid recovery. The first to start fishing cod, they will probably still be around when all the others are gone. On the other side of the pond, scientists are still unsure about whether a recovery in Newfoundland stocks is even possible. Political will seems less universal and subject to pressure from business lobbyists. We can only hope for the sake of local communities that the cod will make a comeback and that governments will exercise restraint in managing its future. So what can we say about the poor old cod, its fishermen, the scramble for America, and the need for wise custodianship of our resources? The story of the cod is not only the story of Europe and America, but of competing heroes, of the little guys against the big guys, the rise and fall of nations, of the failed comprehension of nature's complexity, of hubris and an all-too-human resistance to delayed gratification. But it's also a story of adventure, high drama, aspiration, innovation, and problem-solving. The cod has fed billions of hungry people over at least 1,000 years, facilitated both the expansion of slavery and its eventual abolition. It gave rise to the golden age of discovery, brought millions out of poverty, and enabled the establishment of the great liberal democracies that we live in today. The lust for cod encouraged Europeans to grow beyond their environmental and political constraints, and the countless fishermen that chased them were the real heroes behind the great names of history we all learned at school. As is so often the case, heroes are often the quiet achievers who get no credit, but who keep showing up day after day, risking life and limb to keep the world running and to put food on our tables. If we really think about it, just maybe, a fish can be a hero too. If you enjoy this content, please take a moment to support my work by making a small donation through the links on the podcast website. Better still, by signing up as a Patreon supporter, where you can communicate with me directly, engage with the Heroes and Legends community, and get better insights and even involvement in my work in future videos. A video montage of this podcast also appears on our YouTube Heroes and Legends documentary channel. Please feel free to visit, like and share, and as always, thanks for listening. It's often been said that one man's hero is another man's villain. Even a cursory scroll through the comments section provides ample evidence of the polarizing effect that great individuals throughout history can have, not just cross-culturally, which might be expected, but even domestically, as times and sensibilities change, yesterday's giants get summarily painted. Many heroes throughout history were often both lionized and vilified, alternately even in their own lifetimes, sometimes so much so that their ultimate legacy would be obscured by contrasting portrayals of them as unidimensional caricatures. No group is more subject to this kind of binary distortion than politicians. Not only do they have to present a clear or convincing case for their national vision to an increasingly jaded and cynical public, but it must survive both the intentional misrepresentation of opponents as well as the subversion of jealous colleagues, whose fickle support is contingent on their own private agendas. Most principled leaders end up becoming the victims of their own success. If not through the snake pit of parliamentary skullduggery, then through the intransigence of their ideological convictions that can become a liability as social norms change. Yesterday's champion easily becomes today's blind. But sometimes, just sometimes, we let them back in from the cold and honour them in their twilight years despite their controversial legacy. A textbook example of this is Margaret Thatcher, Conservative Prime Minister of the United Kingdom between 1979 and 1990, the first woman in British history to hold that office and its longest-serving Prime Minister of the 20th century. You would think that what she had to endure to break this patriarchal glass ceiling to become arguably the most powerful woman in the world would make her a feminist icon the world over, and yet nothing could be further from the truth. On the other hand, you might also think her controversial stance on the Falkland Islands conflict, South African apartheid, the Irish question, and European integration would portray her as an anachronistic Tory colonialist. Again, wrong. Or that her pivotal role in ending the Cold War and ultimately helping to bring about the downfall of the Soviet bloc would make her a European heroine for the ages. Once again, wrong. On almost every subject, domestic and foreign, economic and social, conflicting and highly emoting news abound of her legacy, such that it can be difficult to make an objective appraisal of her contribution to British or indeed world history, let alone get a sense of who she was as a person. But if you're curious about going beyond the slogans and having a closer look at this controversial and poorly understood leader who guided her country through a turbulent and momentous time in history, then join us as we dive into the life and times of the Iron Lady, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, the lady who returned.
Humans, legends, new creatures. Just our story begins in the years following the Great War. Like many countries, the United Kingdom had been forced to abandon the fixing of its currency to the gold standard in order to print money to finance the war effort. While this practice allows countries to pursue more flexible monetary policies, such as adjusting interest rates or changing the money supply, it can also lead to a loss of confidence in its currency, which can result in inflation, volatility, and currency depreciation. As the euphoria of victory over the Central Powers gave way to a gradual contraction in economic activity at home, it was also accompanied by a decline in exports of coal and heavy industrial equipment to traditionally dependable markets, such as the United States, who became increasingly protectionist and now levied substantial tariffs on imports. The effect was a weakened exchange rate and volatility in the pound sterling. To restore confidence in the British economy and stabilise the exchange rate, the UK, like the French before them, decided to return to the gold standard in 1925. But the post-war economic situation made it more challenging than was anticipated. The war had caused significant disruption to the global economy, and the UK had accumulated significant debt, which made it more difficult to maintain the value of the pound, despite having returned to the gold standard. Ironically, by fixing the value of the pound to gold, the UK was effectively limiting its ability to respond to global economic changes. For example, if demand for British exports fell or there was an increase in the supply of gold, the UK would be forced to reduce its money supply and tighten monetary policy, which would exacerbate economic downturns, which is exactly what happened. Additionally, returning to the gold standard meant that the UK had to maintain a fixed exchange rate with other countries in the gold standard, such as the United States. This made it difficult for the UK to respond to changes in the exchange rate and maintain competitiveness with other countries. It was into this economically deteriorating environment that Margaret was born in Randa, a small town in Lincolnshire in 1925, the younger of two daughters to Alfred and Beatrice Roberts, devout Christians who ran a neighbourhood grocery shop. Far from wealthy, they lived frugally above their corner store in a modest apartment that lacked even a toilet or a hot running water. Margaret's father Alfred was a lay preacher in the Wesleyan Methodist Church, a branch of Protestant Christianity that emerged in England in the 1730s under the leadership of University fellow John Wesley and his brother Charles, who sought to bring about spiritual renewal and revival within the Church of England. If we are to understand Margaret, we need to know a bit more about her father and, significantly, the church in which she was raised. So strap yourselves in for the first of my usual rabbit holes. The Wesley brothers formed what was at first a club at Oxford University, where they and several colleagues systematically set about living a holy life through an organised set of daily practices. They received communion every week, fasted regularly, abstained from alcohol, gambling, and other addictive pleasures, and made it a requirement to frequently visit the sick and the poor, as well as prisoners in jail. The fellowship was branded Methodist by the campus students because of the way the club used rules and method to go about their daily religious affairs. John took a liking to the initially derogatory term and eventually adopted it as the formal name of their movement. In 1735, the brothers were invited to travel to Georgia, the newest of the 13 colonies in America, to preach to the settlers and to do missionary work among the indigenous tribes there. They had modest success, but when a woman entered the picture,
things got, shall we say, complicated. The lovesick and conflicted John being compelled to return to England, knowing his girlfriend, and completely dejected and shaken in his faith. But the Wesley's time in America was critical in the development of their ministry, as it was here that they came into contact with Count Nicholas von Zinzendorf, a German nobleman, in fact one of the first European noblemen to set foot in America. Zinzendorf had assumed the leadership of the Moravian Church, a reformist church of Czech Protestant missionaries whose origins lay with Jan Hus and the Bohemian Hussites that predated Martin Luther's Reformation by almost a century. Check out my video on Jan Hus and the Perfect Medieval Storm for further information on the Bohemian Proto-Reformation. Anyway, Zinzendorf and his Moravian refugees were characterized by their religious fervor and emphasis on personal spiritual experience. The Wesleys were impressed by their simple theology, which was based on the doctrine of justification by faith alone, a theological premise that is now central to several denominations of Protestant Christianity. It holds that a person is made right with God, justified solely through faith in Jesus Christ, rather than through good works, special rituals, or other human efforts. The brothers were also impressed by their assertion that salvation was open to anyone. Their emphasis on singing hymns and the Pentecostal zeal of itinerant preachers who ministered out in the countryside, welcoming Christians of any denomination to join their congregations. The depressed Wesley contrasted his own recently shaken faith with the deep conviction noticed among the Germans and Moravians he encountered in America. Through profound discussions with them, he came to adopt many of their principles that would go on to form the basis of his own future sermons. These Christians also convinced him of the Arminian doctrine of salvation, that is to say, paradise being accessible to all believers, as opposed to the Calvinist view of the predestination of only a select few by God for salvation. When they returned to England, the Wesleys promoted this doctrine and travelled across Britain preaching in fields, on the streets, in quarries, and even in prisons, but came into continual conflict with local Anglicans who maintained the conventional Calvinist position, and this difference would be among the issues that led to their becoming a separate denomination. Preaching to the disenfranchised and marginalised caused the movement to grow rapidly, so the Wesleyan Methodists instigated a program for training lay preachers. These were members of the Methodist community who were not ordained ministers, but were authorised to preach and lead worship services. They played a crucial role in spreading the Methodist message, especially in rural areas where there were few qualified ministers. But Wesley's enthusiastic promotion of lay preachers was also a source of criticism by established churches. Now, the Moravians, already well entrenched in rural America, were soon joined by a new wave of Methodist missionaries, and together their activities gave rise to the spiritual transformation that would become known in post-revolutionary America as the Great Awakening. Back home in Britain, Wesley would go on to become a much-loved travelling preacher, riding hundreds of thousands of kilometres on horseback, preaching tens of thousands of sermons, and giving away tens of thousands of pounds to the poor during his 60 years of preaching. His support for women preachers paved the way for them to take positions of leadership in church ministry from that time on, and his very vocal public opposition to slavery played a significant role in the British abolitionist movements in the decades that followed. Methodism is one of the largest Protestant denominations in the world, with a presence in many countries, including the United States, Canada, and Australia, with a social outreach that heavily focuses on building schools, hospitals, and orphanages. By all accounts, Alfred Roberts, Margaret's father, was a gifted and charismatic orator in the Methodist tradition, and the young Margaret watched spellbound as he inspired the congregation with moving speeches on moral rectitude, self-discipline, and civic responsibility. Deeply patriotic, as a young man, he had tried to enlist for the Great War on 6 separate occasions, but had failed his eyesight test each time and was repeatedly rejected as unfit for service. Despite the handicap, he was a voracious reader and had originally intended to become a teacher, attending college in London, where he was heavily influenced by the works of classical liberal philosophers such as John Stuart Mill, John Locke, Adam Smith, and others, whose philosophies collectively advocated free market economics, civil individual liberty and autonomy, limited government, natural law, social progress, political freedom, and freedom of speech. But teaching jobs during the war were becoming harder to come by, and he described the education system generally as boring and unsatisfying. So he studied accounting, because apparently that was much less boring, becoming an assistant grocer, where his attention to detail was appreciated. It wasn't long before he and his wife bought their own shop and developed a loyal customer base of their own. A tireless worker, Alfred was heavily involved in the life of his local community, becoming, as mentioned, a lay preacher in his church. Then, in 1927, he was elected to the Grantham Town Council as an independent. He was also a part-time Justice of the Peace, President of the Chamber of Trade, President of Rotary, Director of the Grantham Building Society and Trustee Savings Bank, Chairman of the local National Savings Movement, the Governor of the local Boys and Girls Grammar Schools, and Chairman of the Workers' Education Association, each of which would have been quite a drain on anyone to volunteer their time for. But Alfred was all about community spirit. In the interwar years, he became an outspoken critic of Nazi Germany, the family offering him home as shelter to Jewish refugees, raising money to help them flee from Germany. During World War II, he was chief welfare officer in his region, directing civil defence, and served as chairman of a number of committees, eventually being elected as mayor of Grantham in 1945. In his inaugural speech, Alfred Roberts called for an extensive program of expenditure to rebuild the roads, public transport, health, and social services for children, and to build houses by the thousand. But Alfred's personal stance on welfare was rooted in a platform of personal responsibility and initiative, based on the provision of incentives rather than the more collectivist approach that was taking shape among liberals in London. So he increasingly came to view conservatives as representing old-school liberal values, and gradually shifted his support away from the established Liberal Party, which in the UK was an amalgam of Whigs and radical reformers. By the close of the 19th century, these factors caused the Liberal Party in the UK to lack a unified ideological base, and its support to wither. It contained numerous contradictory and sometimes mutually hostile factions, such as both imperialists and supporters of the wars, quasi-socialists and laissez-faire classical liberals, those who were for and against Irish Home Rule. They contained supporters as well as opponents of women's suffrage, anti-war elements as well as supporters of military alliances. And there were also varying elements for and against the Church of England. So that by the end of the First World War, the party began to seriously fragment, with the New Liberals emerging as a dominant player in that sphere. But the New Liberals saw individual liberty as something achievable only under favourable social and economic circumstances. In their view, poverty, squalor and ignorance in which many people lived made it impossible for freedom and individuality to flourish. New Liberals believed that these conditions could be ameliorated only through collective action coordinated by a strong, welfare-oriented and interventionist state, which is something that old school liberals, who increasingly formed the middle class, felt went against their values of self-reliance and personal responsibility. So it was with Margaret's father and small business owners all across the UK who abandoned the party in droves and began voting with Conservatives. It's clear that much of Margaret's political ideology stemmed from the influence of her father and her childhood religious upbringing, and yet it would be a mistake to think of her purely as his clone. She didn't share his fundamentalist religious views, for example, and in her later memoirs wrote that to a science graduate, believing in the existence of angels was an absurdity. While she would be married in a Methodist church, she would eventually attend Anglican masses when work allowed it. You see, she was, like her father, a workaholic, but unlike him, spent much of her later career working on Sundays, earning his disapproval. Moreover, she obviously completely disagreed with his, and for that matter, her mother's, traditionalist views on gender roles. And though he disapproved of her choice of professional and later political career, he nevertheless believed in the importance of education, fully supporting her acceptance of an Oxford scholarship in 1943 and taking great pride in her academic success. Like Wesley, he believed that certain professions were the natural domain of men, but if God called a woman to it, then she should be given every right to pursue it. Precocious girl, she reported in later interviews that she always felt more comfortable around elders, whose conversation and ideas she was much more drawn to than those of her peers. While at university, various reports tell us that Margaret was a serious and conscientious student, though it wasn't long before she became involved with Oxford's Conservative Association, as well as the Federation of Conservative Students, even serving as president in both. But despite her seriousness, there was a softer side that has only recently come to light. A cache of letters written to her sister during those years described a young woman who found time to go out on dates, had a love of dancing, and an eye for fashion. Indeed, she had become quite serious with a young army officer who was also studying at Oxford, and even had him home to Grantham to meet her parents. The romance would unfortunately eventually fade, as the army repeatedly transferred him from base to base. But her beau recalled in later years that despite her obvious inexperience with boys, she was a wonderful conversationalist and had an understanding of current affairs that, in his words, were very unusual for a girl. He did find her parents to be decent, hard-working people, but rather austere for his taste, and it seems that eventually he felt it was all too much for him. For Margaret's part, the letters to her sister conveyed an anticipation of matrimony, but such was her distress at being gradually ghosted that she never spoke of the relationship again and threw herself into the studies. Her political activities while at university were marked by her outspoken views on hot issues such as the nationalisation industry. She was also among those young conservatives who opposed the ambitious recommendations of the Beveridge Report in 1942. That was to become the bedrock of the British welfare state, International Health Service in 1948 by tackling the 5 giants on the road to post-war reconstruction: want, disease, ignorance, squalor, and idleness. In her memoirs, she referred to the Beveridge Report as the blueprint for a welfare state, arguing that the policy represented a shift away from the traditional values of thrift and self-reliance. She also expressed concern about the potential cost of the proposed social welfare system, writing that once the state had assumed responsibility for the welfare of the individual, there could be no limit to its demands. In a 1948 speech, at the tender age of 23, she said, "I would not for one moment minimize the difficulties that people face in life. But if you take away from people the right to be responsible for their own lives, you take away from them their freedom and their dignity." Now, if we view this as coming from the perspective of an upper-class silver schooner, such a statement might be fairly viewed as offensive. But when we consider her own humble working-class Methodist background, it's clear that her views, despite the naivety of youth, stem from a traditional Protestant opposition to cultural dependency, which she believed ran a risk of stifling individual initiative and enterprise. Margaret was hardly alone. There was already broad bipartisan support for a complete restructuring of the insurance and social security sectors to meet the demands of widespread poverty. Current Prime Minister Winston Churchill cautioned against making substantial budgetary commitments until the war ended. But public enthusiasm for the ostensibly socialist program was so entrenched that it was one of the key factors in the 1945 landslide election victory for the Labour Party, and so the British welfare state was born. And Margaret, meanwhile, newly graduated, went on to seek work at a number of companies as an industrial chemist. By the 1950 election, it was becoming clear that the welfare and recovery promised by the victorious Labour Party was slow in materialising. The Conservative coalition, still under Winston Churchill, who had been given a complete drubbing in the 1945 election, now capitalised on growing public discontent, which centred on the continuation of rationing of everything from basic food staples like bread, eggs and meat to confectionaries and petrol, despite it being 5 years since the end of the war. This ongoing austerity, coupled with rampant inflation, soured the optimism of both the middle and lower classes for reforms that look increasingly like a pie-in-the-sky fantasy. The outcome was nevertheless a second Labour victory, albeit a slim one by a margin of only 5 seats, and a significant swing back towards the coalition that ended in another snap election a year later. Effectively hobbled, the Labour government had gambled on winning the 1951 election outright by promoting a platform of continued nationalisation of big industry such as coal, gas, shipbuilding and electricity, and by continuing to roll out its welfare reforms. The Conservative Party, again led by Winston Churchill, focused on the need for economic stability, lower taxes, and reducing the role of the state in the economy. Most significantly, though, they promised to terminate the ration program, something that Labour opposed and ultimately paid the price for. It was the Conservatives this time who won a slim majority, but nevertheless enough to govern. The victory came as a surprise to many who had predicted a rather more solid Labour victory. Margaret had, at the time, moved to Dartford as one of her university buddies had proposed her as a candidate for the Conservatives for that seat. Despite already having a list of approved applicants, the committee was so impressed by her direct and confident persona that they added her to the list. In the ensuing debates for nominee, her preparation, concise and fearless debating style saw her win the nomination, and it was at a congratulatory dinner that she met Dennis Thatcher, whom she described to her sister as not a very attractive creature, very reserved, but quite nice. Dennis Thatcher was, at the time, a wealthy businessman, managing a family paint company, and was 10 years her senior, and divorced. He was a decorated officer during the war and had risen through the ranks, being mentioned in several dispatches. He had married during the war, but was away in action for so long that by the time the conflict ended, his wife had since moved on and demanded a divorce. Dennis was so traumatized that he refused to ever talk about it, and it seems the young would-be couple had at least their broken hearts in common. Dennis was attracted to her right away and offered significant moral and financial support during her campaign in the elections. Though Dartford was a Labour safe seat, Margaret attracted significant media attention as the youngest and the only female candidate. She supported herself during the next couple of years by working as a scientist for a food company, researching emulsifiers and stabilizers. Though she failed to win the seat in both the 1950 and 51 elections, she caused a significant swing away from Labour on both occasions, an achievement that was unexpectedly strong and attracted significant media and party room attention. She and Dennis married in 1951, and Dennis now supported her financially as she returned to her studies, this time taxation law, sitting for and passing her bar exam in 1953. Later that year, she gave birth to twins, Mark and Carol. How she managed to qualify as a barrister while dealing with baby brain is surely an achievement worthy of great acclaim. But few people today know that she was a qualified lawyer as well as a scientist. Indeed, statistics show that at the time there were only 62 female barristers in the whole United Kingdom, a figure that would not change substantially until Margaret became Prime Minister in 1979. So, by 1953, Margaret Thatcher had penetrated several bastions of patriarchal power, the sciences, law, and she now had her sights set on the ultimate boys' club, Westminster Palace, and a seat in Parliament. Despite her own election loss, the 1951 election marked a significant shift in British politics. It ended Labour's period of post-war dominance and marked the start of a period of Conservative rule that would last for 13 years. As I mentioned, the election outcome reflected a growing sense of disillusionment with Labour's social and economic policies and a desire for greater stability and the prosperity that had long been promised during the war. One of the key achievements of the Conservative government was the stabilisation of the country's economy, which had been struggling with high inflation and balance of payments deficits in the early 1950s. Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rabbi, introduced a series of measures aimed at reducing government spending, cutting taxes, and promoting economic growth. This led to a period of sustained progress, and by the early 1960s, the UK had emerged as one of the most prosperous countries in Europe. The Conservative government also oversaw significant reforms in social policy, including the expansion of the National Assistance Act of 1948, educational reforms, and the establishment of a comprehensive system of social security. something we don't typically associate with conservative governments, who accepted that some incarnation of the beverage plan was here to stay. However, they also faced significant challenges during this period, both domestically and internationally. One of the major failures of the government was its handling of the Suez Crisis in 1956, which damaged Britain's reputation on the world stage and highlighted the country's declining global status. The crisis also led to a split within the Conservative Party, with some members criticising the government's handling of the situation, so it's worth diving into the incident to get some further perspective. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was triggered by the nationalisation of the Suez Canal by Egypt's president, Nasser, which angered the UK and France as they relied heavily on the canal for their oil supplies. And let's face it, it was also a symbol of the colonial prestige. Ironically, both the UK and France had themselves recently nationalised a whole slew of their own industries, so the hypocrisy of their response to Egypt doing the same wasn't lost on the international community. Now, the story goes that the construction of the Suez Canal was initially financed by a French consortium with support from the Egyptian government. Construction began in 1859 and was completed 10 years later. The canal was technically owned by the Suez Canal Company, with shareholders being both the Egyptian government and private French investors. But in 1875, as a result of prolonged debt and a domestic financial crisis, Egypt was forced to sell its shares in the canal, which were purchased by the British government under Benjamin Disraeli. The UK were enthusiastic buyers and obtained a 44% share, with French investors still making up the controlling proportion. The Egyptians continued to be plagued by ongoing economic mismanagement and a cultural backlash as a result of its program of modernisation, which saw European investment in the country come under significant threat. So the UK increasingly took measures to protect their assets and pressured for the current ruler, Khedive, the Viceroy, Ismail I, to be replaced with a more, shall we say, malleable puppet, ruler in his stead. With their support, his son, Tewfik I, was installed as ruler of Egypt and Sudan. But this progressive and liberal-minded ruler had inherited the country on the verge of a national league, which happened in 1882, when he was deposed by one of his own army colonels called Rabbi. The British and French offered their support to the Khedive in what has come to be known as the Anglo-Egyptian War of 1822, or more precisely, the British conquest of Egypt. The rebels had managed to gather a total force of over 60,000 troops, but many of them were poorly trained and armed, such that the British, after attempting an aborted landing at Alexandria, bombarded the city instead and redeployed their 40,000 strong expeditionary force to the Suez and attacked from the west instead. Within 2 months, they had successfully liberated Cairo, captured the rebel leader, and reinstalled the Khedive, imposing substantial British control over Egyptian affairs and profits for themselves for decades to come, all at the expense of not only the Egyptians, but the French and Ottomans as well, whose influence in the region was already seriously on the decline. Anyway, as we well know, this kind of foreign meddling was bound to cause blowback sooner or later, and in the post-war mass decolonisation process that characterised the 1950s, nationalism in Egypt was once again in full swing. Foreign-owned and controlled Suez Canal being an especially painful affront to Egyptian sensibilities and their sense of sovereignty, not to mention its substantial economic interests. The only problem was the British maintained a garrison of 80,000 troops in the Suez region. And with their role in the creation of the State of Israel, tensions now increased, such that Egypt's King Farouk unilaterally terminated the lease of the British Army base. The UK refused to acknowledge the broken lease, and skirmishes soon broke out, which only aggravated an already volatile public, suffering through inflation and high unemployment. Radical Islamist groups began to agitate for revolution. In 1952, it finally came. King Farouk was ousted in a military coup, and the United Kingdom scrambled to salvage what relationship and economic investment it could, negotiating the gradual withdrawal of troops from the bases there, as well as the full handover of the canal back to the Egyptians, which was to be finalised in 1968. Despite these concessions, President Nasser was concerned that the UK's strong relationship with Iran and Jordan would see a decline of Egypt's natural leadership and prestige in the Islamic world and facilitate a transfer of power from North Africa to the Middle East. So a game of one-upmanship between the UK and Egypt ensued, which culminated in the nationalisation of the canal in 1956. Meanwhile, the US was desperate to keep the Soviets out of the Middle East, so was itself trying to sweep toward Nasser into developing stronger ties with America. But the US was already spread quite thin across the globe in its conflict containment strategy, and Nasser was being employed without making any commitments either way, maintaining strong ties with the CIA in hopes the US would pressure the British to lay off. But he also fought a Khrushchev over in Moscow and effectively played off the Soviets and the Americans against each other for his own benefit, like a boss. The British, of course, knew full well what was going on, and relations between Washington and London became increasingly strained as a result. The Soviets watched the whole thing with amusement, while at the same time making the Americans nervous by doing deals with the Syrians, Iranians, and Afghans, and by offering the Egyptians lots of cheap Russian weapons. The Americans bargained hard to sell them their own hardware, but when Nasser refused to guarantee they wouldn't be used against Israel, congressional support for a deal with Egypt all but evaporated. So, when Nasser finally acted to secure the canal, the UK and France, along with Israel, conspired to launch a military operation to regain control of Suez without consulting the United States or informing the United Nations. On October 29, 1956, the Israeli army invaded the Sinai Peninsula, followed by British and French forces a few days later. The invasion was initially successful, and the forces quickly advanced towards the canal. However, the operation was met with international condemnation, and the United States, the Soviet Union, and other countries called for an immediate ceasefire. The Egyptians, meanwhile, decided that if they couldn't have it, nobody would. So, as the British and French troops came ashore, the Egyptians scuttled dozens of huge tankers in the canal, rendering it impassable and useless till the following year, causing significant disruption to oil supplies, which resulted in crippling price hikes all across the globe. Both the US and the Soviets were furious, and under pressure from the international community, the UK and France humiliatingly agreed to a ceasefire on November 6, 1956. The crisis ultimately led to the expedited withdrawal of British, French, and Israeli forces from Egypt, and the canal was placed under the control of the non-aligned UN force. The Suez Crisis had significant impact on the UK's international standing and was seen by many as a turning point in the country's decline as a global power. Its involvement in the crisis was widely criticised, both domestically and internationally. Many saw it as evidence of the country's inability to adapt to the changing international landscape. Prime Minister Anthony Eden was criticised even from within his own party and resigned as a result. The costs incurred in the failed campaign, withdrawal of troops, and compromised oil supply led to a serious economic impact on the British economy and a devaluation of the pound sterling. It also accelerated the decolonisation process of British and French dominions around the globe, which several historians have criticised as being overly hurried and poorly managed, resulting in a succession of civil wars and humanitarian disasters, particularly in Africa. The crisis also highlighted the growing divide between the UK and the United States, which had opposed the military intervention from the outset and openly sided with Egypt. President Eisenhower's government saw the crisis as an opportunity to assert its own leadership in the region, played a key role in brokering a ceasefire and resolving the conflict, remaining a key regional player ever since. Israel had long been concerned about the impending Arab invasion, which it used as a pretext for its own involvement in the Suez Crisis. When it was over, they pillaged the entire peninsula on their withdrawal. The conflict, nevertheless, eventually materialized in the 1967-68 war, but that's a story for another day. Now, you'd be forgiven for thinking that this international fiasco would have resulted in a walloping of the Conservatives in the subsequent UK general election in 1959. But when experienced veteran politician Harold Macmillan took over the leadership of the party, his confident and competent handling of the economy saw a general improvement in unemployment figures and living standards over the following couple of years. Despite its tarnished international image, the UK economy eventually stabilised once more, and the Conservatives' message of national unity and sound stewardship resonated with voters. It also helped that the Labour Party was still somewhat internally divided, with factions being split between the more traditional left-wing elements and the emerging social democratic wing. These divisions weakened Labour's appeal and contributed to a lack of clear policy direction, which worked in favour of the Conservatives. So, by 1959, the Suez Crisis was ancient history, and the Conservatives were returned to power. When it came time for the next election in 1964, the economy once again began a downturn, as rising international competition and stagnant domestic growth caused a sustained inertia. Budget blowouts and huge balance of payments deficits gave the currency a hammering, and inflation once again evaporated the spending power of working Britons. Trade unions consequently became increasingly assertive, pushing for better wages and working conditions, leading to disruptions in production and negatively impacting productivity. Industrial action and rolling strikes began eroding both the economy and confidence in the Conservative leadership. The Labour Party, under Harold Wilson, finally got its act together and presented a credible alternative to the Conservatives. But the outcome was nevertheless a hung parliament, with Wilson managing to form a minority government after 13 years of being in opposition. But the challenges inherent in minority government frequently result in the struggle to govern effectively. So, with polls indicating an upswing in Labor's popularity, Wilson called a snap election in 1966 to capitalise on the buoyant numbers and secure a proper mandate. This time, winning decisively on a platform of modernisation and industrial planning, regional development and investment in infrastructure. It was a classic job creation program, the funding of which was nevertheless questionable. At the same time, the 1960s saw huge social changes sweeping Britain, and the Labour Party effectively aligned itself with these changes and promoted progressive policies on issues such as civil rights, women's rights, and cultural liberalisation. This commitment appealed to a growing segment of the electorate that sought a more inclusive and socially progressive country. The Conservatives, in contrast, failed to connect with this mood and increasingly appeared out of touch and lacking in vision. But by 1970, the economy was still going nowhere. Inflation, unemployment, and budget deficits were now rampant. Trade unions were effectively calling the shots, with regular strikes and industrial action causing widespread disruption and undermining support for a divided Labour government. It seems that for some people, change wasn't happening fast enough, with ongoing social unrest and now also rising crime rates, which saw a frustrated electorate swing back to Edward Heath's Conservatives, who won by a narrow margin. They struggled to make much headway themselves, though, and voter frustration manifested itself during the 1974 election, again in a hung parliament, without a clear majority either way, and both sides scrambling to form coalitions that might allow them to form a minority government. The Labour Party managed to sweet-talk their old rivals, the now long relevant Liberals, to join their side, and with the Scottish Nationals also coming on board, Labour finally managed to win the day, barely. So, by the end of the year, another election was called to try and secure a clear mandate, which they did, again, barely. But their subsequent pacts with the minority parties and a growing concern over the influence of trade unions on Labour Party policy caused division within the party itself, and the ongoing economic stagnation, unemployment, and social unrest persisted as before. It's worth considering why successive governments, both left and right, failed to overcome the problems crippling the United Kingdom at the time. The fact is that these issues weren't confined only to the UK. There were global economic factors that emerged as a result of rapid post-war industrialisation and the decline in traditional industries, as well as the widespread adoption of the Keynesian economic model, which, like most things that seemed to be a good idea at the time, ended up having some serious shortcomings. John Maynard Keynes was an English economist and philosopher whose ideas fundamentally changed the theory and practice of macroeconomics and the economic policies of governments across the entire globe, elements of which are fundamental to models still in use today. During the Great Depression of the 1930s, Keynes advocated a complete revision of economic thinking, challenging the ideas of classical economists who believed in the principle that supply creates its demand. He proposed instead that the opposite is often true, and that recessions could be better managed by governments governments implementing measures to influence consumer behaviour or adjust the timing of consumption to match supply capabilities. Managing demand through government intervention during economic downturns through measures like fiscal policy, that is to say, government spending and taxation, and monetary policy, interest rates, money supply, Keynesian thinking states that a government should use its ability to increase spending and reduce taxes to stimulate demand, while during periods of high inflation, it ought to implement contractionary policies to cool down the economy, something that he calls counter-cyclical policy. Keynesian economics also prioritises an emphasis on full employment and social welfare. It argues that government intervention can help to stabilise employment levels and provide social safety nets to support individuals during economic downturns, which would always pay off in the long run, and had shades of the Beveridge report commissioned in Britain during World War II. Basically, the Keynesian model argued that markets are not always self-adjusting and that government intervention is necessary to stabilise the economy in the short to medium term. In the post-World War II period, governments around the world were faced with the enormous task of rebuilding their infrastructure and mitigating the enormous hardships suffered by people both during the war and the preceding Great Depression. There were widespread calls for government intervention in the provision of housing, tackling widespread unemployment, as well as in providing a safety net through social welfare programs. And the Keynesian model gave them a solid mechanism to exert control directly upon the economy to facilitate their goals more rapidly. But by the 1970s, it became clear that Keynesian policies can lead to unmanageable government deficits, inflationary pressures, and inefficiencies in resource allocation. The result for the global economy was a double whammy of high inflation and stagnation, the so-called stagflation phenomenon, a downward spiral that was further rocked by the 1973 oil crisis, brought on by narrow backlash against the UK, US and the Netherlands for supporting Israel in the Yom Kippur War. Don't worry, I won't digress on this one, stay with me. The OPEC states choked off oil supplies, which saw prices quadruple, and the knock-on effect on productivity, heating and transportation saw many businesses across the developed world go bankrupt. Inflation went sky high, economic growth slumped even more, investment crashed, unemployment soared, and government deficits got way out of control. This dependence on oil for its energy supplies led many within the UK and more broadly to consider alternative energy sources to minimise their vulnerability, and pressure mounted on economists to begin questioning the viability of the Keynesian economic model, which failed to deal with stagflation. In America, this crisis led to the rise of neoliberalism and globalization. Neoliberalism, championed by economists such as Milton Friedman, emphasized free market principles, limited government intervention, deregulation, privatization, and reduced trade barriers. They argued that reducing government intervention, stimulating competition, and promoting market flexibility would lead to increased productivity, lower costs, and ultimately help resolve stagflationary pressures. While it had its roots in the classical economics that preceded the Keynesian model, it differed fundamentally in its recognition that some form of government intervention was necessary in areas such as monetary policy, regulation, and infrastructure investment. Neoliberal economists recognized the need for macroeconomic policies, particularly monetary policy, to stabilize the economy and control inflation, and they believed that governments had an important role in promoting competition, stimulating entrepreneurship and ensuring social welfare. They recognised that external crises and market failures exist and accepted that a welfare program was necessary. They approached it from a targeted, market-based viewpoint, which included conditional qualifications such as means testing, incentivised welfare programs that emphasised behavioural change and personal agency, as well as transferring the provision and management of services such as healthcare, education, and social housing to private entities. The belief was that market competition and efficiency can both improve service quality and reduce costs. Miltonian neoliberalism strongly influenced the thinking of moderate conservatives, and Margaret Thatcher increasingly came to see the model as representative of the principles she grew up with, where governments had a limited, though important, role to play in facilitating the individual's freedom to take responsibility for their own prosperity, while providing some recourse to welfare and managing the broader economic shocks and challenges that were beyond the capacity of citizens to influence directly. She and her American counterpart, President Ronald Reagan, would transform the economic landscape of the West, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Anyway, following the birth of her twins, Margaret declined to stand as a candidate in the 1954 general election, as she felt it was too soon to be away from her children. But by the 1959 election, she was back on the campaign trail, lobbying hard to be given a safe seat to stand for. She narrowly beat off her opponent candidates and was eventually elected as the member for Finchley, which ended with the report in a victory for Macmillan's Conservatives. She was one of 25 women MPs to take their seat that year, making up only 4% of the 630 seats in the House of Commons, a figure that would remain fairly consistent till after her exit from the political arena, when, thanks to her enormous profile and example, women would finally begin to participate in ever greater numbers. In her maiden speech to Parliament, she spoke to a bill she had just proposed to force council meetings to be open to the press and the public, so their deliberations would be transparent and open to scrutiny. Her speech was widely praised and delivered in its entirety without notes or prompts, but her opposition to the banning of corporal punishment at debates in 1961 raised eyebrows even among her own conservatives. Nevertheless, she soon began to command the attention of colleagues, and in 1961 was promoted to the front bench as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Pensions, the youngest woman in history to hold such a post. When the Conservatives lost the 1964 election, she became Conservative spokeswoman on housing and land, advocating the right of tenants to purchase their government housing, a policy she would champion throughout her political career. By 1966, given her qualification in taxation law, she was moved to the Shadow Treasury and became its spokeswoman. During these early years, she argued against Labour's introduction of higher taxes, which she ferociously denounced as the road to communism, claiming that low taxes were the best incentive to hard work and prosperity for individuals. But the decisive Labour victory in 1966 meant they now had the numbers to push through these and other more controversial reforms without too much opposition. At times they were a-changing, and the social climate saw public opinion on matters such as gay rights, censorship of print and media, as well as archaic divorce laws influenced the bills being introduced by parliamentarians. Social activists on the backbenches were pushing for a decriminalisation of draconian homosexuality laws, insisting that private matters of what they call personal morality, were increasingly deemed to be outside the reasonable purview of criminal law. On these social issues, fortunately, both parties generally allow conscience votes, which is worth pausing to consider. And Margaret was in fact one of the few Conservative MPs to openly support decriminalisation of homosexuality. Despite some reservations, she also supported the 1967 abortion bill and repeatedly blocked future attempts at repealing it, despite her own traditional conservative values. Moreover, her position on free speech and freedom of the press was also one that saw her support the lifting of censorship of obscene publications in 1959, artistic freedom of the theatre, and decriminalisation of aspects of sex work in 1968. She supported a bill intent on banning the hunting of animals by dogs that passed the House of Commons in 1969, but was blocked in the House of Lords, surprise, surprise, and which was only pushed through into law in 2005. But as was so often the case with her, on other matters she was far less flexible and controversially voted in 1969 not to permanently abolish the death penalty, even though many Conservatives, including Conservative Party leader Leaf, voted for it. In any case, her clearly defined views and fearless defence of her political ideology increasingly painted the young MP as a future contender for leadership roles in the party. The American Embassy in London took a particular interest in her career, nominating her in 1967 for a 6-week exchange program to the US to visit Congress and spend time with leaders and power brokers across the entire country. Upon her return, she was swiftly appointed to Heath's shadow cabinet as a fuel and power spokeswoman. By 1969, she had migrated through the transport ministry, had visited the Soviet Union in a parliamentary delegation, and was soon promoted to shadow spokeswoman for education and science. She had now been in Parliament for 10 years, and her rise through the ranks was stellar, even by native standards, but astonishing for a woman of the time. In the 1970 Conservative victory, she continued her role in Cabinet as Secretary of Education and Science, and rolled up her sleeves, torpedoing a former Labour bill that aimed to force all schools to accept students without any selectivity criteria. Basically, to roll all schools into a common public comprehensive program. There was a perception among many Conservatives that liberal curriculum and avant-garde educational theories of government-run comprehensive schools was a bit too hippie for their liking, and had lowered the standard of graduates as well as the quality of education in general. They maintained that schools should have a right to continue holding classical programs of education if they so wished. But the speed at which she dismantled the legislation and the lack of consultation in the process drew criticism from a number of her colleagues and foreshadowed the pattern of initiative or authoritarianism that she would later become infamous for. These first few months in the spotlight also saw a pivotal moment where she would draw public hate and ridicule that earned her the nickname Thatcher the Milk Snatcher. You recall that for some time now, the economy had been a complete shambles, and successive governments, both Labour and Conservative, had been forced to make budget cuts to various sectors in efforts to stabilise the spiralling deficits and spending. One such expenditure that came under the knife was the program of funding free milk for school children of all ages, that experts in the post-war years had agreed was a necessary source of nutrition during times of supply rationing. But as the decades rolled on and rationing was phased out, the Labor government of Harold Wilson in 1968 felt compelled to curtail the program to children under 11 as a cost-cutting measure. Besides, the new welfare state was now giving monetary assistance directly to families, so school-based welfare was deemed no longer relevant. The subsequent Conservative government under Heath maintained this policy, and Treasury Chief Anthony Barber instructed Thatcher to restrict it further still, now to children below 7. In later years, cabinet documents would reveal that she was actually strongly opposed to the cuts, but she took the fallout and the public backlash that followed without passing the buck and even arguing in favour of the policy, which substantially dented her public image. The controversy caused her so much personal distress that she even considered quitting politics. Ironically, the subsequent Labor government under James Callaghan in 1977 reduced it further still to children under 5 years of age, though no witch-hunt resulted from these measures. And it should be noted that despite these and other cuts, welfare spending actually increased under Heath's government, with the introduction of family income supplements for low-income earners, which include free school meals, as well as exemptions from many NHS fees. The Troubles in Northern Ireland were at their peak. Negotiations were stalling, and Heath was forced to intervene and impose direct rule. Union strikes had crippled power supplies, and the nation shut down into the 3-day working week. To make matters worse, fallout from the oil embargo in 1973 and ongoing wages disputes saw continued social disorder. So in the 1974 February election, exasperated voters ended up producing the now increasingly common phenomenon of a hung parliament with no clear winner. Fresh elections were now called for later in the year, but Conservative attempts to cobble together a power-sharing agreement in Northern Ireland saw Ulster Unionists completely withdraw their traditional support, while Labour finally managed to patch together a coalition of their own and to take power much as they had done before. The subsequent October election eventually cemented their victory. But it was clear that an increasingly tense and frustrated electorate would make the government for either side pretty much a poisoned chalice. Poor old Edward Heath, a carpenter's son and decorated war veteran, a hard worker and policy centrist, described by later historians as the first completely meritocratic Conservative leader, the writing was now well and truly on the wall. Despite his many reforms, championing the UK's entry into the European community and attempts to face down the unions, internal party support had by now significantly withered, and there was little to do but to fall on his own sword, as parliamentary backbenchers agitated for a change of leadership and a fresh face to take on Labour in opposition. A couple of them began eyeing Margaret. Long held on the sidelines by the power brokers, she took the initiative, attending many backbench functions, speaking to them passionately and assertively of her beliefs in traditional liberal values and free market economic theory. She seemed unafraid to speak her mind, which always appeals to backbenchers who were responsive to strong leadership. Suddenly, it seemed to them that in the current social climate, being a woman might be an asset rather than a liability. Efforts were made to prepare her to take on Heath in the leadership spill that was to occur a few months later. Narrowly defeating him on the first vote, he stood down, and Thatcher found herself leader of the Conservative Party, the first woman to become the head of a major political party in British history. Herself astonished, She offered Heath a seat in her new cabinet, complete freedom to choose any portfolio he wished. But Heath was indignant and continually rebuffed her attempts to include him in her inner circle, even remaining a vocal critic of her from the sidelines, earning the enmity of party colleagues who found his behaviour embarrassing, disdain his otherwise noted legacy. Back home, Margaret's fierce opposition to communism saw her deliver a series of withering speeches against the expansionist agenda of the Iron Curtain. Soviet media outlets threw the criticism back at her, nicknaming her the Iron Lady, in an attempt to make her seem callous and unfeminine, an epithet that she would embrace with relish and subsequently use in speeches of her own to demonstrate that she was no girl in pushover. The crowds loved it. Thatcher's supporters, meanwhile, set about grooming her image to project greater assertiveness and public appeal, even sending her to receive voice coaching from prominent London theatre directors. Battling prejudice and condescension at every step on her rise to the top had left her feeling inadequate in her performance during parliamentary debates. So she decided to bolster her profile by travelling abroad in a well-planned international PR campaign. Over the next couple of years, she visited foreign leaders, including American Presidents Gerald Ford and Jimmy Carter, as well as the Shah of Iran and Indira Gandhi, another formidable woman politician who had just declared a state of emergency, suspended freedom of the press, and imprisoned dozens of her political enemies. Despite her concerns, Thatcher refrained from criticising her, and the two women would go on to develop a strong rapport and a deep mutual respect, despite their divergent political ideologies and occasionally fraught competing interests. When Gandhi was ousted in the subsequent Indian election, she visited her friend in London in 1978. Thatcher encouraging her to stay on in politics and not give up. Her visit to London was credited as resurrecting Gandhi's fractured image and resulted in a substantial victory in the 1980 election. But things were not rosy in Old Blighty. The Scots were getting thistly, pushing for a parliament of their own, which she campaigned hard to block. Successfully. The economy was still in a bleak state, though inflation figures had finally dropped below double digits, thanks to Labour adopting monetarist policies that were conservative as we would like to admit. As inflation receded, living standards crept up, and the Labour government seemed to be polling well, indeed even better than it had before the last election. But Prime Minister James Callaghan, perhaps hoping to improve Labour's standing even further, held off calling an election. Thatcher publicly called him a chicken, but historians generally agree he was just being cocky. Unfortunately for Labour, Callaghan had failed to account for the trade unions. When he froze wage increases for yet another year, unions across the country went into meltdown. Strike action all but crippled public services in what has come to be known as the winter of discontent. Public anger began mounting. Garbage was piling up in the streets, and Callaghan sealed his fate when, returning from an overseas conference, he was questioned by a reporter on what the international community thought about the chaos back home. His dismissal of the crisis as nothing compared to what was going on in the outside world might have been factually correct, but public opinion for Labour back home plummeted as struggling Britons perceived him as living in complete denial. Thatcher leapt into campaign mode and successfully portrayed the Labour government as out of touch and not working. It's no small achievement for a conservative in the 1970s to paint a progressive as being out of touch. Think about that. She called a no-confidence vote in the government and won by one vote, which finally forced the Prime Minister to call an election. A couple of months later, Margaret Thatcher, at the age of 53, made history by becoming the first female Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, the first female leader of a modern European nation, and arguably the most powerful woman in the world. While Callaghan lived his wounds on the opposition bench, having made the biggest political blunder ever. Her weekly briefs with the Queen, same age, in some sense rivals, one the head of government, the other the head of state, has been the subject of substantial conjecture, with no shortage of misogynistic stereotypes. The Queen supposedly found Thatcher and her policies uncaring and divisive, while the Prime Minister would never be drawn on commenting, besides offering the observation that stories of clashes between two powerful women were just too good not to make up. Never one to be idle, she threw herself into her work and immediately began implementing draconian monetary policies aimed at reducing inflation from the eye-watering pre-election high, 27%. She had inherited a nation in recession, and unemployment was constantly rising, with a resultant spike in crime. Tough spending cuts across the board soon began reining in inflation. Indeed, within 2 years, it was back down below double figures, a substantial achievement, but the crackdown on crime through tougher law and order police powers brought the country to a flashpoint as black and Asian youths became subject to disproportionate police searches and arrests. History has a strange tendency to repeat itself if you take the time to study it sufficiently. Within 18 months, tough fiscal decisions and accompanying social unrest had brought the public approval rating down to 23%, the lowest of any Prime Minister in British history. There weren't just protests, now there were riots in the streets, but she hung on tenaciously. Her entire cabinet began wavering to the point that she often found herself snarling at them. It was a precarious position to be in, but she refused to back down or reverse her position, especially on law and order. In a speech that would define her entire career, she famously declared, "To those waiting with bated breath for that favourite media catchphrase, U-turn, I have
only one thing to say. U-turn if you want to. The ladies not for turning."
It was around this time that a number of Irish Republican armed jail inmates, whom the preceding government had stripped of their status as political prisoners, began a hunger strike, demanding to be once again classified as such. But successive British governments, frustrated at the impasse in Northern Ireland, became increasingly hardline, and Prime Minister Thatcher's government was not about to cave in either. She squarely viewed the incarcerated IRA prisoners as convicted criminals, and despite several human rights organisations lobbying on their behalf, she would not relent, 10 of them subsequently dying as a result of the hunger strike. Terrorist activity intensified significantly, but despite the carnage, what most people don't know is that she nevertheless engaged with their Irish counterpart in Dublin, and the two countries actually signed an agreement that would provide an advisory board for Irish Republican participation in the affairs of Northern Ireland, in a goodwill gesture that would influence the foundation of the Good Friday Accords in 1998. But having reached out to Sinn Féin, It was the Ulster Protestants who now went off the rails, accusing her of betrayal, with mass resignations of Unionist MPs, followed by huge anti-government rallies across the country in protest. Northern Ireland seemed to be a deepening quagmire that resisted every successful attempt to resolve tensions between the aggrieved parties. For a while, it looked like it might sink her government too. And then Argentina invaded the Falklands. The Falkland Islands, referred to in Spanish as Las Malvinas, is a small windswept archipelago situated in the South Atlantic, about 480 kilometers off the coast of southern Argentina. Today, it is a British overseas territory. Rival claims over its sovereignty go back hundreds of years. When Europeans first discovered it, there were no people living there, though archaeological evidence suggests Paleolithic occupation may have occurred at some point. One of the earliest possible references to the islands is on a Portuguese map drawn by Pedro Reynel in 1522, and a subsequent French copy of it from 1560. It strongly suggests that the Portuguese had already widely sailed the South Atlantic, long before Spanish claims that the islands were sighted by Magellan, or one of his absconding captains in 1521. Indeed, well-documented accounts of the Magellan expedition clearly record his ships hugging the mainland as they headed south, desperate to find a passage west, so they were highly unlikely to have ventured that far out. Moreover, according to a papal bull in 1493, anything east of 47 degrees longitude would have fallen under Portuguese rule. But it seems that Lisbon was far more interested in the Oriental spice trade than the treeless Antarctic wasteland. Maybe if Portugal had decided to trade seals instead of cloves, our story would be a lot less complicated. But nevertheless, here we are. Spain, meanwhile, having failed to establish a viable colony in Tierra del Fuego in the 1540s, rarely ever sailed that far south again until the 18th century. It was the French who, along with the English, resented the painted carve-up of the world that left them out in the cold. So they proceeded to explore and map in detail the many isolated islands that dotted the South Atlantic. English explorer Captain John Davis being the first to formally record his sightings of the islands, and he was blown there by a storm in 1592. Not much would happen there for some time, but the French would be the first to eventually establish a colony on the eastern side of the islands in 1764, naming the region Les Îles Malouines after their home port of Saint-Malo in France. Famous explorer and contemporary of James Cook, Louis Comte de Bougainville, settled 150 Canadian refugees who were expelled by the British following their victory in the 7 Years' War. The following year, Captain John Byron, grandfather of the famous poet, anchored in a quiet bay on the western side of the islands, and without bothering to circumnavigate the extent of the place, formally claimed the territory of Britain, completely unaware of the presence of the fledgling French settlement over on the eastern island. The British soon established a settlement of their own, called Port Egmont, a year later, in 1765, with some debate over whether the two settlements were initially aware of each other's presence. The defeats of the 7 Years' War forced France to cede much of their colonial holdings, and their Spanish allies now pressured them to also hand over the settlement on the eastern island. France, looking to reorganise its shattered economy, acceded to the request, providing that the settlement and its refugees were maintained. Bougainville received a handsome payout by the Spanish court, who instead expelled the settlers and turned it into a penal colony, which lasted for a few years before being abandoned. So my greetings with your friends. Notwithstanding the fate of the French settlers, there was one other small problem. It seems that the Spaniards, who to this point had no prior interest in the islands and had simply adopted the French name for the entire archipelago, were unaware of the British outpost until, according to some sources, they stumbled across it by accident. In any case, they soon sent out a number of fully armed frigates from Buenos Aires and attacked Fort Egmont's garrison in 1770, forcing its surrender. It almost triggered another war, but the weary French were in no position to support their Spanish allies, while Britain now quickly mobilized the Royal Navy to intercept the Spanish fleet, threatening to send it to the bottom of the ocean. In a humiliating backdown, the Spanish agreed to restore Fort Egmont in the Macerano Declaration of 1771, with the question of sovereignty remaining, perhaps ambiguously, as it was before the attack, both sides keeping their own settlements and running on the assumption that they each still held the formal title for the entire archipelago. Some historians have suggested that this agreement was based on an informal promise by British negotiators to cede sovereignty once the dust had settled. But there is no material evidence to support this assertion, and the final document makes no such concession. Moreover, the public mood in London at the time was highly unlikely to have accepted such an outcome. You see, Britain had recently stood idly by while France walked into and annexed His Majesty's friends in Corsica, and there was a lot of pressure on the government to draw the line at French presumption here at the Falklands, and perhaps use the conflict as a casus belli. More importantly, Port Egmont had by now become an important supply and refit station for seal and whaling captains, as well as trade ships on their way round Cape Horn. So, at the time, it was already considered to be strategically important to British commercial interests and unlikely to be up for negotiation. That's the official line anyway. So, the British quickly re-established their garrison, but ironically abandoned it just a few years later, in 1774, when it became clear that they were about to lose the even juicier prize of their American colonies in the Revolution. So troops and supplies were shuffled north, and Fort Egmont was left to the seals or penguins. When Napoleon brought about the collapse of the Spanish Empire, triggering a scramble for independence throughout Latin America, the dominant province on the eastern seaboard, that would eventually become modern Argentina, took it upon itself to assert dominion not only of its entire continental neighborhood, but also of the many islands of the South Atlantic, demanding license fees from whale, seal, and fishing ships that had long sailed those waters without restriction. A couple of entrepreneurs from its capital of Buenos Aires tried to set up a commercial station there in 1826 and even visited the British consulate in London to seek their support and protection, which they received, establishing new settlements soon after. But as the new united provinces of the Rio de la Plata continued flexing its muscles, the businessmen ingratiated themselves there too, just to hedge their bets, and unexpectedly received authority to govern the entire territory on their behalf, which seemed a deal to refuse. Extortionate license demands and confiscation of visiting merchant ships soon had American whalers up in arms, and in 1831, a young nation by the name of the United States sent out one of its first international military expeditions to the Falklands, where it arrested its administrators under serious charges of piracy. The ensuing chaos caused the British to send a formal protest to Buenos Aires, reminding them of the Macerano Declaration that, in their eyes, established their own sovereignty. Buenos Aires, of course, didn't see it that way, claiming instead that the declaration supported their claim by virtue of their buyout of the French. The British sent in the Royal Navy, expelled the Argentines, and it has remained in British hands ever since. If we fast forward to the 20th century, shifting borders, fresh alliances, and post-war decolonisation all created a fresh set of challenges for countries like the United Kingdom, on whose empire the sun was by now most definitely setting. Novel sovereignty claims upon the resources of marine continental shelves and a desire to rid themselves of their colonial legacy saw many countries from Asia to Africa and Latin America assert their rights in forums such as the newly established United Nations. Argentina was no exception, and by the 1960s, the UN had called upon the two countries to come to a resolution regarding the Falkland Islands. The United Kingdom, virtually bankrupt after World War II, and now without any real need of a South Atlantic naval base that used to service the whaling industry, Cape Horn fleet ships from the bygone era, now considered it increasingly expedient to hand over the territory to Argentina, and negotiations were entered into by the Foreign and Commonwealth Office to do so, just like they've been doing with colonies all across the former empire. But the problem was that by now the Falklands had been settled in significant numbers by successive generations of mostly British residents, whose population of several thousand were highly unlikely to swap the foxtrot for the tango. Maybe 30 years before, but definitely not now. You see, poor old Argentina, whose capital of Buenos Aires was once considered the Paris of the Americas, was, in the 1920s, one of the richest nations in the world, with a wealth of natural resources and an export market that made it unique to the West. There are many complex reasons for its decline that are beyond the scope of even one of my rabbit holes. Suffice to say that the violent military coup against President Irigoyen's democratically elected government saw the installation of a repressive de facto fascist regime that was hostile to both open markets and free trade, imposing severe tariffs on imports and manipulating its exchange rate to protect local industrialists. This, along with traditionalist agricultural practices that were resistant to modernisation and fluctuations in commodity prices, gave rise to an instability in the economy that, and further in the Great Depression, was increasingly dependent on government intervention. But perhaps most importantly, there were inadequate literacy levels and informal public institutions considered crucial in the formation of any middle class, on whom rests the entire fabric of liberal democracy, and who typically buffer the electorate from the excessive and volatile influence of powerful political groups, both left and right. Sound familiar? You bet. Anyway, the growing divide between rich and poor eventually led to widespread social unrest and a new coup d'etat in 1946 that saw the installation of Colonel Juan Perón, who, with his wife Evita, began an aggressive program of nationalization of industry, public spending on schools, hospitals, and other social welfare programs. This resulted in an almost cult-like devotion to them by the poor, and initially at least, these policies had some positive effects on the economy too. But it ultimately led to excessive borrowing, investor flight, loan defaults, and serious economic decline. Perón's popularity eventually started to take a dive, not just because of his economic mismanagement and repressive dictatorship, but because his socialist reformist programs failed to account for a deep Catholic opposition to his progressive divorce legislation, as well as decriminalisation. By now, his government had incarcerated, exiled, or simply executed large numbers of dissidents from both the left and the right. But when he deported 2 Catholic priests who were highly critical of his regime, news circulated that he had been excommunicated by the Pope, and pro-Catholic elements within the armed forces staged an assassination attempt and killed hundreds of his supporters in an air raid that bombed the Plaza de Mayo during a rally in 1955. Reprisals and counter-reprisals followed, but Perón was soon ousted in yet another military coup and forced into exile, ending up under Franco's pressure in nationalist Spain. A succession of both civilian and military dictatorships followed, but the country continued to sink into further economic chaos. Perón eventually returned, only to die in 1974, with yet another run of military coups and dictatorships that only made things worse, and whose violent, repressive regimes brought morale in the country to rock bottom. Meanwhile, negotiations between the UK and Argentina had been going on for some years, and Prime Minister Thatcher's government even sent its foreign minister to the Falklands to try and convince the locals to accept a lease-back arrangement with Argentina that would see a transition of ownership, much like has been successfully negotiated with China for Hong Kong. But the population of the Falklands, viewing the run of brutal dictatorships and disastrous conditions over on the mainland, were horrified at the prospect of coming under volatile Argentine sovereignty and lobbied hard to sink any deals being made in London that would see them become unwilling citizens of what they saw as a failed foreign state. A key component of the post-war decolonisation program overseen by the UN was the right of self-determination of former subject peoples. The Falklanders insisted gave them the right to reject any kind of involuntary handover. The Argentines rejected this claim as they refused to recognise the rights of the islanders, an ironically imperialist position considering what they themselves were demanding over at the UN. Nevertheless, with the economy in tatters and a population on the verge of revolution, the ruling military junta did what any failing regime does: distract the population using the threat of an external enemy. Play the patriotism card. The UK had long been winding down its bases and withdrawing ships from smaller holdings in the South Atlantic, which the junta tentatively occupied in late March 1992. Believing the British had neither the capacity nor willingness to escalate, they now mounted a full amphibious assault and invaded the Malvinas, that is to say, the Falklands, taking the capital, Port Stanley, on the 2nd of April 1982, the island of South Georgia the next day. Prime Minister Thatcher, whose popularity was, as mentioned before, ironically also at rock bottom, immediately called in her cabinet and available military chiefs, most of whom were out of town. By a strange quirk of history, only one admiral, Henry Leach, was in London at the time, and he made his way to see her as soon as news of the Argentine invasion broke. It turns out that he was pretty much the only senior military advisor who was hawkish enough to emphasise that not only was it possible to liberate the islands, but that it was politically imperative for Britain to do so. It would turn out that the other advisors were convinced that a retaliatory expedition would be a disaster, but they were absent from those crucial early briefs. Despite being completely blindsided and having very little information to go on, Admiral Leach convinced her, and within 48 hours, with the backing of Parliament, the UK had hastily assembled a naval task force and was on its way to the South Atlantic. Her advisors were nervous, and the Americans were concerned it would draw the Soviets into deeper ties with Latin America. But the UN had just issued a resolution for Argentina to withdraw, which she saw as tacit support. Ambassadors from several nations engaged in shuttle diplomacy in an attempt to de-escalate. But the die was cast, and Prime Minister Thatcher characteristically refused to back down or negotiate unless the Argentines first withdrew. Her typically decisive and swift response convinced then President Ronald Reagan to publicly back the UK and supply it with logistical as well as intelligence support, despite the fact that Pentagon analysts had told him the mission would be a complete failure. By the 21st of April, the task force of over 120 ships split into two battle groups. The smaller one heading to South Georgia, landing commandos and marines who took it and crippled an Argentine submarine in a matter of 5 days. The main group headed straight for the Falklands, while bombers operating from Atlantic naval bases began cratering the 3 runways on the islands with modest success, forcing the Argentinian Air Force to rely mostly on their mainland air bases to push its capacity to the very limit of its range. Nevertheless, Argentina had the fighter and interceptor numbers to command complete air superiority. Moreover, they were in possession of ship-killing French Exocet missiles. By the 1st of May, contact began in earnest. Aircraft engaging in the skies and the British nuclear submarine Conqueror sinking an Argentine light cruiser, the General Belgrano, the next day, with the loss of over 200 souls. As the ship appeared to be withdrawn from the theatre, there was controversy for some time whether the order to sink it was a war crime, but in subsequent years, surviving Argentine officers, including its captain, have confirmed that it was actually manoeuvring and had every intention of engaging British vessels. In any case, Argentinian air raids soon retaliated, sinking the destroyer Sheffield, along with a number of other smaller ones in the weeks that followed. British recon forces came ashore by the 15th of May. By the 21st, a full amphibious assault of 4,000 special forces came ashore in the west, largely opposed. 13,000 Argentine soldiers, many of them conscripts, awaited them in fortified positions across the islands. Over the next week, parts of the British forces pushed south and after a tough fight, captured Darwin and Goose Green, taking almost 1,000 prisoners. In the north, commandos from both sides slogged it out in fierce fighting for several days. The British eventually emerged victorious, all the while being strafed by Argentine air raids. By the beginning of June, the British landed another 5,000 infantry to the south of Stanley, and the noose began to quickly tighten around the Argentine defensive line. Stanley finally liberated by the 20th of June. Mopping up operations have seen the complete liberation of surrounding islands a few days later. 649 Argentines and 255 British soldiers lost their lives, all so that a few thousand inhabitants remained British subjects. Britain herself, who was looking for a way to hand it over to an impatient military junta anyway, would both save face on the international scene. Such are the tragedies of politics. But for Prime Minister Thatcher, the victory salvaged not only her public image, but also the prestige of the UK, showing that he was still a player on the world stage. Thatcher's Conservatives would go on and win the general election the following year in a landslide, giving her a comfortable mandate not seen in years. The military junta back in Buenos Aires, on the other hand, lost all credibility, and the following year saw re-elections and a leftist civilian government take power. For the Falkland Islanders, the war resulted in full British citizenship and a solid commitment by the UK to invest in its economic development. Margaret Thatcher was now on the high, but this wasn't the only international entanglement she was involved in, far from it. On the African continent, decolonisation wasn't going so smoothly, and the renegade white minority government of Rhodesia, now long at war with communist-backed Zimbabwean black majority parties, finally came to terms with the inevitable, coming to London at Thatcher's invitation in 1979 to try and resolve the impasse. The result was a peace treaty and transition of government to black majority rule, and the transformation of colonial Rhodesia into the utopian wonderland of brotherhood and love that was Robert Mugabe's Zimbabwe. So much for Thatcher being a colonialist. While she acknowledged that her maintaining of withering British sanctions upon Rhodesia's breakaway white government had helped to bring its regime to an end, her position on South Africa was more nuanced. She was an avowed critic of apartheid and continually called for the release of Nelson Mandela from prison, as well as a transition to black majority rule, as she did for Zimbabwe. Upon his release, she even had MI6 provide a safe house for him to recover in. But she ultimately came to believe that the sanctions implemented on Rhodesia were more harmful to the black population than to whites, and in light of the decades it might take to force change in this much larger and ethnically diverse southern neighbour, she believed that the societal impact would be catastrophic. She engaged in constructive dialogue with all parties, which many have reasonably criticised as having prolonged the life of the apartheid regime, and yet evidence has emerged of her pressure on the apartheid government to engage in negotiations with the ANC, who she nevertheless declared was a terrorist organisation. A number of historians, the last white president of South Africa, have since argued that it was precisely this policy of engagement and behind-the-scenes pressure that guaranteed the transition was ultimately a peaceful one, avoiding the horrors of widespread civil war and societal collapse that have engulfed Rhodesia and a number of other former European colonies. Most historians remain unconvinced, however, and her policy of positive engagement successfully extends to the home territories, such as the Northern Ireland, which continues to negotiate with paramilitary groups and maintains a hard-line war border policy. Nor to extend to the invasion of Afghanistan by Soviet forces, for which the UK initially imposed heavy sanctions, funding arms, tax, and intelligence to the relief efforts. Moreover, the government was later found to have covertly supplied assistance to Saddam Hussein's regime during the Iraq War. So he was certainly not averse to sending a hand warning, especially when it came to her well-known hatred of communism. Therefore, the British know he also supported the
NATO's deployment of nuclear missiles across Europe, US cruise missiles in particular to the UK. He also crippled the UK's defence submarine. He's the person with American guidance for submarines. So we can safely say he was also not afraid to use helping. Prime Minister Thatcher also appealed to use the British Air Base as an American bombing base on Libya in 1996, despite polls showing he ordered one in two British citizens condoned it. He was clearly and unambiguously strengthening ties with the United States and had a close and warm relationship with President Reagan, whose political and economic ideologies were shared, and who he referred to as her political soulmate. When Saddam Hussein, a longtime crime, invaded Kuwait in 1991, he was possibly on a state visit and urged new President George Bush Sr. to intervene, pledging troops and support. The president was apprehensive about getting involved. Prime Minister Thatcher was appointed to a policy that this was no time to go wobbly. The rest is history. As was so often the case with Margaret Thatcher, this contrasted with the willingness she had to also engage regimes she disliked. Hell, he negotiated the transfer of Hong Kong to Communist China, saying he did it for its handover in 1984, which she both praised and criticised. He also displayed great warmth towards Premier Mikhail Gorbachev, who she saw as a new type of leader emerging from the Soviet Union, and someone the West could see business with. Always a pragmatist, he clearly understood that his wide-ranging reforms of Glasnost and perestroika would not only de-escalate regional conflicts and improve global trade and stability, but would also afford opportunities to advance British diplomatic interests. But she was not one for rose-coloured glasses and the like of French President Francois Mitterrand. He had serious concerns that a hasty reunification of Germany was a bad idea, eventually drawing fierce criticism for her opposition to it. It wasn't just the communist bloc that concerned her. While she had supported the entrance of the UK into the European Economic Community in the 1975 national referendum, and appreciated the benefit of removing trade barriers and encouraging competition, she was deeply concerned that this would lead to eventual political European integration, government, and the erosion of British sovereignty. Eurosceptic views that would eventually contribute to her downfall, yet ironically, was prophetic and decades later would manifest in the Brexit referendum in 2016. Back home, she had also decided it was high time to reuse the word severe, as legislation was passed to make union elections, with the strike action transparent and democratic. Knowing that a reckoning was coming, she arranged for the stockpiling of passports, and when the policy units heard that it was strike, retaliating for mine closures and job losses in 1994, it was done without consulting with membership, which was a bad look for its leadership and played right into her hands. This disruption by protesting miners was met with brute force, and riot police continued to disperse protesters. It was a tough time for tens of thousands of miners and their communities, as unprofitable mines and other industries were either privatised or shut down to save costs. Despite the heartache, the government raised nearly £4 billion in the massive privatisation push, which generally improved efficiency, labour productivity and prices for the consumer, especially in the long term. Part of the deal was that they also introduced regulatory measures to compensate affected communities and to prevent wholesale abuse by investors, something that is usually not appreciated. Financial deregulation now allows for huge investment and economic growth that saw the UK's GDP more than double. It wasn't just unions that felt their right. She also turned her attention to the Greater London Council, a local governing body that was responsible for running strategic services such as the fire service, emergency planning, waste disposal, and flood prevention, and shared a responsibility with the London boroughs for providing roads, housing, city planning, and legal services. Statute belts had become wasteful, inefficient, and unnecessary, arguing that the local boroughs could do the job better. The council also happened to be dominated by progressive and socialist elements that publicly lobbied against the Conservative government for using taxpayer money to finance its political activism. So this obviously presents a secondary agenda. Nationality and controversy, legislation through Parliament to abolish private council. These antagonised those for opponents as well as some of their own lobbyist supporters who had become increasingly uncomfortable with the sweeping changes initiated into consultation. Notably, some of these sweeping changes include the establishment of independent bodies such as the Environmental Protection Agency and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Over time, European parliamentarians provided the project taking the matter seriously. As a scientist, he was deeply concerned about acid rain and climate change, giving a number of speeches at both the Royal Society and the UN, calling for an international treaty to tackle the issue. He signed on to the Montreal Protocol to tackle the depletion of the ozone layer, but despite those momentous achievements and the criticisms he drew from colleagues, you today would think of her as anywhere near as progressive as media sweetheart Greta Thunberg, whose activism, so stated, remains largely symbolic. Who knows? She would say it still, maybe. Anyway, by 1987, despite the profound dissatisfaction among many communities, especially those in the north, he called a general election in which the Conservatives once again performed strongly, winning by a comfortable margin, with Prime Minister Thatcher being the first leader since the 1820s to receive 3 successive victories. Inflation was now down to 4%, the lowest it's been in decades. Mortgage rates were now at reasonable levels, which would increase home ownership and less rental stock. Unemployment, though still high, is falling somewhat as well. It also helps that the Cold War promoted democracy and ongoing desire for some leadership, but it also perhaps fostered a distrust of social inequality. And the loss for Labour influenced policymaking toward a more centrist position. Thatcher's own popularity, though, remained volatile and subject to substantial negative propaganda. But she received the sufficient Australian buoyancy to provide an IRA bond grant directed at the Conservative Party Congress in 1994, where she had the sense to go on and deliver her keynote speech there on the next day. Just 2 weeks later, she was in Delhi, attending the funeral of fellow Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, who had been so lucky, having been assassinated by 2 of her own bodyguards. The 2 women shared a deep and abiding respect for one another, despite their many political differences and ideological opposition. Like Thatcher, Indira Gandhi was a force to be reckoned with, having served as Prime Minister for over 15 years. Moreover, she was also a victorious wartime leader, oversaw the beauty of Israel and the border conflict with both China and Pakistan. Really is much the same level of autocratic boldness as the British gentleman. Controversially brought India into close relationships with both the Soviet Union and Iran, to the great consternation of her communist fellows. And Thatcher was furious when Gandhi expressed public support for both Argentina and Iran at a time when Britain needed Russia's support. Gandhi was emerged concerned at Thatcher's criticism of India's involvement in Sri Lanka's civil war. But these formidable leaders, undoubtedly the most powerful women in the world at the time, publicly acknowledged their friendship and never let their politics get in the way of it. Following their victory in the 1997 election, conservatives eventually began to threaten, criticise, Thatcher's authoritarian behaviour and lack of consultation. Their cabinet colleagues to resent their views as yes men. Things began unravelling when he pushed for further taxation meant to streamline the running of local government services. The poll tax, officially known as the community charge, is a system of local taxation introduced by their government in the late 1980s. It replaced the previous system based on property value. Under the poll tax, each adult resident of a local area had to pay a fixed amount of tax, regardless of their income or the value of their property. This meant that rich and poor individuals paid the same amount, which was seen by many people, including her own supporters, as unfair. It did more to damage her popularity than perhaps anything else at the time. Cracked were the ringing of cabinet, and hundreds of thousands of people came out to protest and riot in doctors that failed leadership cabinet. By 1990, however, not only was their own popularity back down to historical lows, but the Conservative Party had now been overtaken by Labour in the opinion polls. The gap widening. To top off the lows, the son Mark had been involved in several financial scandals that really put confidential, and this reflected poorly on her own story. The men in grey suits began to panic, and the deputy and foreign secretary resigned from cabinet over the clear antagonism of women to European money. It sent shockwaves through the Conservative ranks, and a fresh leadership challenge emerged once it was array on state meetings. Hanging on by a slim majority in the first round of ballots, the numbers were not enough, so the second round was called. Initially, it came out country, insisting that she would fight on until she won, but in a private meeting with the cabinet, she was finally dissuaded from standing to join the party and withdrew from the ballot, resigning her leadership, and walked away from undoubted presidency and her eyes full of shame. Leaders around the world expressed their shock, including the failed Orthodox. She was replaced by then Chancellor John Major, who agreed that he would see an upswing in party popularity. The Conservatives would go on to a fourth successive victory, under Trump reducing the middle Republicans, which clearly vindicated his skills, but more personally, it was the public who exposed his opposition, despite his prevailing during the election. As the last time with he retired from the backbenches following the election, and at the age of 60, became the first former British Prime Minister to form the Charitable Foundation. He also went on to hold various public speaking engagements and retired as a political consultant. Saying he was now free to speak her mind, which he had never done before, he criticised the left for failing to support his independence aspiration as Slovenia, describing the withdrawal of Zambia and in Bosnia as despicable and preventable. When he intended EU integration and the reality, he refused the
Our story begins during the time of the First World War in Europe, a devastating conflict that began with the deposing of Ferdinand II, the Holy Roman Emperor and King of Bohemia, Hungary, and Croatia, by Czech Protestants, who installed the Calvinist Frederick V as King of Bohemia instead. Poor old Frederick was under the illusion that the Protestants he was become the leader of support his acceptance of the Bohemian crown, and he also counted on the backing of his father-in-law James of Scotland and England. But both King Henry and King James were against the war. Frederick being left high and dry, while the Imperial Army in and crushed Bohemian rebels. Frederick absconded to this protection of the Dutch Republic and remained in exile for the rest of his life, earning the unfortunate nickname the King, while Emperor Ferdinand unceremoniously confiscated many of his German holdings and distributed his titles to other princes. But that's when the problems really began. You see, it was all well and good to restore the rightful heir to his throne, even a Catholic one. But when the Imperial Army moved into Frederick's estates in the north of the German Palatinate, suddenly the other local Protestant statelets panicked that the treaties they had signed guaranteeing their religious freedom and security 70-odd years ago was torn up by the Empire, and it was used to both genuine revolt as a pretext to make a move on them as well. It was all the messier because outside Protestant realms, such as Sweden and Denmark, had holdings within the Protestant estates of the Empire, while others, who were Catholic, had Protestant concentrations within their own border regions, and they were concerned that these might break off and join their brethren. Top it off, the status quo within the Holy Roman Empire was occasionally rocked by Catholic territory or cities becoming Protestant in the middle of sectarian war, such as happened in Cologne in 1588. Moreover, Dutch Protestant rebels that fought their way to a Mexican or Spanish standoff to Habsburg Spain currently had a 12-year truce in place that was just about to expire, and were both keen to get their gloves on again. France, meanwhile, was still chirpy about Spain not sharing the spoils with Latin America or writing off the significant impact that this conflict would have on Habsburg power. Nadine, nevertheless, played his cards close to his chest. Things were already on edge with the War of the English Succession in 1689, which involved a couple of duchies in the Rhineland whose ruler had recently died without leaving. The Holy Roman Emperor had pretensions of annexing the territory, but so did the Spanish, who used the land as a defensive springboard to attack the Netherlands, who in turn were desperate to prevent this from happening. France, again, though nominally neutral, was concerned that any Habsburg expansion in its north was a threat to its own interests, and in any case, they were all for both the Spanish and the Holy Roman Empire slogging it out in a war against their own Protestants that would reduce their power and influence on the continent. So it was that, despite their being Catholic, French sympathies were quietly with the Protestants, despite their own ongoing brutal persecution of the Huguenot population in France. Confusing? Hang on to your brackworks, because we're just getting started. So, by the early 17th century, the Holy Roman Empire was a religious powder keg that was primed to go off. And go off it did. When in 1620, the Spanish army persecuted the south of Frederick's Palatinate region. King James, over in Britain, finally responded to this direct attack on his son-in-law's possessions by threatening Spanish interest in the Americas with the Royal Navy. Protestant duchies within the empire now moved to repel the Spanish, only to be set upon by the Emperor's forces, who were backing the Catholics. The Spanish, however, were really only interested in the rest of the continent and tried to avoid getting sucked into the Empire's border problems, because when in 1621 the Dutch-Spanish truce expired, they turned all their attention to the Netherlands, as expected, and the slugfest was now on for young and old. The Dutch and English sent in troops to support the Protestants, but their efforts in the early years of the war were poorly coordinated, and they suffered some serious defeats. By 1625, the Catholics were getting the upper hand, so Denmark and Sweden joined the fray, mostly to preserve their own continental holdings, but also to see if they could squeeze out a few more German duchies for themselves in the process. Over the next decade, Protestants would claw their way back, and the Spanish were forced to divert some of their armies from their own private war with the Dutch back over to the east to help out the floundering empire at its back. By 1635, the Swedes, who were by now making some serious inroads, were finally checked by the Spanish intervention, which funneled troops and supplies northwards from their Italian holdings, as well as across from the Dutch lands.
This whole time, the wily French were funneling both cash and intelligence to the insurgent Protestants. But when the Swedes began taking some serious losses, France finally mobilized its army in 1646 and sent 35,000 troops in support of them, cutting off Spanish supply lines from Italy and reinforcing Dutch positions in the north. When French progress in Flanders and Alsace began weakening the Spanish campaign in the Netherlands, and Dutch naval victories at sea caused civil unrest in Portugal, which was then in Spain, writing was on board for the Spanish, and negotiations with the Dutch began for a ceasefire. The Emperor over in Deutschland kept things going, however, and severe losses were now being taken on all sides as the conflict moved from the periphery of the theatre to the heartlands of the Empire. But by 1644, pressure was mounting on the whole Roman Empire to call for a treaty. The Swedes, thanks to French support, once again picking up momentum and pushing all the way to Prague, while the French attacked Spanish possessions in Italy, both directly and indirectly through supporting armed revolts from within. Now, in case you're not confused enough, the French under Cardinal Richelieu and later Cardinal Mazarin were doing quite well seizing territory from the Roman Catholic kingdoms and, if you recall, financing Protestant states such as the Dutch Republic and Sweden. But the skullduggery went both ways, you see, because the Catholic Germans, Austrians, and the Spanish were themselves financing and aiding Protestant Huguenot insurgents all throughout France. So let's just pause for a moment to take this all in. And internal conflict basically started because the Catholic monarchy was replaced with the Protestant one, which was actually internally repudiated by other internal Protestants, suddenly flipped when external Catholics piled in. All the Protestants now changed their mind and were then aided by a number of other invading external Protestants, all looking to cash in on the action. Meanwhile, scheming external Catholics, who were supposedly neutral, were nevertheless undermining their own brethren for personal gain as well, by supporting the internal Protestants against them, while internal Catholics were likewise financing external Protestants to fight back against their external Catholic brethren, who were allied to other external Protestants. Confused? Welcome to international politics. And to think that despite this Machiavellian lunacy, where Catholic cardinals were supporting Protestant princes against other Catholics, ordinary Christian folk to this very day still engage in sectarian violence and mutual hatred. Thankfully, everyone eventually ran out of money, and when the party was over, the French were left with some juicy parcels of land in Flanders, the Rhine region, and northern Italy in the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. But the Spanish, despite the entreaty of the Scandinavians and the Dutch Republic, were still at war with France, and their conflict raged on sporadically and inconclusively for a number of years more, both sides lacking the cash to make any big moves. And this is where our story comes back home to France. Young King Louis XIV was still a minor, and under the regency and protection of warrior Cardinals Richelieu and later Mazarin. His father, Louis XIII, and Chief Minister Richelieu were formidable proponents of absolutism, which basically entailed stripping the nobility of their human privileges and autonomy, and creating a strong, centralized state, heavily vesting its power with the monarch. In doing so, they increased their state revenue, which in turn allowed them to expand their colonial holdings in Canada, as well as modernize and coordinate the army into a unified fighting force capable of quickly responding to both outside as well as internal threats.
to the suppression of Protestants at home, flew in the face of their alliances with states such as England, Dutch, and the Swedes. But greater problems were to be settled when their own nobles rose up against them. Richelieu's political machinations and influence over the king were starting to earn him plenty of enemies, but he had by now developed a superb spy network that was the startler of its day. His cunning and ruthless grip on power behind the throne has been immortalized by writers such as TRUMAN and its various Hollywood journalists. Anyway, both the good cardinal and Louis XIII fell off the perch before the 30 Years' War was over, with Richelieu's protege, Cardinal Mazarin, taking over the reins of both the French war effort as well as the guardianship of young Louis XIV, alongside his mother, Anne of Austria. Yes, another Catholic, presiding over the French wars in her own motherland. Mazarin and the Queen continued the hardline policy of absolute rule, and the young Louis would grow to inherit his father's zeal for making the entire country all about himself. And boy, did he ever. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. So, by the conclusion of the 30 Years' War, we now have a France that, in relation to its devastated neighbours, has significantly strengthened its geopolitical position to become the dominant player in continental affairs. But, as mentioned, internally, France was at a flashpoint. Soon, the nobility, whose expensive obligations to supply the crown's war effort in the end of the saw them return home as heroes, only to be suddenly hit with huge unexpected tax bills and restrictions in revenue as the war with Spain continued to drag on. The furious nobles, who once upon a time were exempted from such taxes, were soon joined by the bourgeoisie, that is to say, occupants of free cities, who were now also stripped of tax exemptions and bore the brunt of the royal cash grab. Anger at this affront to the French liberties fueled first a legal dispute in the French law courts, known as Parlement, and then an outright rebellion that is known today as the Fronde. Spain took advantage of this discontent and fueled the civil war with cash and supplies, such that the French got a serious dose of karma, while Spain finally managed to make some progress in the war. By supporting the rebellious French princes with their own troops, princes, it should be said, they had recently themselves been fighting against in the 14 Years' War. The disgruntled French nobles, now very unnobly, set about plundering their own countryside far and wide, with bands of unruly soldiers who were little more than brigands. The whole situation got so bad that Oliver Cromwell, over in Old Blighty, sent his new model army across the Channel to help the royalist forces out, and took Dunkirk as a prize for his trouble. Now, let's just get this straight. A Protestant dictator in England, who had not that long ago lopped the head off his own monarch and was busy massacring Catholics, going to Dublin, was now sending Protestant English anti-monarch parliamentary troops over the pond to help a Catholic French royalist army because, well, they hated the Spanish even more than the French. I told you this was crazy. Unsurprisingly, the entire populace was getting fed up with the chaos caused by rewarding homegrown princes and their Spanish backers, and began yearning for a strong hand to return peace to the country. Even rising up against occupying forces and unexpectedly putting up stiff resistance to sieges that should have been easy pickings for the rebels. The result was that by 1653, royalist forces had not only suppressed the Fronde rebellion, but had completely crushed it. And though the Franco-Spanish War dragged on until 1659, ending in more or less a stalemate, Spain had by now bankrupted twice and
its fortunes as a major power in Europe began to permanently contract as it went on. Part of the peace settlement involved the return of exiled rebel aristocrats to France and the royal marriage between the two crowns, which eventually became a poison chalice for France. But once again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. As young Louis XIV finally came of age to the crown, he and his fighting cardinal vowed never to let French aristocrats get anywhere near capable of ever pulling a stunt like the Fronde again. So he built a massive new imperial complex at Versailles and had all the nobles in the entire court there, where they would be under strict control and supervision by his agents. Welcome to the era of French absolute monarchy and the rule of the mighty Sun King. The reason for going into this protracted background to our story is to give you a sense of the geopolitical and economic state that Voltaire was born into. A few decades later, in 1654. It was a time of paranoid megalomania, political wheeling and dealing intrigue, in which you could fall out of favour with the monarch or the church on the basis of merely a rumour, and lose your head or a casual comment or perceived insult. The aristocracy was on edge and nervous to please the king, throwing each other under the proverbial bus to win his favour, while the church used its power to prevent any kind of religious dissent. The name Voltaire came along much later, but our protagonist's proper name was François-Marie Arouet. He was the youngest of 5 children, 2 of whom had previously died of infancy. His dad was a lawyer and minor official working for the Treasury. His mother was a minor noble of social consequence. The Arouet family were initially tradesmen, descended from tanners and drapers. Grandpa Arouet was a entrepreneur and went to Paris to open a high-end smoking floor business, targeting aristocrats who were craving all things fancy. And with his business taking off, money opened doors to new opportunities, such as buying his son a notary position and a role as an official spice trade tax collector, and later on, a marriage to our protagonist's mother, which brought them a coat of arms to boot. The Arouets were on their way up the social ladder, making some influential contacts, such as Francois de Chateauneuf, future Archbishop and leader in Jesuit circles, who would eventually become our boy's father. The 2 older kids, his brother Armand and his sister Marie, 10 years and 7 years his senior respectively, exerted a significant influence on his upbringing in the bougie neighbourhood of Paris where they lived. Their father had little to do with them on a day-to-day basis, and their mother, apparently busy being a social butterfly, died when Voltaire was just 7 years old. Certainly, very little comes down to us from Voltaire himself about his parents, despite his prodigious writings. He has hardly anything to say about it. In fact, he often claimed that he was a secret love child of the deceased owner. Maybe it was just his way of veiling his own family history. We know that he was very fond of his big sister, who always looked out for him, but he never seemed to get on with his brother Armand, whether because of the disparity in age, or as he himself claimed, his brother being a fanatical Jansenist. Now, Jansenism was a religious movement within the Catholic Church in the 17th and 18th centuries. It was named after Cornelius Jansen, a theologian from the University of TRUMAN in Belgium. Jansenism emphasized certain ideas about race, human nature, and the role of the church. They were heavily influenced by the teachings of St. Augustine, the early Christian theologian.
Jansenists emphasized humanity's inherent sinfulness and the absolute necessity of divine grace for salvation. They believed in the concept of predestination, which means that God predestines certain individuals to be saved, and the others to be damned. Only those chosen by God receive divine grace and obtain salvation. They also believed that Christ's sacrifice on the cross was intended only for those who were already chosen to be saved, not for all of humanity. To some within the church, Jansenism's emphasis on predestination led to concerns about the role of free will, as well as Jansenism's criticism of church sacraments practices as being worthless. Critics argued that if salvation was eternal, it would discourage people from striving for virtue and being moral. Nevertheless, adherents were so desperate to ensure they were among the few chosen by God that they often went to extreme lengths of physical harm, as well as public displays of frenzied convulsions on the ground in a demonstration of their religious zeal. Such that Voltaire, or Zozo as he was known during his childhood, developed from a young age quite a distaste for his brother's theatrics and religious fervour, not to mention his hard-line exclusivist theology, referring to him on a number of occasions as a Christian. For a time, Jansenism was fashionable in France, but constant clashes with church authorities eventually saw the movement banned by the Pope. Fortunately, his godfather, the Abbé Chateauneuf, was an intellectually minded clergyman, and despite his Jesuit connections, had a substantially libertine streak, introducing Zozo at a young age to poetry and plays of a rather more Christian nature that Mother Church definitely did not have approved of, such as works by the poet dramatist Jean-Baptiste Rousseau, and in particular La Mansarde, a satirical poem that questioned church authority and suggested that reason was more important than dogma. Apparently, young Zozo knew the entire poem by heart, and several scholars today credit the Abbé Chateauneuf as inculcating a free-thinking and quiet mindset that was to characterize Voltaire for the rest of his life. It helped that his older brother was a complete religious nutjob and provided a contrasting devotion to what seemed to him a ridiculous theological doctrine. Certainly, young Zozo worshipped the ground Rousseau walked on and made a serious study of his poetical devices and style, which he showed in his early writings, spurred on by his godfather, who often let him accompany him to meetings of avant-garde intellectuals who were themselves deep-bound with conceptual taste in literature. When he was 10 years old, young Master Andre was enrolled in the Normal College, which is considered the elite of its day, run by Jesuit mega-brains who, again, despite their dogmatic theological position, nevertheless encouraged him to read Greek classics and also recognized his talent for writing. In an early example of his humanitarian leanings, he wrote a poem to the Dauphin himself, on behalf of a veteran soldier, petitioning him for a pension for the poor man's military service, which, surprisingly, was granted. His father's connections also exposed him to other influential figures who were struck by his precocious abilities and allowed him to use their personal libraries. One lady even left him a large amount of cash in her will to achieve a library collection of his own. As is so often the case, when there is a strong social and cultural repression in society, there eventually springs an underground counterculture, even resistance, and this was certainly becoming the case in 17th century Paris. The oppressive moral demands, strictures of the church, and paranoia of the state, then not only hostile intellectual circles that discussed public tracts of critical authority, but it also led to a subversive moral backlash. Pretty much every one of the 7 deadly sins was given free rein behind those walls. Well, adultery became so widespread, mainstream, that it was thought most of the children being born in Paris at the time were illegitimate, regardless of which class you were from. Rumour mongering was so rife that authorities could scarcely police the accusations of guiltiness, which created a well-known stereotype of the French as being uncontrolled promiscuous. A libertine epithet many Frenchmen and women to this day consider a badge of national pride. So it was that a bizarre social climate, outward sophistication, religious conformity, discretion, contrasted with laissez-faire, and intrigues in private. It was all an open secret, but so long as there was no hint of seditious scheming or threats to church privacy, extramarital relationships were tolerated as perfectly acceptable. Even the king openly philandered businesses his entire life, most of whom were already married, and whose husbands typically turned a blind eye, often for decades at a time, if it meant that they were in the king's favour and had businesses of their own they could turn to. It may seem like I'm overstating it, but it's been well documented that marital jealousy was insubstantial, and women liaisons rarely caused the public scandal. It's almost as if the complex web of luxury and polyamorous adventure were the French equivalent of the grand games of the Roman Empire, providing an outlet for the repressed aristocracy to distract them from interesting and power brokers. Instead, also up to their rivals and themselves, not averse to plenty of lumpy. But the king's aggressive foreign policy and propensity to go to war at the least pretext eventually began to drain the country's otherwise vast resources. France had managed to avoid the devastation that affected the rest of Europe during the 30 Years' War and ongoing Ottoman incursions, and its population was now the largest in Europe. But his ongoing international belligerence, excessive spending, and extravagant isolated lifestyle had begun to make him increasingly unpopular in the provinces, and by the early 1700s, virtually every kingdom in Europe was also plotting against him. This didn't go unnoticed, and underground circles began publishing inflammatory polemics against the government in greater number. The nobility and bourgeoisie found long lists of clandestine intrigue, circulated the material with scandalous relish. Such pamphlets and books prompted endless police raids, arrests, and gruesome executions, so unsurprisingly, most authors remained as anonymous as possible, typically relying on pseudonyms and denial. The young master Arabic was maturing fast, and his godfather, Rabbi, continued to introduce him to circles of avant-garde thinkers, particularly at his favourite club, the Old Templar. It was a kind of gentleman's club where they discussed sensitive issues ranging from recreation to republicanism, later to papacy, the whole time indulging Roman feasts and all sorts of other, shall we say, unnecessary behaviour. The coach's team showed a particular aptitude for sarcastic humour, whipping up long satirical verses ad-lib like a stand-up comedian. The older men encouraged him, but it was a risky game they were playing, and it's clear that toughest teeth in this dangerous arena, they were all only one wisecracker away and the other Bastille. It was his participation in this literary circle, with its It's one restrained examination of ideas that motivated him to consider becoming a professional writer. When his idol, Jean-Baptiste Rousseau, not the later philosopher Jean-Jacques, later, visited his school in 1710 to present him an award for literary achievement, he was starstruck and his mind was finally made up. There was just one small problem. Monsieur Rabbi Senior, Dad, had insisted on his becoming a lawyer and had even made the necessary arrangements for both his admission to university and internship. To say he was not amused would be an understatement. He, like many hard-working aspirants, viewed writing as a less than honourable career. But his son, as if to rub Dad's nose in it, had just helped a well-to-do local madam to polish a couple of her own verses, and she was so delighted that she paid him enough money to buy a carriage and 4 horses, which trashed his father's stables and drove him to the brink of a mental breakdown. Despite Dad's best efforts, young Rabbi wouldn't budge and decided to prove his worth by writing a tragedy based on the ancient Greek mythology. His mentors at the club tried to dissuade him, saying that the great writer Rabbi had already written a masterpiece on the subject and that it was too big a task for such an inexperienced young writer. Undeterred, our young contrarian just shrugged his shoulders and said he was going to write a better one, and he did. But not before his father exhausted every possible avenue of making him into a lawyer, even sending him down to Paris, which only resulted in a number of romantic escapades that caused his father even greater headaches. Eventually, one of the aging notable in the Gentleman's Club took him under his wing, under whose influence he developed a fascination for French history. He inspired the young writer to pursue scholarly research, which in time would materialize in the epic historical poem, L'Oréal. This whole time, he was hardly a bookworm, though. In the company of his benefactor and friends, he developed a taste for fashionable attire, and despite never being described as handsome, his good charm and sharp wit ensured he was as popular with gentlemen as he was with the ladies, indulging in the civilized lifestyle of amorous trysts and salon conversation. In 1715, the sun finally set on the once anointed Sun King, followed soon after by the unfortunate deaths of a succession of his direct heirs, including Dauphin and Dauphin Jr. The mood in Paris now changing considerably, and by that I don't mean grief. You see, in the final decade of his reign, Louis XIV had become increasingly pious and melancholy, largely thanks to his last mistress, who was a hardcore Catholic and who convinced him to repent his sinful ways. Consequently, the tolerance for, shall we say, ungodly behaviour tanked, and the once flamboyant king of parties decidedly became the king of party groupies. The concomitant crackdown on his unruly and unrepentant subjects. As the next in line, future Louis XV was himself now still a child. The country was governed by a regent, his uncle, the Duke of Orleans. Now, the Duke was never meant to be in the running for such a big responsibility, and was casually raised in the midst of all the debauchery, excess, and indulgence of the periphery. So, when by the peculiar means of fate he became regent for his nephew, the Duke was scrapped from his predecessor's studied conservative reforms, released all the riffraff from the Bastille, and turned Paris into a perpetual party central. It was so obscene that Monsieur Rabbi, now a young man and no stranger to his hanky himself, wrote how disgusted he was by the whole spectacle, and that's saying something. Egged on by others, he wrote a couple of angry verses lampooning the regent and his carnal sins. But when the pamphlets ended up in the hands of the boss man himself, despite denying being the author, the young would-be writer found himself swiftly banished from Paris. Aghast, Dad made every connection he could to get his son off the hook, pleading with stupidity and inexperience, which eventually saw the miscreant put under the charge of the Duke of Sully, who was himself a great patron of the arts, in particular the theatre, and who would nurture the love of the stage in our young writer. Eventually, he personally writes to the regent, begging his forgiveness and embellishing his petition with groveling lines of masterful and flattering poetry. Impressed, the regent relented and allowed him to return to Paris. But no sooner had he returned than he ended up in the Bastille. You see, he had dropped into his local tavern for a pint and shot his mouth off to a fellow drinker, describing the regent in, let's just say, less than flattering terms. Turns out the fellow drinker just happened to be a police spy who turned up on his doorstep the very next morning with an arrest warrant signed by the regent personally. And our overconfident young show-off had just lathered himself right back into the wind. He spent almost a year there, though by no means was he discomforted by the inconvenience. In fact, Chief Warden and Governor took such a liking to him that they set him up in an apartment with wine, books, and writing materials, even dining with him on a regular basis. In fact, some historians believe that the lack of distractions actually served to sharpen his thinking, and it was here that he began profoundly studying the classics and taking his writing seriously. He continued polishing his play Oedipus, and it was here that he decided to adopt the name of Voltaire, which some believe to be an anagram, while others think it derived from a childhood nickname meaning little William. In his career, he would use over 170 different pen names, but Voltaire became his one-word celebrity nickname. He wasn't yet 20 years old. Indeed, while he was doing time, he was hardly mentioned outside at all. And if he was, it was in reference to his being too big for his boots and paying the price for it. Nevertheless, he was released a year later, and once again, groveling wrote to the regent in flattering terms, disarmed him as he had hard feelings. Despite the relative comforts of his time in jail, he had become much more serious, and when his play was finally staged, it was a huge success. Indeed, it ran for so long and was so beautifully acclaimed that it made him a fortune, and even the King of England wrote a congratulatory letter, while the regent had little choice but to award him the gold medal and establish an ongoing stipend. For once, his dad was beside himself with joy and no longer begrudged the young writer for not following in his clerical footsteps. The story of Oedipus is a classic Greek tragedy that revolves around the life and fate of Oedipus, the king of Thebes. The story begins in his royal city, which is suffering from a devastating plague. King Oedipus, determined to find a solution, seeks guidance from the oracle of Delphi. He learns that the plague is a punishment for a grave offense committed in the past. Oedipus embarks on a mission to uncover the truth and save his city. He discovers that the previous king, Laius, was murdered on the road to Delphi, and that the killer is unknown. Oedipus vows to find the murderer and bring him to justice. His investigation leads him to the horrible realization that he himself is the unwitting perpetrator of the crime. Being a Greek story, You know it's going to get complicated, so hang on to your souvlaki's. Poor old Oedipus was adopted by the king of Corinth as a child, having been abandoned by his biological parents, which just happened to be Menelaus and Queen Jocasta of Thebes. They did this because there was a prophecy that predicted the king would someday be killed by their own son, who would go on to marry his mother. No wonder they got rid of him. Anyway, a shepherd found the abandoned child and brought him to the court of Corinth, where he was adopted by a different king. He eventually gets told by the oracle of Delphi that he was destined to kill his father and marry his mother, so he left town, assuming the oracle was referring to his adopted parents. But while on the road, during a traffic dispute, not giving way to another king, because kings don't step aside, Oedipus kills the other guy and carries on down the road. Later on, he even solves the mystery Sphinx, which earns him the right to marry the now widowed Queen of Thebes. That's to say, the wife of the slain road rage victim. Fair enough, but Oedipus, again, oblivious to the true genealogical situation, marries her, that is to say, his biological mother, Jocasta, who also has no idea that the handsome young groom both killed her husband, in other words, his own father, and is therefore her own son. The revelation of all this unwitting patricide and incest leads to Jocasta taking her own life in despair, and in Oedipus's self-inflicted blindness. He exiles himself from Thebes, and the city is relieved from the plague. The play ends with Oedipus is leaving Thebes, accompanied by his daughter Antigone, who both end up wandering in exile. In Voltaire's version, Oedipus eventually ends up taking refuge in the sacred grove, where he slowly comes to terms with the tragic loss of his life. Some of the reasons for the great success of Voltaire's version of the story lie not so much in the linguistic style. Indeed, Voltaire adhered to a rigid, well-established format that would seem boring to the reader today, but in the subtlety of the content and in its emotional delivery. He introduced a more streamlined and condensed pace compared to earlier adaptations. He also focused on the essential elements of the narrative, emphasizing the tragic conflict and the moral dilemmas faced by the characters. This resulted in a tightly woven plot and heightened dramatic tension. He departed from the traditional interpretation of the myth as a manifestation of divine punishment. Instead, he introduced a more rational and secular interpretation, emphasizing the theme of individual responsibility. Voltaire's Oedipus is a noble character who struggles with his own fate and grapples with the horrible choices he has made. Voltaire infused the play with philosophical themes and searching questions. He explored the nature of human suffering, the limits of human knowledge, and the clash between fate and free will. These philosophical elements elevated the play beyond mere entertainment and engaged audiences intellectually. Edith also contained subtle critiques of the society of Voltaire's time. He used the tragedy as a vehicle to comment on issues such as corruption, hypocrisy, abuses of power, and the fair responsibility of humans in contrast with that of the gods. He intended to evoke an emotional response from his audience, exploring themes of love, betrayal, guilt, and tragedy, eliciting empathy and compassion for the characters. The emotional depth and the intensity of the play resonated with audiences and contributed largely to its success. But he also made a number of innovations, which were controversial for the time. For example, drinking on stage, dying on stage, and even the display of corpses on stage, which was something that was previously considered in bad taste, but Voltaire pulled it off, perhaps because his audience had become increasingly bored and restless with the monotony of other plays that he offered. In any case, weekly themes of uncertainty, moral ambiguity and sympathy for villains was new in France, and though Shakespeare had pioneered the concept over in England some time before, Voltaire had said that while he admired his considered emphasis on character complexity, he detested what he believed was Shakespeare's weird theatrical inclusions and British pentameter verse lacking the strict conventions of French structure and elements. Go figure. By 1722, Voltaire's father had passed away. The 27-year-old writer had meanwhile made a couple of useful acquaintances in the banking industry, helped him with some lucrative investments that made him a very rich young man, even without his inheritance. Thanks to this play, the flamboyant Monsieur Voltaire is now the talk of the town. Part of the dinner scene with patrons, reserved after his social station, but always holding his own, charming like a magician. Until that is, he was invited to a dinner party at which, while at the table, he instantly recognized the police spy who had ragged on him in the tavern and landed him in the Bastille a couple of years ago. The writer loudly denounced him as a scoundrel in front of the other guests. Unfortunately, the spy was on duty monitoring one of the other guests. Voltaire had now blown his cover, so when the chief of police got wind of the fiasco, the writer was later one evening accosted by a couple of apparently random thugs and beaten to within an inch of his life. Shooting his mouth off and then scrambling for damage control had become the standard threat of his life, as we'll see. So it was time to get out of Dodge City, and he hit the road, travelling west to Brussels. Perhaps his close brush with death got him thinking a little more deeply about existential matters. It was he now began writing a collection of essays that would come to be called in which he deconstructed and analysed social norms and tried to make sense of religious conundrums, such as the contrasting nature of God, supposedly formed in his image, and words that seem contradictory or even nonsensical. He visited and shared his drafts with the aging playwright Rousseau, who was himself prone to pushing the envelope. But upon reading Voltaire's work, was aghast at what looked to be clearly blasphemous and inflammatory content, but which to Voltaire was just a mental exercise in making sense of the world for himself. The result was nevertheless that Jean-Baptiste Rousseau distanced himself completely, and for reasons possible professional jealousy and scorn of his young colleague, increasingly seen by some very much as equal. Voltaire wisely put the manuscript aside, which would later resurface, only to cause him yet more trouble. Nevertheless, he enjoyed his time on the road, where he met exiled English Viscount in Bollywood, with whom he shared a finished draft of his novel, on which he had been working for some time. The Englishman was so impressed, he sent a copy to London. Literary giant Alexander Pope extolled the brilliance of his style and the excellence of his composition. In Bollywood, Voltaire found a kindred spirit, and the two men got on famously. The young writer was in awe of the Englishman's knowledge and profound history and literature, his command of several languages, and his love of poetry written in those languages. They discussed together how some words could only be appreciated without translation. Bollywood encouraged him to publish the work, but in France, such an undertaking could only be achieved by consent. The chain of editors, critics, and analysts generally ensured that anything controversial, written in an unconventional way, would never see the light of day. Unfortunately, in France, there was no freedom of the press, you see. Many writers, therefore, printed was predestined to avoid their heads. But books and the printers who produced them often ended up making a mistake. Voltaire had to train carefully. The art was not the time, but having been a new friend, he came to consider seriously a trip to England. As was typical with writers and other artists, Voltaire was always on the lookout for a sponsor, and given that Paris was essentially the name of women, that is to say, fashionable ladies at our entire social scene revolved, ladies were genuinely the target of people like Voltaire. He would entertain their guests in salon recitals and at lavish dinner parties, and they would provide him in turn with a comfortable lifestyle and environment in which to pursue his work. Generally, led up to mischief while their husbands were away in Catalonia. One such meeting consisted in smuggling contraband copies of the freshly published Baudrillard, which Voltaire secretly had printed despite his initial fears. It was ostensibly a history of the country, but focused on the life and reign of the King of France, who had both Catholic and Protestant lineage, and was widely regarded as a piece of ruler who tried to reconcile the factions.